But the UK Defense Ministry says that they brought in some additional aerial assets before that strike into that airbase. It does come after the UK announced that they would allow the United States to use their air bases to launch missions that would target Iran's ability to use its ballistic missiles. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Nate, for your reporting. We'll keep following you. Mike Pompeo was Secretary of State and CIA Director. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Airstrikes in broad daylight. What led the U.S. and Israel to strike again and this time take out the Iranian Supreme Leader once and for all?
Trey, good evening. It's great to be with you. Look, President Trump gave peace every opportunity. Your point about the Iranians rejecting just the most basic ask to behave like a normal nation, and sounds like they went to the negotiations and refused to even discuss some of the simplest things like stop threatening Israel, stop threatening the United States, stop building out ballistic missiles that can reach to America. And President Trump said enough. The risk is too high. The risk that you'll come after our young men and women who are serving in the Middle East, that you'll continue to try to assassinate our leaders, that you'll do all the malign activity that you've done for the last almost 50 years now. And he said enough. We're going to change this, and we're going to defang the Iranian regime and give these horrible people who killed tens of thousands of their own, we're going to give those people a chance to get a government that they so richly deserve.
All right, Secretary, we had Operation Midnight Hammer. I used the word degraded. I never used the word obliterated because I didn't know. It may be that their nuclear program was degraded and this second effort was to finally get rid of it. How do you take it? Or was this second strike, the one over the weekend, more calculated at taking out leadership? How do you see the two strikes within a relatively short period of time?
Trey, my sense was that the Operation Midnight Hammer and the Israeli work that they did alongside of us there was very effective. And whether it was obliterated or not, that nuclear program was set back an awfully long ways. The effort these last, 48 hours, the last 48 hours, this effort is fundamentally different. It is about taking out the infrastructure of terror, the infrastructure to terrorize their own citizens and to terrorize the rest of the world. So, I went back today and looked at the shock and awe campaign from the early 2000s. The depth of what was accomplished in these 48 hours far surpasses what the United States did at that time. This is truly amazing. 2,000 plus targets, military targets, senior leaders down to, colonels and lieutenant colonels. Truly remarkable devastation of ballistic missile infrastructure. It's not done. The Iranians still clearly have the capacity to target the civilian infrastructure that they've been targeting, showing again their immorality. And by the way, their stupidity by going after the Gulf Arab states that now brought them to say, no, we're not going to sit back and be passive. We're going to actually engage alongside America. There's still work to be done, but this set of activities between the United States and Israel is much deeper, much bigger, and I think will set the Iranian regime back in ways that are absolutely irreparable and ultimately give the Iranian people the shot they have wanted for so darn long, Trey.
All right, Secretary, you served in uniform. Here's the president on the loss of American service members, and I'll ask you about it on the other side.
Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more before it ends.
Mr. Secretary, what would your message to the American people be on why this is a worthy fight for us, despite casualties already and the likelihood of more?
Trey, it breaks my heart every time we lose an American service member or an American diplomat. I went out to Dover during the first administration for the return of the remains and met with those families. It is absolutely heartbreaking, but I think the families of the fallen today, just as those families were understood that the mission that they were engaged in was righteous. America is safer today as a result of what those young men and women did. and what the young men and women still serving are doing as we sit here tonight in the comfort of our own homes, America is safer. An Iranian regime that has threatened the world and the United States for so long is now likely going to be ended, and the individuals themselves, these terrorists who had American blood on their hands, are now gone. That is a noble and good undertaking, and everyone who has served in uniform in this combat operation should be proud, and those families should be proud of their loved ones who sacrificed everything for our nation. I and my family are deeply grateful for them.
Yes, we grieve them, and we are thankful for you, Mr. Secretary, and your service to our country, and for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Trey. Have a great Sunday evening.
Yes, sir, you too. Up next, our live coverage of the war in the Middle East continues.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick. And try Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Royal Match.
Wait, are you playing Royal Match?
Yeah, I love this game.
Oh, I don't remember this level.
It's a new mini game. They're dropping new ones all the time.
Oh, that's so cool. Forgot how much fun this game is. Is it still ad-free?
0 ads. Why don't you re-download it?
Way ahead of you.
Here, I'll show you how to play this new mini game.
I'll show you how to play this new mini game.
Okay.
Royal Match. Download now.
I'm Dr. Christopher Davis. It's not typical for a supplement company to consult a cardiologist, but Human did. That's because Human is different. Founded in partnership with the University of Texas, formulated with clinically studied ingredients for healthy blood pressure and energy support. This is modern-day cardiovascular support, recommended by more cardiologists than any other B brand. I believe in Human because their supplements aren't just science-backed, they're science-born. Only Human.
Meet Omnilux Contour, an LED light therapy mask clinically proven to reduce fine lines and wrinkles. Find out how you can improve your skin at OmniluxLED.com.
Years of hard work. Decades of dedication. Committed to giving back. You've been there, done that, and you're still here for more. So now that you're 50 or older and at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia and IPD, be proactive with Kappa, a vaccine specifically designed for adults to help protect against pneumonia and invasive disease caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Kappa is the only vaccine that helps protect against the strains that cause 82% of IPD in adults 50 or older.
Go to war with Iran, but it's not clear why or what exactly our goal would be. A line I heard recently was that we're kicking off a war in search of a strategy, which seems kind of fitting here. In fact, statements from the administration over the past few days seem to be testing what argument for war is best received by the American people. So as the massive U.S. military buildup in the Middle East continues and quite a few countries urge their citizens to leave Israel and Iran immediately, let's look at why, in their words, the Trump administration is about to kick this off. Now, I think it's worth starting with some statements made by President Trump at the State of the Union address a couple nights ago, where he kind of led with, it's the Iranian nuclear program. They can't have a bomb. Here's President Trump.
After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon.
Now that, of course, is one of the reasons that we're having these negotiations and all of that. But in his terminology there, saying we haven't heard these magic words, just a few hours prior to that, we heard the Iranian Foreign Minister, Araghchi, saying, quote, Iran will under no circumstances ever develop a nuclear weapon. Now, whether you trust Iran in that capacity or not, laying that out is something that they have to accomplish is strange because they already accomplished technically checking that box of saying those words. Then a day later, we had Secretary of State Marco Rubio talking about how Iran right now is building the capability to put together an ICBM, or intercontinental ballistic missile, with the idea of trying to strike the United States at some point in the future.
They're trying to achieve intercontinental ballistic missiles. For example, you've seen them try to launch the satellites into space. You've seen them increasing the range of the missiles they have now. And clearly they are headed in a pathway to one day being able to develop weapons that could reach the continental U.S. They already possess weapons that could reach much of Europe, already now, as we speak. And the ranges continue to grow every single year exponentially, which is amazing to me. For a country that's facing sanctions, whose economy is in tatters, whose people are suffering, and somehow they still find the money to invest in missiles of greater and greater capacity every year. This is an unsustainable threat.
And this one caught a lot of people off guard. I mean, we immediately had a number of folks say, we haven't really heard that threat before. We know about Iran's regional capabilities, but trying to hit the United States isn't really...
30 seconds, we're going to have medical-grade EKG reading. There it is.
KardioMobile is proven to detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, which, when left untreated, can increase your risk of stroke by 5 times. KardioMobile has recorded over 300 million EKGs, and it's our most clinically validated personal EKG. Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Get KardioMobile today for just $79 at Kardia.com or Amazon.
The sound of war fills the air across Israel as the IDF intercepts missiles from Iran. Schools are closed, public gatherings are banned, hospital patients are having to move underground. Welcome to life in a nation where some of your neighbors refuse to even acknowledge your right to exist. This may be recent, but it is not new. Israel has been living like this since the nation was formed after World War II. But it doesn't have to be this way. Moderate Arab states are inching closer to relations with Israel. It has been Iran standing in the way through its own actions and those of its proxies. Israel knew Iran would respond to the killing of its leader, just as Iran should have known Israel was never going to allow it to become nuclear capable. Many others have argued Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, none more consistently than Lindsey Graham, who joins us now. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. I am hearing Hezbollah has joined this fight from the north, firing missiles from Lebanon. Is that true, and how should we react to it?
Well, it would be like buying a ticket on the Titanic after you saw the movie. They're joining with Iran at their own peril. I was in Lebanon in August. Hezbollah is one of the largest terrorist organizations in the world. They're Shiites associated with Iran. They're a proxy of the Ayatollah, the former Ayatollah. In 1983, 220 Marines were killed, 18 sailors, 100 wounded by Hezbollah. Ronald Reagan sent the Marines into the civil war in Lebanon. We had them at the end of the runway. Hezbollah attacked and killed the Marines and the sailors. And I love Ronald Reagan. He didn't do a damn thing about it. President Trump avenged those Marines, getting the fight with Hezbollah, finished them off. To the Lebanese military, stop your double dealing. Double down on eradicating terrorism in your country. Lebanon is a place that could be wonderful without Hezbollah. Hezbollah has American blood on its hands. It killed those Marines, 220, 18 sailors in 1983, and Ronald Reagan, the great Ronald Reagan, left and never did a damn thing. Mr. President, unleash the American military with Israel on Hezbollah tonight. Finish these bastards off. They have American blood on their hands, and it shows you how desperate Iran is to have to rely upon Hezbollah. We have a chance here not only to take the mothership of terrorism down, Iran, we also have a chance to eliminate one of the most lethal proxies in the Mideast, Hezbollah. Mr. President, do it and do it now. They're weak. We can take them out, and we should take them out. Between the United States and Israel, we've got these bastards on the ropes. Finish them off. So here's my message to the Lebanese military. I'm watching everything you do. Quit double dealing. Quit double talking. Join the fight. Free your country of terrorism. And if you don't, you're going to pay a heavy price.
Well, I think you just anticipated my next question. I was going to ask you, it's now 2 strikes in the first year one of President Trump's second term. 2 strikes against Iran, but the reality is Iran is the head of the snake. Most of what bad happens in the region is because of Iran. You just pointed to Hezbollah. How about what happened to the south in October a couple of years ago, October the 9th? That was Iran.
President Trump finished the job that President Reagan failed to do. I am a big admirer of Ronald Reagan, but I'm here to tell you that Donald Trump, in my opinion, is the gold standard for Republicans, maybe any president when it comes to foreign policy. Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well, Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered. The Iranian regime, the mothership of international terrorism, is about to collapse. The captain of the ship, the Ayatollah, is cold dead. All those people around him that helped him perpetuate this terrorism, they're on the run or they're dead. Finish the job. We've lost 3 Americans. God bless those Americans who sacrificed for their country. They died in a noble cause. The worst thing that can happen to a military unit is ask them to sacrifice and not finish the job. President Trump is going to finish the job that no other president was willing to do. He took Maduro down. The mothership of terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead. Better days lie ahead. President Trump, I've admired you. I've never admired you more than I do right now. When it comes to Hezbollah, seize the moment here. They've picked this fight. They've joined the fight. Make sure they pay a price. Ronald Reagan, the great Ronald Reagan, made one big mistake. He allowed terrorists to kill Americans go unrevenged. If you want another operation, call it Operation Semper Fi. To all those families of those Marines and sailors, you've gone unavenged. That's about to change. President Trump, you're the right man at this time in history. I really do believe we're on the dawn of a new age in the world in the Mideast. When this regime goes down in Iran, it will open up opportunities for peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And you want to change the world, have the center of Islam, Saudi Arabia, keeper of the holy mosque, recognize the one and only Jewish state, where the Arabs and the Jews make peace and they work together toward the light and reject the darkness. That's Iran's biggest nightmare. That's why they did October 7th, Trey, is to stop normalization. If Iran falls, and they will if we stick with it, then we'll have a chance to open up the Mideast in a way that nobody could ever imagine. It's the biggest change in 1,000 years coming, and there's one man responsible for this. Our military's been great. Admiral Cooper's been terrific, but Donald Trump has the guts, the balls, and the vision to do things that nobody else will do. To every American, you're safer tonight because the Ayatollah's dead. You're safer tonight because the largest state sponsor of terrorism is on the run. It's just not about a nuclear weapon. They have been killing Americans through their proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis for decades. It's about not just nuclear weapons. It's about being the largest state sponsor of terrorism. This regime is in its death throes. Finish them off. And to the American people, if you don't think we're safer tonight, you missed a lot. We're safer tonight, and we're going to be safer tomorrow. And the ultimate safety comes when people in charge of Iran don't want to kill us. When people in charge of Iran don't want a nuclear weapon, they want a friend in America. I don't know who's going to take over Iran after this regime collapses, but I know this. If you want to be a friend to America, we'll be a friend to you. If you want to kind of keep this crap up, then you'll pay the same price the Ayatollah. Don't screw with Donald Trump. You probably won't live to regret it.
Chairman Lindsey Graham warning the loss of American service members this weekend and remembering decades ago the hundreds of American service members that Hezbollah killed. Chairman Graham, thank you for joining us on the Sunday night and for your own service in uniform.
Semper Fi. Semper Fi.
All right, God bless you. Take care. Up next, Germany, UK, and France tell Tehran to stop attacks in the region amidst reactions pouring in from around the world. More on that after the break.
As an athlete, I think I just always always understood sleep as part of the performance equation. It was physical recovery. Especially as a mom, I think sleep has taken on an entirely new meaning for me. It's mental recovery, it's sanity, it's how I show up not just for my daughter, but for my work, even myself. And I think I used to think sleep was something you pushed through, and now I really think of it as something you protect.
Unlock the superpower of restorative sleep.
The grind catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. It helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Toe fungus is tough to kill. It can spread.
It's time to start using Fungi Nail. Maximum strength Fungi Nail is so powerful it cures and prevents fungal infections. Plus, it has aloe and tea tree oil to restore skin health. Say goodbye to toe fungus with Fungi Nail.
With Ring, you can protect your home from anywhere. Learn more at ring.com.
I'm on road, 34 pounds down on GLP-1s. Healthier on road. Supported on road. FDA-approved GLP-1 options. Now even in a pill. Weight loss expertise I trust. I'm moving better on road. I'm feeling better on road. I'm Serena Williams. This is me on road.
The sweet sound of Monday morning. Somehow you're both wired and wiped out at the same time. Meet Super Calm from Mellow, a simple mix to help support healthy cortisol levels and bring you back into balance. Super Calm from Mellow.
Force Factor Prostate Advanced reduces nighttime bathroom trips, helps fully empty your bladder, and promotes a normal prostate size. Why? Force Factor Prostate Advanced contains clinically studied saw palmetto, beta-cytosterol, and cranberry extract. Rush to Walmart and find Force Factor Prostate Advanced.
We believe that making the perfect pair of jeans is an art. Our signature monobow jeans have dynamic stretch to provide flexibility and a comfortable fit. And we handcraft every pair with a care and quality you can only get from a true family business.
Hi, Mom. I can't wait for you to hear well again, so I won't have to scream to tell you that I love you. Now tell me if you can hear this. Hi, Mom.
Oh, it's not just your hearing. For us, it's your life. That's why we created the Miracle Earwag, offering unlimited care, including risk-free trials and free servicing to keep you connected with your loved ones at all times. Book a free test. Call 1-800-650-7799.
When I started Laura Geller Beauty over 25 years ago, I realized there weren't enough makeup options for women with mature skin. So I put together an amazing kit of everyday products for women over 40. I call it the Daily Routine. Daily Routine comes with our signature Balance and Brighten foundation, our Marbleized blush, which flatters any skin tone, our natural glow highlighter, and of course, our favorite kabuki brush to apply it. Learn more about Daily Routine at laurageller.com.
Hey guys, Viagra is not your only option. Rose Sparks act fast and stay active longer. They aren't pills. Sparks dissolve under your tongue to reach your bloodstream for speedy results. Sildenafil starts things off strong, and tadalafil stays in your system for longer. Rose Sparks, 100% online, delivered to your door. Connect with a provider at ro.co/sparks. The first time I experienced vertigo, the room was spinning. One of the nerves in the strong. Then I started taking ibuprofen. Its ingredients were combination of dizziness and
but it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons, would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. We're not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America," or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. Countries too timid to act are miraculously emboldened when it comes to social media and telling others what to do. It reminds me a little bit of Teddy Roosevelt's speech about the man in the arena. Allies have been generally supportive. Russia and China, two countries who have mastered the art of unprovoked aggression, condemned the U.S.-Israeli strikes as unprovoked aggression. The UN has a brand new idea no one's ever thought of before. Let's meet and talk this to death one more time. I do not speak the foreign language of diplomacy. I have not mastered the art of maximum words to say absolutely nothing of consequence. But it is interesting how other countries are reacting to the U.S.-Israeli strikes. Joining us is Nathan Sales, former U.S. Ambassador at Large and a counterterrorism expert. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. Did any world reaction surprise you? And does the U.S. really care what other leaders post on social media?
Trey, thanks for having me. I think one of the most striking contrasts is between what the Russians and Chinese are saying on the one hand about Iran and what they're doing. And what they're doing is absolutely nothing. They are not going to lift a finger to save the Iranian regime because they are deterred by the demonstration of American capability and American will that we've seen over the past 48 hours. You know, the Chinese and the Russians and the Iranians are part of, call it an axis of upheaval, whatever you want to call it. They're trying to displace the United States as the world's leading power, and they've been cooperating with one another. But their alliances and partnerships, as we've seen over the weekend, have been revealed to be weak because when push comes to shove, they're going to slink back to their corner and issue a sternly worded statement, but not act.
Yeah, I kind of got a chuckle out of that yesterday. I think Russia's response is, we'll be sure and put that on the UN agenda so we can talk about it sometime. You know, in politics, Ambassador, Sometimes members will vote no while they're praying yes. They hope it passes even though they didn't vote for it. Their public and private positions are incongruent. I assume that happens with diplomacy, countries preaching restraint but secretly glad the U.S. and Israel did what they did.
Oh, yes, and we're seeing a great example of that in the Gulf right now. In the lead up to the war, we heard from a number of our Gulf friends that they didn't want us to use their territory
Affable.
to attack, or they prefer a diplomatic resolution to the differences between the U.S. and Iran. But then privately, you often hear a much more candid take. This is a threat. The Iranian regime is threatening us just as it's threatening you. We're not going to shed a tear if something were to happen to the supreme leader. And actually, Iran, by striking these Gulf countries in a fit of desperation, it's actually caused what was previously quiet to come out into the open. And so now we have to wonder, are we going to see the Saudis and the Emiratis and the Jordanians join with the United States and Israel and apply military pressure to Iran? Not as a favor to the United States, but because Iran is now blowing up apartment buildings in Bahrain and hotels in Dubai. That's a great way to cause your enemies to coalesce and join together.
All right, Ambassador, before I let you go, one podcaster referred to what the U.S. did as, quote, disgusting and evil. He also saw nothing wrong with a nuclear Iran. Educate this person. What would have been the challenges if Iran actually had nuclear capacity?
Well, they've been chanting death to America since 1979, and I have no doubt that they would take action if they had the ability. They have killed, look, thousands of American service members, thousands of civilians in terror attacks from the very beginning, and this isn't an accident. Terrorism is built into the very fabric of the Islamic Republic. It came to power taking American hostages at our embassy in Tehran for 444 days, and it just went downhill from there. Marines getting killed in Lebanon, service members killed in Saudi Arabia, harboring al-Qaeda after 9/11. The list goes on. The world is a safer place. America is a safer place with this regime on its way to the ash heap of history.
Ambassador Nathan Sales, thank you for your service to our country and for joining us on a Sunday night.
Thanks, Greg.
Yes, sir. Take care. Up next, the debate is an old one. When do presidents need congressional approval to take military action? Brian Mass knows war, and he also knows Congress, and he's next.
For pain in multiple spots like here, here, or here, Salon Pass patches stick firmly and remove comfortably once your pain is gone. Salon Pass. It's good medicine.
COPD isn't pretty. From the struggle to breathe to getting stopped in your tracks. But with Trelegy, I can finally move forward. With 3 medicines in one inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents once daily Trelegy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a respirator for some breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
My heart has experienced life-changing wins, losses, and countless miles. To keep living at my speed, I trust Cunol CoQ10. CoQ10 is the #1 cardiologist-recommended supplement for heart health. Cunol, the brand I trust.
This is Fresh Pet. Here, there are no fillers, no spray-on flavors, no compromises. Just vet-developed recipes packed with fresh meat and healthy veggies. Because real fresh food belongs in everybody's bowl.
When we started Allegiance, we were shocked to learn how many American flags are actually made overseas.
If there's one thing that deserves to be made here in America, it should start with the American flag. At Allegiance, we do it differently.
flags 100% made in America, by Americans, with American materials. Join our pledge to make the American flag.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
Wake up! We got pain to relieve by morning. Ice, hot, lavender! Icy hot, nighttime recovery. You're so back.
The U.S. and Israel strike Iran after the first American casualties. What's next for the region? Trace has must-see insight and analysis on a special Fox News at Night.
We're late! 30 seconds! 30 seconds! Check equipment! Check equipment! Follow me, Jim Master! Go! Go!
Expos at 3. They're weird.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts.
How's your heart? My heart's pretty good. You sure? How do you know? You're driving a car, you have the check engine light, but the heart doesn't have a hey, check heart sign.
Check your heart in just 30 seconds with Cardio Mobile and enjoy the convenience and reliability of a medical-grade EKG from anywhere. And you can get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at Cardio.com or Amazon, so you can start taking charge of your heart health.
I want to show you something. Put both fingers right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have medical-grade EKG reading. There it is. That is you. Look at that.
Cardio Mobile is proven to detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, which, when left untreated, can increase your risk of stroke by 5 times. Cardio Mobile has recorded over 300 million EKGs, and it's our most clinically validated personal EKG. Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at Cardio.com or Amazon.
Read the War Powers Resolution from 1973, and what that requires is that provide 48 hours of notification, and President Trump had done that. And now people, they either don't understand that, or now what they're saying things are just not true, that it wasn't illegal, or for that they did not violate War Powers Resolution from 1973.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. Congress has the power to declare a war, but what is war? The president is the commander-in-chief. Our framers believe that on purpose.
To our allies who are in the region. I see a president who is quite distracted.
I see a congressman quite distracted by Russian collusion, his own gubernatorial ambitions, and everything. Speaking of Congress, Democrat Rashida Tlaib referred to the United States, to you, to us, to her constituents as they. For someone who's very big on how people identify, she apparently does not identify as American. I honestly cannot remember the last time she actually said something positive about her own country. If she thinks of America as the enemy, she really ought to move. Although I gotta warn you, women do not fare well in many of the countries she loves to defend. Joining us is House Foreign Affairs Chair Brian Mast, who served and sacrificed in uniform. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. Not every military action requires a congressional vote. Where do you see the line between congressional and presidential authority?
We're
We're not requesting a declaration of war. That would be Congress. We're not providing an authorized use of military force. The president is not requesting that. That would also come from Congress, a congressional authority. The president is saying he's the commander-in-chief. There is an imminent threat against the United States of America posed by Iran, who continually attacks us because presidents for decades have allowed them to grow a terrorist program, a ballistic missile program, and now they're trying to grow a nuclear program. And so because of that imminent threat and them willing to attack us day after day, year after year, that imminent threat, he is no longer going to tolerate that threat, and he's going to eliminate that threat and literally to lay out the parameters of the operation taking place. The goal of this operation is to eliminate every single piece of military hardware that has a capability of reaching out and touching an American anywhere in the region, whether that's the Straits of Hormuz or Bahrain or Qatar, UAE, you take the different places. If it can reach out and touch an American, the goal of the operation is to end that capability.
All right, Chairman, Rashida Tlaib referred to the U.S. as they. I wonder how that sits with women and men in uniform who fought and bled and died for us, for a sitting United States congressman to refer to the United States as they. You did all of that. You served and sacrificed in uniform. I can never hear those words coming out of God's mouth now. What do you think?
You never will. As tragic as it is, we lost 3 of my brothers, my sisters in arms. That's one way that I would refer to my fellow Americans. My fellow Americans, I would refer to them as that. My neighbors, we the people, those are all ways that I would refer to my fellow Americans. I wouldn't refer to them as they, as though there's something that I'm not a part of. They are what I have stitched into the fabric of, and proud to be stitched into the fabric of the people of this country. It's beyond me that people can talk about our country. Representatives can talk about our country in this way. And you made a point in your opening monologue that there used to be politics stops at the water's edge. It's not even today that politics stops at the knife's edge, where you can even say we have forces that are engaged in hostilities defending this country. 3 brave American heroes have lost their lives fulfilling their duty to this country, and you can't let your politics stop there. It's beyond sad.
It is sad. That's exactly the right word. It is sad. And when people allow their political ambitions, like being governor of California, God, it makes me mad, so I better watch what I got to say. Let me move and ask you about this. I read reports that are indicating the U.S. is running low on munitions. Is that correct? And how is that possible, given defense is the top function of government? You're a subject matter expert. Is that correct?
When we say running low on munitions, or when that is speculated, there is a baseline of surplus that we like to have for any possible contingency that could take place. We're conducting operations in the Middle East. Say something took place with China and they decided to intervene, or Russia decided to intervene in some way. I don't think, even though the Gutierrez at the United Nations is chanting against America, I don't think he's going to decide to intervene. But in some circumstance like this, we like to keep a baseline of surplus, and as you get close to that surplus, people start to get squeamish, and that's something that is fair. It's why we need our defense producers to go out there and produce more and more and more. This is what the president is talking about. But to make one more point on this, and war powers together, this war powers resolution that is going through Congress in a couple days, where Democrats are trying to say the president has no authority at all to defend America against Iran. That's what Democrats will do this coming week. Keep this in mind. There are thousands of Americans throughout the Middle East. There are our allies throughout the Middle East. And what is knocking all of those Iranian ballistic missiles out of the sky and missiles out of the sky is American ordnance firing into the sky to save people in condo buildings and parks and anywhere that they're sheltering in place. If the Democrat bill passed, it would literally be telling the American forces, withdraw from hostilities, stop shooting those missiles out of the sky, pack up those carriers and head back to the United States, leave our allies to fend for themselves, leave those Americans in place to be shot at by Iran. That's what would literally take place if Democrats got what they wanted this week.
Brian Mast, I am never going to say goodbye to you without thanking you for your service to our country. You take care, and I'll see you soon.
Couldn't be more proud to have you as a friend.
Likewise. God bless you. Coming up, how will these attacks impact Americans at home and abroad? Let's find out.
I've got my wings.
I've got my wings.
I've got my wings too.
Get your wings. Become a Visiting Angels caregiver. Visiting Angels offers a rewarding career with flexible hours, providing in-home personal care and companion care for our seniors. Visiting Angels is hiring compassionate caregivers now.
Get your wings. Apply today.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
Need blood pressure support? Total Beets contain a patented key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 2 times better blood pressure support. That's why Total Beets is the #1 best-selling beets brand in America. Take control of your health with Total Beets. Search Amazon now for Total Beets.
You've got a glow about you, inside and out. Show it to the world with just 10 minutes of self-care. Meet Omnilux Contour, an LED light therapy mask clinically proven to reduce fine lines and wrinkles. Find out how you can improve your skin at OmniluxLED.com.
Look at this. Endless big butterfly shrimp for us, endless steak for them.
Oh, did you know that buffet is French for happy wallet?
I take German.
Well, amigo, you just got schooled in buffetonomics. Yodelay.
For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Senecot. It works differently than other laxatives because it's made from the senna plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable Senecot. Also available in great-tasting gummies and soft chews.
As a neurologist, my patients are often concerned with age-related memory decline. I recommend Cunol Brain Health with 2 powerful, high-absorption ingredients clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Make a move. I dare you.
With Ring, you can protect your home from anywhere.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Ro now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight with the formula that hits not 1, but 2 hormones for less hunger and faster results. Weight loss, faster. Confidence, higher. Price, cheaper. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
Starting my day with NAD has made me feel just clearer for the day. I'm a busy mom, businesswoman. It's become a part of my routine in the morning. It helps me stay sharp and steady through the whole day. I don't have these big highs and lows. I love that it doesn't complicate my routine.
Every Sunday night, he can't sleep. But not this Sunday.
When you really need to sleep, ZzzQuil has no equal. Get the deeply restorative sleep you need. ZzzQuil, not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
In the land of Israel, before the Gospels, before the cross, there was David. Journey back to the beginning of a divine legacy and bear witness to one of the greatest stories ever told.
King Saul, you have nothing to fear from me. Please tell me how to help you.
Under the eyes of a mad king, he was hunted. Under the weight of destiny, he stood tall. And under the hand of God, he became a legend.
What do they call him? David the Giant Slayer, the beloved, the defender of Israel.
Giant Slayer and God's chosen, he united a kingdom and changed the course of history.
This day, the Lord will conquer you, and I will kill you.
I'm Zachary Levi, and this is David, King of Israel. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Spring is the time to join Fox Nation. Sign up for just $2.99 a month. Start streaming today.
In the land of Israel, before the Gospels, before the cross, there was David.
This day, the Lord will conquer you, and I will kill you.
I'm Zachary Levi, and this is David, King of Israel. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. I count a half dozen friends who have required around-the-clock protection because Iran wanted to kill them. And that was before yesterday. Some folks get security details, and deservedly so. The rest of us do not. With an open border and the patience to plan attacks years in advance, are we in greater danger than usual from Iran? And what can we do to protect ourselves? In Texas, 2 people were killed and 14 injured by a suspect wearing a, quote, Prophet of Allah shirt.
Obviously, it's still way too early in the process to determine an exact motivation, but there were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism. In terms of specifically what type of terrorism, we're just at this point prepared to say that it was potentially an act of terrorism.
We're joined by former FBI Special Agent Nicole Parker. Welcome, Special Agent. It's good to see you. A big part of what the Bureau does is counterterrorism. How worried should we be?
Well, first of all, Trey, I'd just like to offer my condolences to the fallen service members. These are true American heroes, and we need to honor them and respect their ultimate sacrifice today. There's one thing about President Trump. When he says he's going to do something, he delivers. He doesn't mince his words. They had many, many chances to off-ramp from this possibility, Iran, but they chose this path, and now we're going to go full force. And I appreciate that because it does give the chance to have freedom for Iranians and people around the globe. You know, having worked for the FBI, it is the primary responsibility of the FBI to keep us safe on the home front. And it does. The threats are at an all-time high. Even Christopher Wray, before Director Patel came in, Christopher Wray testified before Congress and said, you know, the threats are flashing red. Let me just tell you, if they were flashing red before, they're definitely flashing red now. And I think that there's multiple things that we have to look at from our perspective. There are different types of threats that we could be facing. I think what you saw in Austin, again, the FBI is doing a full investigation. We don't know exactly what happened, but when you see Allah, when you see the Iranian flag, there's a Quran, there's definitely things that would indicate. But we keep hearing about lone wolves. Those aren't lone wolves. I refer to them as lone offenders or lone cowards. There is no individual that you would honor with the word wolf when they do something of that sort. They are absolute cowards and they are lone offenders. But those are right now the highest potential of risk for Americans in the United States on U.S. soil. They are very difficult to track for the FBI because they don't necessarily operate in large groups or sleeper cells. They do operate on a one-off basis, and a lot of times they see this as an opportunity and for derivative legitimacy. They want to gain their popularity because of a tragedy. And so we're going to have to look very closely. But my piece of advice for all Americans, keep your head on a swivel at all times. Whether you are out in public, if you are at an entertainment venue, wherever you might be, it is the responsibility of everyone that if you see something, say something. And we all know the tip line at this point, 800-CALL-FBI. And rest assured that Kash Patel has all of the counterterrorism divisions and counterintelligence divisions on high alert, and our joint terrorism task forces, also known as JTTFs, are working around the clock to ensure that we are safe on American soil. There's, again, one thing I know about President Trump. He will not let people mess with Americans. You do that, and he will unleash again the full fury of the military, and we will be safe. I don't believe that an attack would be something like the 9/11 terrorist attacks. I witnessed that myself when I was in New York City with planes flying into buildings. That is not what I would anticipate happening. I believe the types of attacks would be one-off or also a virtual or technological attack against critical infrastructure. That's something also that could be very detrimental to the United States security, and we have to look at that very closely.
All right, Special Agent, it's one thing to wait for a crime to take place and then bring in a prosecutor and try to seek justice. It's entirely separate when your job is to prevent that crime from taking place, which is why the U.S. has certain surveillance programs. I'd be shocked if Director Ratcliffe did not rely on some of those surveillance programs in his successful efforts in Iran. I'd be surprised if Director Patel does not rely on those surveillance programs. Give our viewers a sense of just how hard it is to prevent something from happening. Not prosecute it afterwards, stop it before it happens.
Right, I do agree with you. Trey, I absolutely do agree with you. I think that the intelligence community has been working very closely together in anticipation of this occurring, and I do think that it is very difficult to track, but we also have certain sensitive investigative techniques that I'm not going to go into that allow us to track these sorts of things, listen to chatter, see what's going on. But again, right now it's the responsibility of the American people as well. Law enforcement will do their part, but it's your duty to do your part as well. I think, again, talking about the border, we have spent billions, probably trillions of dollars since 9/11 in making our homeland safe, only to have Biden open the door and allow anyone to come onto our soil. That is not the fault of this administration, yet they're going to be left cleaning up the mess and picking up the pieces. But let's continue to be vigilant. Let's be aware. Let's be smart. Let's be wise. Do not live in fear, but keep your head on a swivel at all times and be alert.
Amen. And as we close, thank you, Special Agent. As we close tonight, we're going to close in honor of those American service members who have already lost their lives. Hope you have a great week ahead. The one and only Brian Kilmeade with One Nation is going to take it from here.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to One Nation. We begin tonight with a Fox News alert. The attacks on Iran are underway. In fact, we're entering day 3 of Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest and most complex military offensives we have ever seen. You got hundreds of targets in Iran, more being hit as we speak, including revolutionary guard facilities. In fact, they're hitting them right now. Iranian air defenses have been blitzed, their naval buildings and 9 of naval ships have been taken out. There's many more to come. At least 49 senior Iranian commanders and officials have been killed, including Iran's ruthless Supreme Allied Commander, Supreme Allied Leader, and that is Ayatollah Khomeini. Now, in retaliation, Hezbollah is now involved and has claimed responsibility for projectiles launched into Lebanon, launched from Lebanon into Israel. Israel's military says it has begun striking back. Iranians around the globe, well, they're cheering the death of the Ayatollah. They know what he's about. As rioters here at home, in some cases, believe it or not, protest Donald Trump. They think he's the problem. Do they know what kind of regime Iran is? Now, during the operation, 3 U.S. service members have been killed. 5 are seriously wounded. We're going to follow that story. And President Trump vows to avenge their death.
Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As One Nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself.
And that's the president's second address. Now, before we get to our esteemed guests, we got great ones. It's important for me to explain why these military actions were necessary, because so many people are saying, why are we doing this? So let's run through it. Iran has been a problem for the better part of 50 years. And it's not that kind of problem that you could wish away. Don't worry about Iran. You always have to worry about Iran. Let's flash back to 1979, the hostage crisis.
To face a grave situation in Iran, where our embassy has been seized and more than 60 American citizens continue to be held as hostages in an attempt to force unacceptable demands on our country.
They shot that on film. Iranian students seized the U.S. base, embassy over in Tehran. 52 Americans kept for 444 days. Nobody ever paid the price for that. This country, then under the new leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, made it clear we were the #1 enemy. And in 1983, they proved it. They bombed the Beirut barracks over in Beirut. Iranian-linked militants via Hezbollah bombed U.S. Marines. They killed 241 service members. Do you remember that? The military does, leading the U.S. to label Iran a state sponsor of terrorism at the time, and they still had that label today. Following that, you got the Iran-Contra scandal. Remember, they thought maybe we were the problem. It was an attempt by the Reagan administration to reach out to so-called moderates instead of just fighting the extremists. But instead, it nearly destroyed Reagan's second term and the chances of George H.W. Bush becoming president.
I take full responsibility for my own actions and for those of my administration. As angry as I may be about activities undertaken without my knowledge, I am still accountable for those activities. As disappointed as I may be in some who served me, I am still the one who must answer to the American people for this behavior. A few months ago, I told the American people I did not trade arms for hostages. My heart and my best intentions still tell me that's true, but the facts and the evidence tell me it is not.
And what do you conclude from that? There are no moderates in Iran, and they aren't any today. In the 90s, we had proxy wars and tensions over sanctions and nuclear disputes. They started to hit a boil. Cue the 1996 Khobar Towers bombing. That killed 19 Americans over in Saudi Arabia. Now fast forward to 2002, President George W. Bush escalating the conflict, identifying the nation, Iran, as part of the axis of evil.
Our second goal is to prevent regimes that sponsor terror from threatening America or our friends and allies with weapons of mass destruction. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror, while an unelected few repress the Iranian people's hope for freedom. States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil.
Yep, remember that? He was 100% right, even though he got criticized for it. And during our war in Iraq, Iran-backed militants were responsible for killing, you see this, 603 U.S. troops and wounding so many more with their EFPs, which are like IEDs on steroids. Look, we've tried talking to Iran in the past. We tried being diplomatic last week. It's proven fruitless every time. It's only met with turbulence, it's met with lies, it's met with defiance. Donald Trump knows that, and he knew it all along. Along with the Israelis, though, they took action. The only thing that country of Iran seems to understand is direct military contact. Brute force met with precision and strength, and that's what happened these last 48 hours. We saw that this weekend. So let's expand on this conversation. Joining us now to talk more about this is two senior fellows at the AEI, American Enterprise Institute. You got Mark Thiessen and Michael Rubin. Welcome to you guys. Mark, are you surprised we have to still define to people why Iran's the problem and why this conflict was needed to happen?
Well, you've done a great job of laying out the history, and keep in mind, a lot of people are saying, didn't Donald Trump run on a promise to end the forever wars? That's exactly what he's doing. We've been at war with Iran for 47 years. You cited some of the examples. They took the hostages in Tehran as their first act as a regime. They killed 241 Americans in the Beirut barracks, the Khobar Towers. A couple of things didn't make your litany. They tried to blow up the Saudi ambassador by blowing up Cafe Milano in downtown D.C. They were going to carry out a terrorist assassination in our nation's capital, and they had a plot to kill President Trump in 2024. So, it looks like President Trump got the Ayatollah before the Ayatollah got him. So what he's doing here is he's ending this forever war by decisively defeating the enemy. And if he is successful, if he is able to eliminate this regime and put in place a government, help rise a government, may not be a perfect democracy, but a regime that doesn't wake up every day and say death to America. And death to Israel. If he can do that, then eventually we can do what every president has said before. Let's pivot away from the Middle East. Let's focus on Asia. Let's focus on our hemisphere. That's what he's making possible by what he's doing, and we should all be rooting for his success.
Michael, I got a high-level briefing from the Trump administration officials, and one of the things they said is they had proof they were reconfiguring and rebuilding at least two separate nuclear sites, and they told our negotiators they're not even putting ballistic missiles on the table. Does that add to people, any critics who are clear-thinking critics who are being honestly deliberating this, whether we should have done this or not?
We absolutely should have done this. You got to understand both the ideology of the regime and also where the Supreme Leader is coming from. The Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, didn't care less about the Iranian people, but he cared about his own support base. Now, he is the man most personally responsible for Iran's nuclear program for the last 40 years, first as president, then as Supreme Leader. It's cost Iran more than $1 trillion in sanctions and lost development opportunities. The notion that he could simply shut this off and tell his base your sacrifice was for nothing is absolutely preposterous, which is why he is lying to the Americans rather and continuing to pursue the nuclear weapons.
Mark, I know you were able to talk to the president. I talked to him about 90 minutes ago, and he says this is a 4-week campaign, but we are ahead of schedule. What does that tell you?
Well, I mean, it would probably, in their original plan, it would have taken them weeks and weeks to find all 48 of the people they killed. And instead, these guys decided to have breakfast together.
Thanks to the CIA.
It was a really dumb decision. Exactly. So, we've knocked out not only the leadership of Iran, but the potential future leadership of Iran and the future leadership behind them in a single blow. But there's a lot more bad guys out there. I think it's very important. This is the American people will back success, and he needs to finish the job. He should not take his boot off the neck of this regime. He should finish the execution of this operation, and the only negotiation should be for the terms of surrender on the deck of the USS Missouri, because this has to end in total capitulation by the Iranian regime, which I think it can.
Michael, what does finishing the job look like to you?
Finishing the job looks like filling the vacuum, having someone who's not a former regime official, but a group inside Iran that represents the Iranian people. And you have a group, the Iran Freedom Congress, which met recently in London. Reza Pahlavi has also offered his services, but you also have to keep them alive when they go back. But President Trump shouldn't have any doubt about what he's doing, that it's correct. Because when you see the Iranians coming out into the streets in order to celebrate, and when you have school children chanting his name, that's an indication that he has not only Americans on his side, he has the Iranians as well, and they could be our new best friends in the region.
You know who lost a best friend? China and Russia, Mark. China's a huge loser.
Yeah.
Think about Venezuela getting virtually free oil, and they bought 80% of the sanctioned oil from Iran. And they have their S-3, they have all the investment into there, and the S-300 Russians. The Russians in Iran and the Russians and Chinese are big losers right now.
Yeah, so think about this. Look at your Russia. You've lost your ally in Caracas. You're losing your ally in Tehran. You've lost your ally in Syria. You're probably going to lose your ally in Cuba, too. This has been a pretty bad few months for Vladimir Putin. And China is, in a no-holds-barred partnership with Putin, so they're hit as well. So this is going to have reverberations across the world. This is not something that's happening in the Middle East. Just quite frankly, how the Venezuela operation has had reverberations across the world. When you lead with strength and project strength in the world, good things happen. When you project weakness like Joe Biden did, terrible things happen, and Donald Trump is projecting strength.
Vladimir Putin came on the record and came out to comment on our offensive operations there. He said this has been a cynical violation of all norms and human morality and international laws. Isn't that interesting? The guy who wakes up every morning and breaks an international law and is doing one now for 4 years is condemning us from taking out an enemy of 47 years. Michael?
You know, the Russians have absolutely no one to blame but themselves, nor do the Chinese. The Russians were sending anti-aircraft missiles into Iran. The Chinese were talking about sending carrier-killer missiles. If there was a hope for diplomacy, it ended as both Moscow and Beijing tried to close that window of diplomacy. The fact of the matter is, the axis of evil is ending, the new axis of evil is ending, and these revisionist terror-sponsoring regimes, they're on their way out. Now, Putin mourned officially Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader's death. Turkey did as well, and that's one problem we have on the horizon which we need to grapple with.
Right. Oh, yeah, that member of NATO, Turkey, we can't forget. Thanks so much, guys. Mark and Mike, thank you very much. AEI is lucky to have you. Meanwhile, impressive and remarkable, 2 words being used by military leaders to describe Operation Epic Fury, from B-2 stealth bombers to drones to missile systems and rocket systems, the precision striking, crippling Iran's military in a way they didn't think was possible. The campaign could last for days, even weeks. The president said 4 weeks, mostly. So what does this complex mean for the entire region? Let's ask Lieutenant General Pete Kellogg, also a U.S. Special Envoy to Ukraine. General, great to see you. What about this operation should Americans understand 48 hours in?
Yeah, Brian, good to be on your show. Look, the one thing that stands out is how good our stuff is. When you look at the Tomahawks, you look at the F-22s, which is an air superiority fighter, the F-35, which is like a quarterback system in the air. When you look at the Lucas system right now, which you've got the first time we've really used drones, which the Lucas systems, which is a low unmanned combat air system out there, carries a warhead of basically two Hellfires on it. Our stuff is really, really good. And you look at the Russian system or the Chinese system, we've just overmatched them. And I think most people, maybe a month ago or 2 months ago, would have thought, well, they're kind of equal system. They're not. When you add the American fighting men and fighting women we have on board those systems out there, it's really incomparable. And the leadership of Dan Kane, our great Secretary of War, and of course the President, who's taken the courage to do what he's doing, it's just been unmatched.
Yeah, and by the way, people like to criticize the Secretary of War. How many more great operations does he have to pull off before you understand that the Pentagon has never been crisper, cleaner, and more effective? But if we can, I'd like to go take on a map, if we could. Take a shot at this big screen here. I was struck by what Iran struck. Look at where they've gone with regional strikes. Let's go to map number 4. They've actually hit neighbor Sunni Arab nations, the Gulf states, that were staying on the sideline, although urging us to act. I don't know if you have a monitor there, General, but just know they've hit these Gulf states, but they didn't hit our military bases. They're actually hitting hotels. In Kuwait, they hit an airport. They also hit our French assets and German assets over in Iraq. So now we got 3 European nations who are sitting on the sidelines, and we got the Gulf states who are quiet. They're looking to even get involved militarily. How do you explain these hits and this aim?
Yeah. Well, I explain it this way. By taking out their leadership, their command and control, you basically eliminated people who are making good decisions. And so now they're second, third, fourth level people down there making decisions, and they're bad decisions. I mean, you can make another movie out of this called Dumb and Dumber. Where this is going is they're attacking targets that are bad targets. He's alienated the West. The Brits wanted to stay out of this thing. Starmer basically said, I'm not going to get involved. And then they went for Cyprus. Now he's involved too. So I think what's happening is you attack their command and control and their leadership. The decisions are going to get worse and worse and worse. I think the president really has it right. Extend this operation so there's nobody left. Give them a nice beach house in Namibia. Tell them to get out of the place. When you look at people like Larijani, people like that, you want to eliminate them, reduce them, and then turn over the Iranian people. There's people out there that'll take charge.
And General, the man you just mentioned, Larijani, he's the one that went around to the Gulf states and said, you better not let the U.S. use your bases. You're the one who oversaw the annihilation and the murder of up to 32,000 protesters in the street last week. And that's the guy in charge. If there's anyone on the kill list, he should be on the top. Now I want to take number 6, if we can. The proxy groups. Hezbollah decided to get involved, and that's a huge mistake. The gloves are off for Israel right now. The world is not going to condemn any action against Hezbollah, and I hear they were on a respirator anyway. How concerned are you about the Houthis getting involved? They had rhetoric talking about getting involved over in Yemen, and they've been shutting down waterways on and off for the last 3 years. Does that concern you?
No, it doesn't concern me at all. In fact, more the merrier. Come on and bring your stuff. We'll just eliminate you too. I think by getting involved in the fight, they've just accelerated their demise. With Hezbollah, you notice Hamas has not been involved, and the Houthis as well. So it's a matter of time when we eliminate them as well, and President Trump will. So they've taken this action on their own, and I think it's a big mistake, but they're going to have to live with it.
It's estimated that Iran still has 2,500 medium-range missiles that China helped them rebuild. They've only shot off between 250 and 300. So no one's taken a bow, and I know you would never do that anyway. But I got to ask you about how Ukraine has become war university for the world, and the Lucas drones and the suicide drones. Had a chance to go see our men and women in the Army base in Germany, and I could see the technology and how the Ukrainians are learning so much about drones. You were in charge of that operation in many respects, overseeing it. Can you tell everyone at home what we've learned watching the Ukrainians innovate?
Well, it's just like the Spanish Civil War, where it's like a testing ground. And it's been a testing ground of the most advanced systems. You know, when I was in Ukraine recently, I went up to one of the combat training centers, and they're using drones not just for attack drones, like kamikaze drones, but they're using them for evacuation of personnel that are hurt, or resupply of people that are going to be hurt. So the autonomous systems that you have out there, it's really developing in a new stage of warfare, sort of like the machine gun, the airplane, That was all developed. Now we're into drone warfare, and we started that with the Lucas system. So it's sort of a testing ground. We're going to take advantage of that, which we have, and just build out for the future. I think it's a good move.
Yep, and General Kellogg, I hope the president gives Tomahawks to the Ukrainians so they can blow up the Russians' drone plant, and that would really level the playing field. But that's another time for another war that has not stopped for 4 years, but the Ukrainians have fought so valiantly to send a big message and pin the Russians down after the invasion they thought would take 4 days. Lieutenant General Kellogg, thanks so much.
Thanks, Brian.
Democrats slam President Trump for not seeking congressional approval. Senator Dave McCormick is for this operation. He will join us next. Don't move. You're watching Fox News. One Nation.
Don't let congestion take over. Afrin No Trims. Wow, ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. The wow is real. And now try new drug-free Afrin Saline.
The little pill with a big story.
Jardiance plays a role in my story, too. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well with Jardiance, one daily pill that helps lower my A1C. It works 24/7 in the body to flush out some sugar.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death, too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine and infection between and around the anus and genitals. Both may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in men and women, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness, or swelling between the anus and genitals. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is a little pill with a true story to tell. And if you ask me, it's pretty swag.
I started playing golf when I was 10 years old, so I've been in the sun my whole life.
So when Brian was diagnosed with skin cancer, we thought Mohs was our only option.
If you, like millions of others, are affected by skin cancer, it's important to know that surgery isn't the only option. Gentle Cure uses low-energy X-rays to kill cancer cells with a 99% cure rate and no downtime.
Thanks to Gentle Cure, my cancer is gone, and I didn't miss any time on the course.
To learn more, call today or go to gentlecure.com.
Oh, it's mesmerizing.
I can't look away.
Cleaning that greasy mess?
And not even scrubbing.
Well, fluff my feathers.
Dawn Platinum is bringing it.
You know it. It cuts through the grease better than their old dish soap.
Keep quacking.
Platinum breaks down the slimy stuff it would leave behind, removing 99% of grease and food residue. That's why only Dawn is trusted to save wildlife.
Yeah.
I'd fly south for a clean like that.
Dawn Platinum, the better grease getter.
Retinal vision only on Ring. AI tuning for sharper goodbyes, clearer hellos, and safer tomorrows. Protect your home like I do with Retinal Vision on new 4K cameras and doorbells from Ring. Shop now at ring.com.
Muscle cramps were keeping me up at night, so then I tried Slowman. A supplement that helps relax tense muscles so I can rest comfortably. And Slowmag tablets have a slow-release formula that's gentle on my stomach. That's why I use Slowmag.
Consumer Cellular knows there are a lot of offers flying around, but they slip away too fast. We don't play games. What you see is what you get. Bet you're glad you wore cargo pants. See how we can cut your bill. Call Consumer Cellular.
The U.S. and Israel strike Iran after the first American casualties. What's next for the region? Trace has must-see insight and analysis on a special Fox News at Night.
This is keratin debris, where nail fungus grows. Nonex nail gel cleans out fungus by removing keratin debris. Using Nonex, 90% of nails improve. Get clinically proven results. Nonex is made in the USA and so effective, it's money-back guaranteed. Lift out the fungus with Nonex. For clear, healthy-looking nails, use Nonex Fungal Nail Clarifying Gel. Buy Nonex at Amazon, CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart.
I set out to help brands cut through the noise with an AI-powered slogan. We've raised over $60 million from over 14,000 investors and delivered real ROI to Fortune 1000 clients. Everyday investors like yourself can have a seat at the table.
Join before March 12th.
Force Factor bestsellers like Total Beats, Amazing Ashwa, Ultra Berberine, and Hair Growth Accelerator are available on Walmart.com. Order your Force Factor favorites for fast home delivery or easy pickup in store. Search Force Factor on Walmart.com today.
All eyes are turned as he steps onto the world stage. He brings so much fire to his performances.
This does feel like his chance at a performance of a lifetime.
That entrance was so smooth. A clean start right to the center.
And the first flip executed beautifully. He stakes the landing. Yep, that's a gold.
So we're about to enter day 3 of Operation Epic Fury. Conflict already claiming the lives of 3 U.S. service members, wounding 5 others. President Trump warning the sad reality there could be more. Tehran now vowing to avenge the death of their supreme leader. So let's get right to Nate Foy, live in Cyprus for the very latest. Nate.
Hey, Brian. Explosions continue tonight, not only in Tehran, but also in northern Israel and southern Lebanon as Iran's terrorist network becomes more emboldened on day 2 of this conflict. We had seen some problems in Erbil, where the U.S. military base is there, with an Iraqi militia. But tonight, Hezbollah is the issue, firing rockets at Israel. Israel now responding at Hezbollah positions. But you mentioned President Trump giving an update earlier today on the war effort that so far has been phenomenally successful from a military perspective. But he did share, as you mentioned, the news of the 3 deaths of the U.S. service members and 5 more seriously injured. But I do want to show you this new video from U.S. CENTCOM showing some of the success that we've seen on the battlefield. Take a look at this. They posted this on X tonight. The U.S. Hitting Iranian fighter jets and drone launching sites. But this is only part of a much larger pressure campaign. The U.S. has also sunk 9 Iranian ships and destroyed Iran's naval headquarters. President Trump said obliterating Iran's navy is a key priority of this operation. But so is decimating Iran's ballistic missile capability. The U.S. used B-2 bombers to drop dozens of 2,000-pound bombs on Iran's underground facilities. They flew to Iran and back from the Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. Meanwhile, we've seen explosions in Tehran throughout the day. Again, that continues tonight. Israel continues targeting Iranian leadership. While we also have new video of Iran targeting U.S. bases. This one is at the Navy base in Bahrain. Iran is targeting military and civilian sites across the region, including in Israel. Today, at least 9 people were killed outside of Jerusalem in an Iranian ballistic missile strike. It hit a synagogue with a bomb shelter underneath. This is the deadliest day of the war so far in Israel. Meanwhile, here in Cyprus, we actually saw some action tonight, Brian. A British airbase was hit by an Iranian drone. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. The UK defense minister said that actually they moved some additional capabilities to the base before the attack tonight, and it comes after the UK allowed the US to start using their air bases to launch operations to attack Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Nate Foy, thanks so much.
You got it.
This president has become enamored with war, and he's using something like a hope as a strategy.
Right now, what we are clearly witnessing is lawlessness yet again from this administration. Only Congress has the power to declare war.
So the fact that he has chosen now, why now as opposed to a few weeks from now, to have given the negotiations a bit more time to see if they play out?
No surprise here, Democrats quick to criticize President Trump, but they should be ashamed of themselves because a lot of them have high-level clearances and they know the danger of Iran. He didn't get congressional approval. That's the problem? Really? Have they looked at the other presidents, like 41 of 47 in our history? Something that President Obama had no problem doing? They launched 2,800 strikes during those 8 years on Iraq and Syria without congressional approval. That ended in 2015. Now, House and Senate lawmakers are preparing a war powers resolution for votes this week. It'll be inconsequential. And joining us right now, it's our privilege to bring in veteran and Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania, and the senator also is on the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, are you surprised that experienced senators like Democrats during times of conflict would be so political?
Well, I'm not surprised, but I am disappointed, Brian. I mean, what the president is acting completely within his constitutional authority, just like when President Clinton bombed Kosovo, he was acting within his authority, and when President Obama bombed Libya, he was acting within his authority. But I want to take a minute, just as someone who, about 35 years ago to this day, served in the first Gulf War, and reflect on the lost lives of those 3 soldiers. What a tragedy. We pray for their families, and we pray and are thankful for the great soldiers, men and women who are putting their lives on the line for us right now. The second thing I want to say is it's been a remarkable, it's early days, but it's been a remarkable display of military capability and competence. The coordination with Israel, remarkable. The intel, which allowed us to take out multiple layers of leadership, remarkable. And so while there's a lot more work to do, and I'm sure we'll talk about that, America should take pride in having truly the greatest military force in the history of the world.
And Senator, there's some pictures of you when you were serving in the Persian Gulf in Iraq. But there's something about that war I think we could learn something from. You know, George H.W. Bush at the time had an incredible surge of troops. We watched the mass surrender and the burning of the wells and the capping of those wells. But Saddam Hussein was left in power. In retrospect, people thought we left him too much power. He rose up and took out the Shia after we told them to rise up. Are you concerned about us ending this conflict too soon?
Well, I think 2 things. One, I think the president laid out very clearly the military objectives. We got to destroy the missile capability. It's enormous, and they have the ability to produce far more missiles than we in Israel and others have the ability to produce interceptors. So we got to take out their missile capability, their missile launcher capability. We've got to take out their manufacturing capability that's provided Russia with 57,000 drones, among other things, and we've got to take out their Navy. So those military objectives, I think, really take down the risk that Iran, as the state sponsor of terror, now poses to the Middle East and to Americans and our allies around the world. The second thing that I think is clear is the president gave the Iranian regime multiple off-ramps, and I think he really wanted to avoid this. Unfortunately, the Iranians were unreasonable at every turn. And if there's a good faith effort to negotiate, I'm sure that he'll be willing to seriously consider that at some point. But I hope that won't happen. I don't think it will until the military objectives have been achieved. And what the president said, I think, is quite appropriate. Listen, we're going to give the Iranian people every opportunity to step up and shape their destiny. This is their opportunity to really shape the future of their country. That may be within some version of the current regime with dramatically new leadership. That may be in a complete change of regime. I think that a lot of that's going to have to do with how the Iranian people rise to the occasion.
Senator, a couple of things. It looks like Britain, France, and Germany said, on second thought, I think I'll help you. It turns out all 3 of them, they've been hit in the region by that was the strategy of Tehran to strike back. So they're in, and now we have the Gulf states willing to get in militarily. Your reaction to those 2 changes?
Yeah. Well, first, I think by taking out the leadership, as we did in that first 24 hours, I think you now have lots of different military operations across the Iranian military operating semi-independently. And so I think strategically, those attacks on our allies in the Gulf were very, very bad mistakes, and that ultimately has brought them into the war, I think, in a much more forceful way than they might have otherwise been. And I think that further isolates Iran. I was disappointed by the tepid response of our friends in Europe. They've been pounding the table for decades.
Yes.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We all have agreed for decades that Iran has blood on its hands. It's killed more Americans, more Westerners than any other country in the world. It has been the state sponsor of terror for Hezbollah, Hamas, for others around the world. And now at this moment, for choosing, the Europeans sort of sat on the sidelines, which I think was a real disappointment. They're coming in now as they have had some attacks on their facilities, but I think it's a poor showing.
Senator, the president's tackling every single hot spot in the world. The next president is probably not going to have anything to do when it comes to foreign relations. Senator, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, former Israeli ambassador Michael Oren on why now was the right time to strike. Don't move. More of One Nation in just a moment.
This is the true story of Alex. Recently promoted, he was earning more, but investing for the future, I definitely needed a plan. With his advisor, Dennis, Alex invested his savings into 3 accounts. One for now, one for later, and of course, his retirement. A plan in motion put the future in focus. The wedding, the barn-dominium, kids. Maybe kids. The point here, Alex has more than big goals for his future. He's got a plan to get there.
When you're out in the wild, you either have bear skin or you have no skin.
You see, unlike regular old hoodies, the bearskin hoodie is actually built for the outdoors, and it can stand up to the toughest conditions.
With other flashy mountain gear, you might just become a human popsicle. So make sure you're prepared to face Mother Nature with the bearskin hoodie.
You can get 60% off the bearskin hoodie today when you go to stopawfulhoodies.com.
Stopawfulhoodies.com.
Dear Dr. K,
Typical liberal supports Iran over America.
I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia.
Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches, only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
When it comes to my daily heart health supplement, I've got 3 rules. It's got to be plant-based, it's got to be doctor recommended, and it's got to be Super Beets from Human.
Super Beets is the #1 cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support with clinically studied grapeseed extract for nearly 2 times more effective blood pressure support than diet and exercise alone.
Super Beets works. I swear by it, and I know you're going to love it too.
Try Super Beets today at human.com.
Dry eye still gritty, scratchy, and tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel MyBo. MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that targets too much tear evaporation by forming a protective layer. Don't use if allergic to MyBo. Remove contacts before using. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor about MyBo.
Don't let congestion take over. Afrinodrin. Wow, ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. The wow is real. And now try new drug-free Afrin Saline.
When you're juggling a lot, the way your day starts and ends, I believe really matters. And a restorative sleep environment is kind of like a backstage pass to your best performance. A good night's sleep isn't just indulgent, it's essential, and especially as a mom. It preps you, it grounds you, it gives you clarity, and now I think of my bedroom as a recovery zone and not just a place to crash.
Sattva, unlock the superpower of restorative sleep.
For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Senecot. It works differently than other laxatives because it's made from the senna plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable, Senecot. Also available in great-tasting gummies and soft chews. And now here's Chris Cunahan with the Leaf Filter Gutter Report and what changing weather conditions can mean for your home.
Chris?
Our patented leaf filter technology keeps your gutters clog-free year-round. No matter where you live, no matter the climate. Locally trained professionals will clean, repair, and install the Leaf Filter Gutter Protection System. Leaf Filter guarantees clog-free gutters for the life of your home. Schedule your free inspection today. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
As a neurologist, my patients are often concerned with age-related memory decline. I recommend Cunol Brain Health with 2 powerful, high-absorption ingredients clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Gold Bond believes in the power of touch, a loving touch. A touch that says, I'm never letting go. That's why Gold Bond is formulated to make your skin irresistibly touchable. Get in touch. Gold Bond.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
They showed nothing to the American people as to any threat posed to the United States or any imminent threat posed to our allies who are in the region.
This is a murderous regime, but at the same time, it posed no imminent threat of attack to the United States. There was simply no basis to go in with this massive military campaign with the goal of regime change.
Just blind politics. No imminent threat. Some Democrats downright delusional about Iran or flat out lying. A regime that some would argue has more American blood on its hands than any other in the world. That's something these protesters needed to be reminded of, descending on American cities to condemn President Trump for finally taking action. But this needed to happen. Here to explain why is former Israeli ambassador, a veteran himself, to the U.S., Michael Oren. Ambassador, why did this need to happen? Maybe those politicians, let's pretend they actually meant what they said. Why did this need to happen now?
Well, good. Great to be with you, Brian. Thank you. Without getting involved in internal American politics, I listened to remarks such as those that we just heard, and myself, Israelis, we're going to scratch our heads. It's like Churchill in the 1930s saying, we have to stand up to Nazi Germany, and people in Britain saying, well, it doesn't pose an imminent threat to the Great Britain. And Churchill would say, yeah, what are you going to do, wait until it does pose an imminent threat? Here you're dealing with a regime which has killed tens of thousands of people since it came to power in 1979, among them hundreds and hundreds of Americans, not only just taking over the U.S. Embassy in 1979, but torturing and hanging American hostages in the 1980s in Lebanon, behind terrorist attacks, perhaps the USS Cole attack in 2000, hosting al-Qaeda after 9/11, and trying to assassinate the President of the United States. In what universe is attacking the President of the United States, trying to kill him and other senior officials, not an act of war? We just don't get it. And here's the organizing principle of this regime is destroying the United States of America. They're not hiding it. And if they're trying to acquire the means for doing that, whether nuclear or ballistic or otherwise, why would any country on earth, and certainly not the United States of America, wait for that threat to become imminent?
So tell me what you're experiencing right now. You're in Tel Aviv, and I hear the Hezbollah decided to send some rockets into the northern part of Israel. How would you compare what you guys went through in the 12-day war with what you've experienced already in retaliation 2 days into this war?
Well, we're experiencing sort of the 12-day war on high speed. The Israeli military has carried out actually more sorties now and delivered more ordnance to Iran than it did in all 12 days. Quite an extraordinary feat in close cooperation with the U.S. military, including U.S. military assets like the F-22, which are based in the state of Israel. That's never, ever happened before in history. So this is an extraordinary military accomplishment among all else. But we are certainly, we're taking a hit. I'm in southern Tel Aviv. The missiles that killed 10 Israelis since the beginning of the war did not hit here, but they hit very close to here. It shook the building that I'm in to its core. And yesterday, about 30 times we had to run into our shelter. These missiles are not, they're not small rockets. They pack over 2,000 pounds of TNT. And they take down not a building, they take down a neighborhood. And even being in a shelter, the 9 people killed yesterday were in a shelter and were killed by this rocket. So these are very heavy missiles. And so, the people of Israel understand this. We have no anti-war sentiment in this country. We understand that we have to eliminate the threat of these missiles, which is in many ways worse than a nuclear threat, because 3,000 of these missiles in the hands of Iran is an existential threat to this country. We understand it. Hezbollah opened fire tonight, Brian. I think the Iranians are outsourcing the battle against Israel to Hezbollah. This is the branch, basically, of Iran in Lebanon, and Israel is firing back as I'm talking to you now. My gut feeling tells me that Iran will focus more on American targets now than Israeli targets. They know by firing at us, they get very small payback. Our anti-missile technology is taking down the vast majority of these rockets. It's not foolproof. Some get through. But they're going to try to create more American hostages, American casualties in order to put more pressure on the president.
So we could expect that. And you said they got about 1,500 long-range missiles. I have the number of 2,500 medium-range missiles. The question is, can you guys get to them before they use them? You knocked out about 200 launchers already. How great is the intelligence on my exit question to find out where these missiles are located before they use them?
That's always the big issue, because you can have 2,000 of these very high impact missiles, but if you don't have the launchers, they're useless. But it's very difficult to locate the launchers. I remember back even the Gulf War in 1991, the United States never located one Scud launcher. Now, of course, technology has advanced immensely since 1991, but it's still difficult. These launchers are mobile. They are underground in many places. They can get out of their camouflage, shoot the rocket, and then go back into their tunnels. In fact, the United States has now moved B-2 bombers into the region with those heavy penetrating bombs, is to get at the tunnels where they're holding these launchers. And that's a very important development in the war itself.
There's no better partner America could have in any conflict to have a better friend than Israel. And it's amazing to see us doing this together. Makes me optimistic we're actually going to follow through and finish them off. Ambassador, thanks so much.
Thank you. We're tough as nails and we're willing to fight. Thank you, Brian.
You got it. Hey, what does the future of Iran look like? We're going to ask Major John Spencer from the War College near you. Don't move.
Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator promotes thicker, fuller, healthier hair in just 3 weeks. Hair Growth Accelerator contains a clinically studied key ingredient that quickly accelerates hair growth and reduces fine lines and wrinkles. Search Amazon now for Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator.
We age because our cells do. Fatty 15 reverses aging at the cellular level.
And I find this is the one supplement that has helped me get the results I want.
Fatty 15 has over 36 cellular benefits to support your health. Use code TV for 15% off at fatty15.com.
Masking your body odor with this scent is like fixing a rattling engine by turning up the music. It's just masking your problem. Don't mask it. Mando it.
Machine learning is advancing, but businesses wonder if some machines can keep up.
Let's welcome our new coworker, Jeff.
Copier has a great idea.
Wonder if it's the same idea as yesterday.
It's a performance issue, really. I know people push your buttons, but you still have to deliver.
Anything can change the world of work. ADP Assist is AI, informed by workplace data, and designed for the next anything.
Get the life back. Okay, we're good. He's breathing. Okay.
When I saw that Ethan was not breathing, I determined that I needed to use something to remove the obstruction from his airway.
It's very important for every household to have a life vest.
Everyone should have one in their home. Anything can happen at any moment.
I want my friends and family and people that I serve to know that we have this device to potentially save lives.
Protect your family. Go to lifevac.net.
Go to lifevac.net or call 877-543-3822.
Meet Grace. She has Demodex blepharitis. She wakes up with itchy, crusty eyelids every morning. Now meet the Demodex mites. They wake up thriving, but Grace is over this endless routine. Oh, Grace, ask your doctor about Xdemvy, a prescription that targets and kills the mites. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. Break the cycle. Kill the mites.
Men, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? Try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafend, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
The first time I experienced vertigo, the room was spinning, like I was in a clothes dryer. Then I started taking LipoBalance support. Its ingredients are clinically shown to help reduce dizziness and spinning. Take back control with lipoflavonoid.
Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a single plate of steak and shrimp.
What?
Add a lobster tail and you're pushing 50 bucks.
Really?
But here, it's only $7.99.
In here, we're balling.
It's actually fire.
What is?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fireballing.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
The U.S. and Israel strike Iran after the first American casualties. What's next for the region? Trace has must-see insight and analysis on a special Fox News at Night.
Thinking about a new building project? Only General Steel lets you see your project instantly, followed by pricing you can count on. Design your project in 3D or tell us your vision and we'll do the rest. Text BUILD to 59583 and we'll deliver a personalized design to your inbox in minutes. That's right, you'll see your project inside and out, complete with your customizations instantly. Architects charge thousands to capture your vision like this. Backed by decades of experience and thousands of successful projects, the General Steel design system gives you more than a price. It gives you a clear vision you can build on. Text BUILD to 59583 to create your own building or browse thousands of unique customer designs with new ideas published every hour. From personal shops to business expansions, see your new space inside and out down to the details. Get insulation tailored to your climate, paint colors that perform where you live, and expertly placed doors and windows that deliver access, ventilation, and natural light based on your unique needs. Text BUILD to 59583 to plan and price your project instantly with General Steel. That's BUILD to 59583. Because if you need space, you need the General.
1.5 million hours of video are uploaded onto the internet every day. I set out to help brands cut through the noise with an AI-powered growth engine. We've raised over $60 million from over 14,000 investors and delivered real ROI for Fortune 1000 clients. And now we're scaling fast. Aggressive acquisition, platform growth, and a reserved NASDAQ ticker, RADI. Everyday investors like yourself can have a seat at the table.
Current rate until March 12th.
I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help.
But he's saying protesters are a little dangerous right now. President Trump urging Iranians to rise up and seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they've been waiting for almost 50 years. As the ultimate goal of Operation Epic Fury, it's got to be regime change, and the president's basically saying that. So what does it look like for the people of Iran? Joining us now to talk about that is Major John Spencer. He's executive director of and chairman of the Urban Warfare Studies. Major, great to see you. How would you describe the strike so far? Here we are 2 days in. You study war for a living. How are we doing?
It's literally a change in the character of war, a historic operation that has no parallel outside of Israel's 12-day war, the opening moments. I don't think people are grasping. I was on the ground in the invasion of Iraq. It took us 9 months to get Saddam and many of that deck of cards. It took us 9 years to get bin Laden, and some of those al-Qaeda leaders are still around, not many of them. But to eliminate the Ayatollah, the Minister of Defense, 40 senior leaders in the first 24 hours should put the fear of God in any enemy of the United States or Israel.
I think our Secretary of War and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff deserve tremendous credit because they keep executing over and over again. I'd like to bring you to this map. And even though we've had hundreds of strikes, this is roughly where we've hit inside Iran, and we're only 2 days in. As you see this map, what stands out to you?
One of the things that stands out to me is I teach, high level or the history of wars, the synchronization of the really 2,000 targets if you add in U.S. and in the United States, but also an understanding of what they're targeting, right? The extreme precision of the IRGC headquarters, the missile launching locations, the amount of intelligence you have to have for that, the satellites, the cyber warfare that's going on right now, and the synchronization of Israeli assets, United States assets, all of those domains of warfare. That's what I see on this map. Of course, I see things that have been eliminated, but a lot more needs to be eliminated. They didn't. I don't think, even if we go back to the Persian Gulf, and that's not the war we're fighting now, the amount of firepower the United States can bring down on an Islamic regime, you want to say they're a rational actor, although we have broken their command and control, they're disorganized. You would think they would be rational at this point and say, look, we should stop doing what we're doing.
They basically told our negotiators, under no circumstances are we not going to be making ballistic missiles. What are we talking about then? And under no circumstances will we not fund proxy groups, Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is attacking. I want you to bring you to Iran's military and proxy groups in the area, but more importantly, where Iran has retaliated right now. So let's go to number 4. They've retaliated against civilian locations, nightclubs, apartments, buildings. We do have military presence in all these places, but they're not hitting the military bases. Is that purposeful?
I mean, I think some of it is purposeful because some of that is directly targeting civilian locations, luxury hotels, airfields that have no military. We're not using those military sites. It's not American military support. Some of these countries straight out said we want no U.S. forces here during this operation, and they're targeting them with hundreds of missiles and drones. It is a combination of both, though, Brian. It's intentional. They're targeting civilians, and they suck.
I know we have about 90 seconds left, so what can we expect in the next coming days? Being that we have redefined warfare, what's next?
I think we're going to see a rush of defensive weapons to help protect our allies and the troops. And my thoughts are with the friends and families of those that we lost. And it's really important that this will continue. This isn't starting a regime change war. This is ending a forever war. Iran has waged war against Americans, killed my soldiers in Iraq for 47 years. This is ending a forever war. I think we're going to see a continued precision, targeted list of things to be targeted, people to be targeted, until they either fall by the popular revolt that the president is encouraging them to do, or just through capitulation.
Major John Spencer, thanks so much. I guess you have to add another chapter to your war college curriculum, and I'm so glad to do it, and I know you are too. Thanks so much for putting that in perspective. And that is it for us tonight. I want you to keep it right here on Fox News. We have extended coverage of the unfolding Iran situation. Also, the latest on the My Radio show from 9 to noon. Amongst my guests will be Jim Jordan and Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. Fox and Friends in just a few hours, too. Amongst our great guests, Mark Rutte runs NATO, and Ted Cruz, Senator from Texas. Keep it here.
So how are you feeling about your current money manager?
Well, I feel like we've outgrown them.
Well, she's right. Our lives have changed, and we need more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
I understand. At Fisher Investments, we get to know you, your goals, lifestyle, and needs, and then tailor a portfolio just for you.
That's good to hear. Can you help with estate planning?
Yes, and we can also help you with Social Security, investment income, tax-efficient strategies, and more.
Wow.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Home inspectors, contractors, roofers. All kinds of pros recommend Leaf Filter. Why? Topped by stainless steel micro mesh, Leaf Filter is engineered for protection. In testing, Leaf Filter handles double the water volume of common hood-style guards without overflow. Our product design is driven by relentless innovation, ensuring optimal performance even in the toughest storms. And we back it all with a lifetime clog-free guarantee.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Senecot. It works differently than other laxatives because it's made from the senna plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable, Senecot. Also available in great-tasting gummies and soft chews.
I'm Jamie, founder of Ring. Our latest invention, Retinal Vision. AI tuning delivers ultimate clarity for unmatched security. Protect your home like I do with Retinal Vision on new 4K cameras and doorbells from Ring. Shop now at ring.com.
When I got diagnosed with skin cancer, it was right under my eye. I was told that surgery was the only option, and I did not want to get cut open on my face.
If you, like millions of others, are affected by skin cancer, it's important to know that surgery isn't the only option. Gentle Cure uses low-energy X-rays to kill cancer cells with a 99% cure rate. Plus, there's no cutting, no surgical scarring, and no downtime. Call today or go to gentlecure.com.
Look, if you're an executive, this shirt is a must-have in your closet. I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collars stay stiff all day. Get 20% off today using code TV at collarsandco.com.
Ooh, stuffed up again?
So congested.
You need Sinex saline from Vicks.
Just Sinex? Breathe. What is... Wow. Sinex? Breathe.
Royal Match.
Wait, are you playing Royal Match?
Yeah, I love this game.
Oh, I don't remember this level.
It's a new mini game. They're dropping new ones all the time.
That's so cool. Forgot how much fun this game is. Is it still ad-free?
0 ads. Why don't you re-download it?
Way ahead of you.
Here, I'll show you how to play this new mini game.
I'll show you how to play this new mini game.
Okay.
Royal Match. Download now.
A better heart health supplement. That's what we all want. That's why for 8 years now, I've relied on this heart powder. It's Super Beats, and I swear by it.
Super Beats is the original #1 selling beet brand for healthy blood pressure support. The only cardiologist-recommended beet brand that's also trusted by over 40 national championship-winning pro and college sports teams for cardio-powered energy.
For cardio results you can feel, the only brand I trust is Super Beats.
Try Super Beats today at human.com.
Hi, Mom. I can't wait for you to hear well again, so I won't have to scream to tell you that I love you.
Now tell me if you can hear this.
Hi, Mom.
It's not just your hearing. For us, it's your life. That's why we created the Miracle Earway, offering unlimited care, including risk-free trials and free servicing to keep you connected with your loved ones at all times. Book a free test. Call 1-800-650-7799.
Just back is sore. Let's go! Ice. Hot. Ice works fast, heat makes it last. Icy hot. You're so back.
Chris Gallagher, it's 11 p.m. on the East Coast, 8 o'clock here in Los Angeles, 7:30 Monday morning in Iran, and this is a breaking edition of America's Late News. Fox News at night.
I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you.
Breaking tonight, President Trump calling on the people of Iran to rise up after a joint operation with Israel took out the country's supreme leader and at least 40 top officials. The strikes against Iran ongoing and expected to last for days, maybe weeks.
Our forces are acting now in the heart of Tehran with increasing intensity, and it will only increase further in the coming days.
And now the fight is spreading to Lebanon as Israel clashes with Hezbollah. Meantime, Iranian counterattacks claiming the lives of 3 U.S. service members as well as several Israeli civilians. And here at home, an apparent act of terrorism. A naturalized U.S. citizen from Senegal wearing an Iranian flag shirt and a Property of Allah sweatshirt. Shooting and killing 2, injuring 14 in Austin, Texas, before he was killed by police. We have Team Fox coverage. The Fox business correspondent Edward Lawrence standing by at the White House where President Trump is monitoring the situation in Iran. But we begin with Nate Foy tracking the fighting on the island of Cyprus, just northwest of Israel. Nate, what are you learning tonight?
Hey, Trey. So as the sun rises on day 3 of this conflict in the eastern Mediterranean, just to the east of us, there was an exchange of fire overnight between Israel and Hezbollah in northern Israel and southern Lebanon as Iran's terrorist proxies become more aggressive. Now, earlier, President Donald Trump touted all of America's successes on the battlefield, but also acknowledged the losses, with 3 American service members killed, 5 more seriously injured. Meanwhile, explosions happened throughout the entire day in Tehran. Take a look at this video. The U.S. focused on military targets, while Israel is carrying out regime change strikes. U.S. Central Command put out this video on X tonight showing U.S. forces striking Iranian fighter jets. they're also going after Iran's Navy. Today, President Trump said the U.S. sunk 9 Iranian ships and partially destroyed its naval headquarters. He said you can expect more of that in the days to come. Meanwhile, Iran continues targeting its neighbors. This video of interceptions is from Qatar. Iran has also gone after the Dubai International Airport and the Crown Plaza Hotel in Bahrain. Today, Iran caused its deadliest day so far in Israel. Take a look at this, Trace. At least 9 people were killed in a strike outside of Jerusalem. A ballistic missile hit a synagogue with a bomb shelter underneath. Now, also, we actually had an explosion in Cyprus overnight. An Iranian drone attack hit a British airbase. Thankfully, nobody was injured. It actually happened after some aerial assets were brought into that airbase after the UK agreed to a U.S. request to allow American fighter jets to use those bases on operations to go after Iran's ballistic missiles. We'll send it back to you, Trace.
Nate Boyd live for us in what is now early Monday morning in Cyprus. Nate, thank you. We'll get back to you as the news warrants. Meantime, President Trump now vowing to avenge the deaths of 3 U.S. military members killed in the conflict. Fox Business correspondent Edward Lawrence live at the White House with the very latest on this. Edward, good evening.
Good evening, Trace. Yeah, President Donald Trump says that Operation Epic Fury is a duty and a burden of a free people. He did warn that Americans could be killed. Now we know that 3 service members have been killed, 5 others seriously wounded. Now, the president back here at the White House at the moment, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt told me the president wants to communicate at this time in messages on social media, like the one tonight, explaining why.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons, would allow them to extort the world.
So the operation has been active for about 44 hours. The president posting this on Truth Social. The U.S. destroyed and sunk 9 naval vessel ships as well as the naval headquarters, which protects the shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the President Trump telling our Jackie Heinrich that the U.S. knows how many targets are left, adding 48 leaders have already been taken out, including the supreme leader of Iran, and things are moving rapidly. As the Iranian rockets continue to lash out at neighboring countries, their foreign minister in denial.
Another fact is that nothing has changed in our, military capability. This is exactly what happened last time. You remember in June when Israel attacked us, they killed some of our top commanders at the beginning of the strikes. But they were replaced very soon, and in less than 12 hours, we were able to start retaliation.
Now, for next steps, a senior White House official says that a new leadership group in Iran has approached, saying they would like to talk, and eventually saying that the president will talk with them. However, at the moment, they're saying Operation Epic Fury continues. Trace?
Edward Lawrence live for us at the White House. Edward, thank you. Let's bring in the panel. Founder of LA Mom Magazine, Sharon Yadigar, Israeli Special Ops veteran Aaron Cohen, board-certified plastic surgeon Dr. Sheila Nazarian, editor-in-chief of the Foreign Desk, Lisa Daftari, Chabad of Bel Air Rabbi Chaim Menz, Turning Point USA contributor Jack Posobiec, and former Deputy National Security Advisor Steve Yates. Welcome to all of you. We got a lot of questions, so we want to bring this in. Jack Keane, this is call for 3, by the way, Katie. I want to play this first because General Jack Keane was talking about some of the next steps, and it's kind of an important place to start. What happens next in Iran? He said the following. Watch.
We're stopping the Iranians from having any capability that resembles offensive operations. We're taking them off the board, and likely most of their leaders are going to go by the wayside. Authoritarian regime will probably take over to some degree. Hopefully we can work with that and bend them to our will, like we're doing in Venezuela. But the Iranian people eventually are going to decide what do they want for their future here.
Yeah, and I think a good place to begin is Steve Yates on this, because, Steve, you know, the whole idea here is we know we're very acquainted with what the Iranian people feel over there, and I think there is this great desire for them to rise up and maybe take on the IRGC or whomever it is to try to look for regime change. But do they have the resources, Steve? Do they have the strength to be able to do that?
Well, they have a great civilization to build upon. It's suffered for multiple decades under this theocratic tyranny. And there's a lot of resources in the region that can help, too. I think we have a lot of questions, though, about what kind of factions could rise to the top and actually be unifying, what kind of coalitions could form. Are there going to be reform-minded elements of the current regime that you can work with, as General Keane was alluding to in the terms of the Venezuela model? I strongly suspect President Trump is open to all of those options. But for right now, I think it's super important that we continue to move ahead to just degrade all of these capabilities, including degrading all the capabilities of the tentacles through the region. It still baffles me that Iran's first move was to take fence sitters and hit them with missiles and bring them into the coalition. But we still have a long way to go to be out of the realm of where there might be terrorist or other kinds of extraterritorial problems.
And I think Lisa Daftari, Steve makes a great point there. I mean, listen, their first steps, you have to get things done. You have to make sure that all of these weapons have been eradicated. But then comes the step where somebody has to raise their hand and say, I want to lead this revolution.
Right, but first you have to clear the way. To Steve's point, what the Israeli military has focused on is taking out the leaders of the regime. And then you have the bulk of it, which is thousands and thousands of operatives in the various arms of this regime. And what are they going to do? Well, Donald Trump gave them the option to defect, put your weapons down. What are they going to do? Take off their uniform? Are they going to join civil society? Or are they going to defect? But the point being, the goal right now of the Trump administration and the Israelis alike should be not to just continue with the military, continue to degrade them as much as possible, and not to legitimize anyone within this regime. That will be a non-starter for the Iranian people. The Iranian people may not have the resources, but they will not go back to living under this regime. They only need to move forward. They have the will. And right now, my sources in the region just confirmed to me an hour ago that today the focus of the Israeli military was to kill Basiji militia. That will give the Iranian people such a leg up on going out back onto the streets, because the Basiji militia are the ones who are the brutal killers, the ones that kill the protesters in wholesale fashion with military weapons. And if the Iranian people, it is communicated to them that the Basij is being killed, well, that gives them momentum to go right back out onto the streets and to fight for their country.
I mean, Sheila Nazarian, you, as we talked earlier, you've kind of given up sleep for the past couple of days just to kind of study what's happening in Iran, right? And my question to you is, what do you think? Is there a conclusion, or is it just a lot of what ifs right now?
I think there's plenty of what ifs, but I really just want to focus on what Lisa said. We did not go through all of this to have an Islamist state in power. We did not go through all of this to have Mujahideen or MEK be in power. I think the best hope, I have to be honest, is the prince, the crown prince. He is pure.
Reza Pahlavi.
Yes, Reza Pahlavi. He's a known entity. He has a pure heart. He doesn't want power. But right now, if he were to go to Iran, no doubt he would be killed. There's too many crazy Islamists still there. So I think exactly what Lisa said, the Trump administration needs to degrade them. They need to somehow get arms, whether it's the cops defecting, parts of the military defecting that have access to arms, or the Kurds getting involved, who some of them are armed. There's no way for the Iranian people to be able to overthrow the government and take it back without some sort of resources, which you were alluding to, which is fighting power.
Yeah, and we get fighting power. We talk about Aaron Cohen here because that's the question, Aaron. I mean, we all talk about, maybe it's best to take the head of the snake. In this case, maybe it's best to take the middle part of the snake, Aaron.
So I agree with everybody here at the table, but in my opinion, the real power in Iran isn't at the top. Here's the reality. The regime doesn't survive because of the Ayatollah. It doesn't survive because of the sermons. It's the enforcers in the middle. She talks about the Basij. The Basij are the mid-level colonels, majors. They make up approximately 5,000 to 7,000 armed terrorists who control Shiraz, Tehran, and the bulk of Iran. The intelligence apparatus, in my opinion, before moving into this operation, will already start laying out what we call targeting packages to begin the process of which one of those Basij members can be flipped and brought over to help pave the way for Pahlavi and his new office to come in We need about 20 to 25% of that besiege to come over. And in order to do that, this requires very delicate, high-level intelligence where we have to look at the individuals of those besieged members, figure out which one of them have family abroad, which one of them have bank accounts, which one of them has things to lose, and which ones are looking at the calculus going, once Israel and the U.S. soften all of Iran and take out every piece, including the money, the banks, all of it, where do we go from here? And those are the mechanisms that are going to start getting put into place while we're seeing these thousands of sorties, which will probably go on, Trace, for the next 14 days or so.
When I hear high-level intelligence, I think Jack Posobiec immediately, right? Because that's kind of where we're at here. You talk about naval intelligence. You talk about how you kind of war game this, and General Jack Keane talks a lot about this. Jack, I wanted to kind of bring up something that was brought up a little earlier, where you had on the show, on the network, Secretary of State, former Secretary of State, CIA Director Mike Pompeo said this about Iran going after its neighbors.
The Iranians are going after civilian infrastructure. They fired into most of the major airports in the Middle East. They've now fired at Cyprus at civilian targets. This is serious stuff.
By all accounts, Jack, this is a catastrophic mistake for Iran.
Well, it remains to be seen exactly whether or not these militaries will get involved. President Trump has said that the Gulf states, by and large, he doesn't think will be needed to get involved. But it's very clear, I think, what Iran's doing. This is a regime in survival mode, and in many ways, this is a plan that was left in place if they lost that C2, that command and control from the Ayatollah level, from the IRGC command leadership on down. If they were decapitated, this was clearly the response. Go in with an automatic plan to start attacking all of the U.S. allies, the Gulf allies, Cyprus, the British, otherwise, to be able to go in and try to put pressure through the U.S. allies, diminish their reputations. But of course, it could completely backfire if the Gulf states decide to get their militaries involved in this fight.
Yeah, exactly right. Sharon, to bring you into this conversation, I think it's kind of fascinating when you look at the mentality on the ground and you look at the desire and you looked at the people who were celebrating in the streets of Tehran. There were also people out mourning in the streets of Tehran. So there seem to be some competing narratives going on in Iran. And the question is, of the 92 million people who live there, how many of them want a total upheaval, total change, revolution?
Well, the people of Iran, as we've seen, took to the streets, and 32,000 were killed in 2 days. But what are they taking to the streets for? They want freedom from this oppressive regime. And women, in turn, were raped, and people were killed, and babies were shot in their eyes. So what's happening now? They want freedom from this regime. They do not want another same status quo to come back in again. And whether you're for the IRG or you're for freedom, I guarantee you that if you give them Reza Pahlavi today and you bring him in, everyone will take to the streets. Maybe you've got 10%, Trace, that won't want that, but the majority of the Iranian people want freedom. They are not Arab. They're risking their lives and going to those streets because they want freedom. They do not want the same.
Yeah, and it's a great question, Rabbi, because clearly you're a man of peace, and this is one of those things where sometimes you have to compel the opposite of peace to get something done, to get a new result in a country like Iran that has been under extreme leadership now for 47 years.
The Torah, the Bible openly says, in open verses, when your enemy wants to attack you, you got to go to them first. The Iranian people cannot take over anything right now because they don't have military. And bringing in anybody is not going to happen. They're going to shoot them dead. A few weeks ago, I said, what's going to be? It's easy to go and say, I'll be the prime minister, I'll be the figurehead. What I said then was, where is the government and the people that you're going to be putting in head? These people have to be ready to walk in. But first, what about the people? You heard what our panel is saying. They're all saying is that there's no guns. Well, there are. And they're in the police stations. You don't have to go in Tehran's police station. Get 15,000 protesters and go to a small town. And you do this in 2 or 3 different places, I'm telling you right now, you're going to have the guns. They're going to be coming out of their rat holes and trying to go and kill. At that time, you have people flying over where they're coming out of and just bomb a few of these places, and you'll see how quickly everything is going to turn on the ground.
I want to try to go around the horn if I can. We got about 3.5 minutes left in the segment. Back to you, Steve Yates. The New York Times compared this to the collapse of the Soviet Union. In your estimation, is that a proper assessment?
If this goes through to fruition, I do think that Trump will have completely overturned the geopolitical board. And at least in my mind, the focus then turns to Beijing, which has been behind a lot of the sanctions busting, a lot of the oil markets issues. And I think that the problems we've had with Russia, Ukraine, the broader Middle East, our hemisphere, and some of the Indo-Pacific come much more sharply into focus, advantage America.
Dr. Nazarian is nodding her head down there, so let's get a comment from you.
Yeah, no, I think that, on the one hand, Trump is saving Iran. On the other hand, he's bringing peace to the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
He's preventing our children and grandchildren from having to deal with a stronger and nuclear Iran.
Right.
On the other end, it's exactly what he said. It is decapitating China's power supply, right? Whoever controls the power, especially in this AI world, controls the world. And by decapitating the oil from getting to China, Trump has geopolitically turned the board.
Yeah, I mean, listen, protecting the future is America first, Lisa. I mean, the Democrats are saying, oh, this is not America first. Well, yeah, it is.
To compare this to the fall of the Soviet Union is to acknowledge that our challenge with Iran regime is an ideological one, just like we did deal with, in the Cold War. And I think that what's important here is when people ask why is this our war, it's because they already are here, whether it's their foot soldiers here or their ideology that they have infused into our universities, into our media and their psyops. So this has been a war for the United States since 1979, and I don't think Donald Trump started this war, but I think he's about to end it.
Yeah, it's a good thing, Aaron Cohen. I mean, you have fought for the country, so you know it's a good thing.
Listen, I agree with everybody. I understand the ideology that's pushing this entire situation that's been unfolding. But again, I go back to you can't flip the ideology. You're not going to flip anyone inside of Iran from the upper to the mid-level. It's impossible. It's 40 years. You have to make the calculus too dangerous for these guys to not flip. But I think it's doable. Yeah. And I think that Trump is having these meetings. And I believe that he's not going to go in there. We're not going to be in anything forever. But I think at the end of the day, this is going to come down to really, really good selective flipping of the right people. They just need a small group of them. I don't know about the gunfights in the streets here. I don't know how that's going to play out. I think it's about the calculus and getting the right people over to Pahlavi and saying, look, if you don't, it's just going to continue.
It's a lot of influence, sure is.
President Trump is showing the world that we are the superpower of the world, is showing the world what happens with power strength, and is showing the world what our values are in the West. We are here to promote freedom and democracy, and this is our moment. And he's doing the right thing, and he's showing the world where we stand.
And the people who don't like Trump, when you hear him being compared to Reagan and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, they've got to be going crazy, Rabbi.
They're going crazy, but I want to tell the president, this is why the world hates you. It's because you're not a politician. You are not somebody that can be bought. You have more money than King Ahasuerus had. He has it all, and he has a core mission. America, you're number one. We can be, through strength, bring peace to the world. Iran, you destroy the whole Western civilization. You, China, are communist. You don't allow anything to be proper. And he comes in and says, I don't like this. And that's why people in our own country, and even in our own government, they're saying he's shifting the world, and we lose power. God bless you, President Trump.
Jack Posobiec, what do we need to know?
Well, Trace, what's amazing here is that the president has showed that for the first time, someone who comes in as a businessman, someone who didn't have a background in government, is able to achieve his objectives in the Middle East without boots on the ground. This isn't going to be a forever war. We're not seeing the gender studies programs in Afghanistan and Pakistan. We're not seeing the pallets of cash to the mullahs. We're seeing President Trump understanding what the situation is and figuring out how to deal with it smartly and swiftly, and then hopefully getting home and getting to peace.
Panel, stand by if you would. Coming up, the FBI investigating a potential act of terrorism in downtown Austin, Texas. Was it a reaction to the strikes on Iran? We have brand new information next.
My generalized myasthenia gravis was unpredictable and limited what I could do. But Ultomiris is continuous symptom control with improvement in activities of daily living. It is reduced muscle weakness, and Ultomiris is the only long-acting GMG treatment with the freedom of just 6 to 7 infusions per year. For a predictable routine, I can count on.
Ultomiris may lower your ability to fight infections, increasing your chance of serious meningococcal and other infections, which may become life-threatening or fatal. Complete or update meningococcal vaccines at least 2 weeks before you start. If treatment is urgent, you should receive antibiotics with your vaccines. Don't start if you have a meningococcal infection. Infusion reactions may include back, belly, limb, or chest pain, muscle spasms, blood pressure changes, tiredness, shaking chills, bad taste, breathing problems, or face, tongue, or throat swelling. Ultomiris is continuous symptom control. Talk to your neurologist today.
This isn't just a motorcycle. It's an engineering miracle, a time machine.
It's a good friend. It's all your friends.
It's your inner child, and it's all the stars in the sky.
It's a highway to your final form.
And as America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive protects whatever it means to you.
Wait, are you talking to me? Sorry, I can't hear anything with this thing on. This isn't just a motorcycle.
I started.
Oh, that's you, sorry.
If you're over 50, Consumer Cellular has special deals for you. Need unlimited talk, text, and high-speed data? That'll be $35 per month, or way more with Big Wireless. Why haven't you switched? See how we can cut your bills. Call Consumer Cellular.
Retinal vision only on Ring. AI tuning for sharper goodbyes, clearer hellos, and safer tomorrows. Protect your home like I do with Retinal Vision on new 4K cameras and doorbells from Ring. Shop now at ring.com.
When you put that jersey on, something comes over you.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Bryce Harper, Paul Skeens, Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge.
The World Baseball Classic. Team USA takes on Brazil, only on Fox.
Nothing is impossible for God.
The Faithful, the 3-week event begins March 22nd on Fox.
I'm a different kind of threat. You can't call the cops on me. I don't even have to break in. I'm invited.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-460-3618.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I can start right away.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
While the attack on Iran putting security officials here in the U.S. on edge, turns out retaliatory terrorism could be a byproduct of the war. The chief congressional correspondent Chad Pergam is live in D.C. with more. Chad, good evening.
Trace, good evening. There's fear that the war could trigger strikes inside the U.S.
They were a danger to America. And now it looks like we might have, cells here on American soil, which we should flush this out.
I'm concerned that they will activate sleeper cells in the United States, that they will carry out cyber attacks.
Congressional authorities are bolstering security on Capitol Hill. That likely means additional patrols by Capitol Police and canine searches. Lawmakers were told today to alter their routines, but there is no concrete threat to the Capitol. This is all amplified by the mass shooting at a bar in Austin, Texas. The gunman was a naturalized U.S. citizen from Senegal. He was wearing a hoodie which read, quote, "property of Allah."
I think we should be concerned about both the lone wolf attack, whether this is either a lone wolf attack or it's a sleeper cell, probably the former. But nonetheless, there's 2 people dead and 14 wounded.
Now, concerns about terrorism came at a perilous time. Congress has not funded the Department of Homeland Security in nearly 3 weeks. Some lawmakers hope the terrorism threat prompts action.
When we are engaged in these types of strikes against one of America's main adversaries, we shouldn't be putting Americans at risk.
Now the House plans a vote midweek to fund DHS. Republicans are daring Democrats to vote no. They're still demanding reforms at ICE. Trace?
Chad Pergam live for us in D.C. Chad, thank you. Joining the panel, the senior Daily Mail political correspondent, Alina Shirazi, and terrorism analyst, Eric Stakelbeck. Thank you both for coming on. Eric, I want to bring you into the conversation very quickly. I mean, Chad Pergam kind of laid it out there for us, but when you look at what happened in Austin, Texas, and you have this person with the Allah sweatshirt and the Iranian T-shirt, and you talk about homegrown terrorism, which you wrote a book on, I'm curious what you think about the connection here, Eric.
Yeah, Trace, I am not surprised, and more details will come out between the connection with this jihadi. It seems like he was certainly a jihadi, Islamic terrorist in Austin, and any Iranian regime sympathizers. But Trace, this has been Iran's MO over the years. Look, they lash out many times against American, Israeli, and Jewish targets around the world. We're talking embassies, consulates in Latin America. Iran and Hezbollah, its proxy, have a very strong presence. They've attacked Jewish targets in Argentina, for instance, Trace, over the years. But bring it closer to home. Remember, in the run-up to the 2024 election, Iran plotted twice 2 separate assassination plots against President Trump. Then a few years back, they also plotted right here in Washington, D.C., to assassinate the Saudi ambassador to the U.S. here on American soil. So this is not beyond the realm of possibility that Iran, and the big thing here, Trace, look, in the 4 years before President Trump, we had easy pass at the southern border under President Biden. Who knows how many Iranian agents and Hezbollah agents came into the country? And lastly, you think of a place like Dearborn, Michigan, Trace. That is a stronghold for Hezbollah support. So it is a real concern, no doubt.
And in fact, I want to play in just kind of capitalizing on that. Former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swecker said the following here. It's call for 6, Katie.
If ever there's going to have a Hezbollah cell or a Hamas cell act in the United States in a violent way, it's now. Their backs against the wall. Both organizations are Iranian-backed all the way. We also know that there are lone sympathizers, many of whom have come out, you see in these protests.
Yeah, you spent a lot of time, Aaron Cohen, studying this.
Yeah. So, Trace, I want to say this.
Sorry, Eric Cohen. We'll get back to you, Eric, in a minute. Stakelbeck.
No worries. So, big fan of Stakelbeck. Over 55% of the lone actors that have opened fire in the last decade posted some type of grievance online. Yeah. I'm willing to bet that there's going to be leakage which surfaces during this FBI investigation. But I want to talk to the FBI and to law enforcement. With the attacks and the ongoing situation in Iran, you don't need IRGC-connected operatives to open fire. Look what happened in Bondi. Shooter opened fire on Jews, like Stakelbeck said, a lot of attacks against Jews right now in connection, and Americans. But what was the end goal, Trace, with the Bondi shooter, and what happened to this shooter in Austin when law enforcement responded? he died, which means there's a very high probability that this individual who was radically motivated as an Islamist, a Muslim radical, went to a location, opened fire, planning to die.
Eric, respond to Aaron's comment there very quickly for me.
Yeah, he's absolutely right, Trace. Look, it is here. I mean, terror of all stripes, whether Iranian sympathizers, ISIS sympathizers, we'd be naive to not realize that it is here in America. It's throughout the West, really, and as this escalates, we shall see. But President Trump and his team, I think, have a pretty good handle on this. They know that there are Iranian agents here. Again, many probably came under the Biden years, sadly. I think they're on top of it, and they have to continue the operation until this regime, God willing, is toppled.
Yeah, Alina, I want to bring you into this because you've been talking to some of the Iranian people. What have you learned? What are they telling you? Because this is kind of the big fascinating moment of all this.
Yeah, absolutely, Trace. I mean, the only reason that I'm able to sit with you here today is because my own parents fled the 1979 revolution, and that is why I can have a career, I can feel comfortable in my own skin, like a lot of the women and men here in the United States. And as part of that, you know, this is something that's personal for a lot of Iranians, of course, inside of Iran, the diaspora, like myself. And I'm able to speak the language, and I'm able to, through moments of internet connection, whether it's through Starlink or some other form, able to connect with Iranians inside of Iran to understand exactly what is happening on the ground during a time that blackouts and censorship has been rampant inside of the country. And of course, that is by design so that no information gets out. But overall, Trace, what Iranians are telling me is that they are overjoyed. A lot of them are taking to the streets, chanting Trump's name. They're having underground parties. This is a sense of liberation and freedom that we have not seen in Iran for over 47 years. One thing I will say is that Iranians need to get on the same page moving forward about what they want inside the country, and I ultimately know that that's democracy.
I got to go here, Lena, but when you say the same page, what do you mean by the same page? How do you get 92 million people, or however many are on the same page, to actually agree to going the same direction?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that has to do with, of course, dialogue, and we're all doing our part in this as, of course, people who are also outside of the country, to say, of course, hey, we need to be all on the same page. We have MEC, we have monarchists, we have the exiled Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, the Kurds. There are different dissenting groups inside of Iran, but I think ultimately if Iranians can get together and say, we are going to support one opposition leader to help us navigate this time, to what a lot of Iranians are telling me is fair and free elections. That is the end goal, and how we get there right now is by unifying and coming to an agreement moving forward, Trace.
Alina, Eric, stand by. Meantime, Iran's Ayatollah killed their Revolutionary Guard facilities. They're crippled, naval power greatly diminished, all in Operation Epic Fury.
One of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen.
Our military experts weigh in next.
Muscle cramps were keeping me up at night, so then I tried Slowmag, the magnesium plus calcium supplement that helps relax tense muscles so I can rest comfortably. And Slowmag tablets have a slow-release formula that's gentle on my stomach. That's why I use Slowmag.
My son, he's the light of our lives. He's got these adorable dimples, and he has Joubert syndrome. He's nonverbal, he can't talk to us. Wells will need lifelong care. Easter Seals is giving our son the best hope for a future.
If Wells missed even one day of therapy, he would regress. Early intervention is so crucial for kids like Wells.
Easter Seals offers urgently needed disability services that can change a life forever. And your monthly support of just $19 is critical for these kids' futures.
Thank you for everything you do in trying to help kids like me who need the extra help.
Seeing how much Nolan has to work to make every little milestone, Easter Seals walk that journey with you and really understand what you're going through.
Call, go online, or scan the QR code on your screen with your gift of just $19 a month, and we'll send you this t-shirt as a thank you.
My daughter Nancy has Down syndrome. She's 10 years old.
I'm 10 years old.
speech therapy, physical therapy. It's just such a relief that there's people out there willing to help Nancy.
If you donate toward Easter Seals, you are an absolute godsend. Because in the beginning, that's probably the most helpless I've ever felt as a mother.
Call, go online, or scan the QR code with your gift of just $19 a month.
That small little money that you donate, it really does make a difference.
Call 1-888-887-0079. Visit helpeasterseals.com or scan now to change a life forever.
What you do today changes what you need tonight. Maybe you're getting into something, or getting over something, growing, making a comeback, or making it up as you go. Changing days call for changing nights. That's why the new Comfort Mode mattress from Sleep Number adapts to your changing life. Softer or firmer for personalized comfort night after night. Only at Sleep Number.
I'm on Roe, 34 pounds down on GLP-1s. Healthier on Roe. Supported on Roe. FDA-approved GLP-1 options. Now even in a pill. Weight loss expertise I trust. I'm moving better on Roe. I'm feeling better on Roe. I'm Serena Williams. This is me on Roe.
Well, a little birdie told me rates are taking a dip, which means that dream home won't be there forever. Don't let someone else beat you to it. Start your search today. Make it real with Realtor.com.
The NFL Scouting Combine is on the air.
My style of play is very aggressive. I get after that quarterback.
Hutchinson got him.
I'm a downhill runner. I'm able to see the defense and take it to the house.
Taylor explodes. Taylor's into the open field.
I'm a backyard football player.
I ain't no joke. It's JSM.
You can count on me to make plays.
Are you kidding me?
It's time to get serious, and this is where it all begins.
Love is the answer. I ain't no joke.
I was in a car accident and lost my memories of the last 8 years of my life.
Fox's critically acclaimed hit Doc has returned.
I need to be the doctor that I was. I will do whatever it takes.
And you can watch it anytime.
This is a formal investigation with regard to Dr. Amy Larson.
My job, I want it back.
Doc, watch anytime on Hulu.
The podcast after she finishes her laps.
My fantasy team isn't as important as this cannonball.
88% of children who drown are under some form of adult supervision. A friendly reminder from the YMCA that your eyes can save lives. Visit phonesdowneyesup.org to take the Water Safety Pledge today.
U.S. authorities now say Operation Epic Fury will go on for several more days, if not weeks, as the U.S. and Israel work to dismantle what's left of the Iranian regime. Mark Meredith is live for us in D.C. with the new developments on this. Mark, good evening.
Trace, good evening to you. Tonight, President Trump is honoring 3 Americans killed by Iranian counterstrikes, but the president himself also warning American troops all across the Middle East remain in harm's way as the Islamic regime continues to launch attacks on the U.S., Israel, and others.
We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
U.S. Central Command says 5 others were also seriously hurt, but officials have yet to publicly disclose where the attack took place. Ever since Operation Epic Fury kicked off, we've seen a lot of video out of the Middle East where Iranian missiles will hit facilities like airports, but it takes quite a bit of time to understand the damage and how successful, if at all, these counterstrikes are. The U.S. has spent a lot of time, months, building up its presence in the region, dispatching everything B-2 bombers, which were used last night, carrying multiple 2,000-pound bombs, F-18s, refueling tankers, counter-drone drone systems. They're all in play. This is also the first time the U.S. has deployed what's known as its new kamikaze drones. This is a weapon essentially modified off of Iranian technology. These devices can fly about 500 miles. They're considered more cost-effective with a price tag of about $35,000 each. And while there's a lot of focus about the U.S. and Israel here, tonight the leaders of France, Germany, and the U.K. say they will also be taking steps to defend their interests in the Middle East. And already we've seen the British shoot down an Iranian drone which was heading towards Qatar. Trace.
Mark Meredith live for us in D.C. Mark, thank you. Let's bring in veteran Navy intelligence officer Jack Posobiec and former Navy SEAL Cameron Hamilton. Thank you both for coming in. A little bit of breaking news coming across the wires. I wanted you to kind of take this, if you would, Cameron Hamilton. Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, says that Iran will not negotiate with the United States. I mean, it seems kind of silly because Iran right now is being decimated. It doesn't seem like they're in a position to say we will or won't negotiate. I know someone had said something about negotiations earlier, Cameron, the president said, and asked the president, would you pause the strikes while negotiations were going on? He said, we'll see how that goes. What do you think about Iran coming out saying, nope, we don't want to talk?
I think it's a bunch of hollow words. I think there's nothing left to negotiate with. We've effectively decapitated their entire military and strategic national infrastructure and leadership. I think we've also decimated a lot of their critical infrastructure with power, with water supply, and with other resources. Currently, the president's made it very clear that the Iranians have used their military, specifically their Navy, as a belligerent force in the region. That's currently under attack. So maybe they are not coming to the negotiating table because they don't really have a bargaining chip. I don't know what in the world they would offer the American people or the president other than their total and unconditional surrender.
Yeah, we had General David Petraeus was on the Will Cain show a little earlier, and he was talking about what he believes the approach should be to Iran right now. And I'll get your response in a minute. Jack, watch this.
The focus clearly is on the retaliatory capabilities that are still retained by Iran. They have still a substantial number of long-range missiles and launchers. Those are the ones that can reach Israel. That's a particular focus, needless to say. But we've also seen shorter range missiles and even drones, like the drones that they provided to Ukraine that have been such a feature of that war.
He talks about all the targets here, Jack, and I'm wondering, it's a big country. Do we need to get all the targets? Is most of the targets sufficient? Where do you come down on this?
Well, I think that's really the ball that's going to be in the court, as President Trump was saying earlier, about elements of the regime that the U.S. is talking to. And I can understand why Iran wouldn't want to say publicly that they are already discussing potential terms with the United States, potential negotiations with the new leadership team. Because when it comes down to these targets, what have we seen the United States not attacking yet? We've not seen any of the economic infrastructure, those oil platforms, the oil refineries, the oil pipelines, which we know not only would be direct pressure on Iran, but even indirect pressure on the Chinese Communist Party, to which Iran is one of their major suppliers. So again, there's a lot more that the United States could be doing, and that's part of the escalatory ladder that President Trump is holding in terms of leverage.
Interesting you say escalatory ladder, because General Keane was saying this on the Sunday briefing, talking about how this thing escalated when you had just, the 12-day war and it went to this point. Watch.
He and Netanyahu got to the point of absolute frustration that after the 12-day war in June, as opposed to the Iranians taking a step back and reassessing and evaluating and maybe standing down from their aggressive activities in the region, what did they do? They earnestly rebuilt their missile program and recovered up most of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Is the lesson here, I guess, Cameron Hamilton, is you can't give up. You got to keep the pressure on.
Absolutely the case. The Iranians backed away from the negotiating table more than once. In fact, they used a lot of their resources to the point of hundreds of billions of dollars to rebuild and continually invest in infrastructure that we currently destroyed as it pertains towards their military readiness and specifically nuclear material. They've routinely rejected offers to assist with them to use nuclear power, but not for military-grade weaponry. So to say that Iran was negotiating in good faith and to say that this wasn't coming, I think is frankly just completely out of hand. I think we saw this trajectory. The president finally lost his or expressed his frustration and lost patience with them because, to be honest, they're not a good in-faith negotiator.
Yeah. Jack Posobiec, final thoughts on this?
Well, look, everything that I've heard talking to the administration and others is that when it came to these negotiations, that it's even hard with the way the Iranian government was structured to really know who's calling the shots. You've got the Ayatollah, you've got the ruling council, you've got the secular leader, the president, who, as far as we know, is still alive right now. So that's really what the administration is looking for. Who is going to step up and be that one person that they can focus on, hopefully following the same model as Venezuela, to be able to take over, take the reins, work with the United States, and then again, hopefully be able to lead to an off-ramp of peace.
Jack Posobiec, Cameron Hamilton, thank you. Celebrations on the streets in Iran and here in the U.S. in response to strikes against the Islamic regime. We will talk about that next.
Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a single plate of steak and shrimp. What?
Tiny shrimp. But don't worry, here we have big butterfly shrimp.
In here, we're balling. It's actually fire. What is?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fireballing.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
It's filet mignon.
Oh, if only they knew. Just between us, these are actually Omaha Steaks' new top sirloin fillets. They're so tender, you'd swear they're filet mignon. Aged 35 days, they're the only top sirloin certified tender by the USDA. Everyone's gonna be so happy, especially our wallet. She's thrilled.
And you'll be too, with 4 free Butcher's Cut top sirloin fillets with your order at omahasteaks.com/topthis.
Times may be tough, but these tender beauties aren't. You're welcome.
You moved in. You nested.
Hey, what are you doing?
You partied. You cuddled. You made egg rolls. You slept in. Or tried to. And you kept growing. Now it's time for the next chapter. With Open Door, get an all-cash offer for your home in 24 hours. Because saying goodbye should be the hardest part. Move into your future with Open Door.
Nobody does insurance like the Zebra.
I just found the perfect policy at the best price for you.
We monitor your insurance and inform you of savings the moment we find it, so you never have to second-guess your policy or your price. Find out how much you can save today.
Allergies keeping you up? Take Xyzal at night. It lasts up to 6 times longer than Benadryl, relieving allergies the entire night. So you wake refreshed for a productive next day. Be wise, old. Take Xyzal at night.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back-to-back on one track. IndyCar Saturday, NASCAR Sunday.
It is on pure perfection.
Your one and only chance to see the biggest names in racing in one place. From Phoenix Raceway. The Desert Double starts Saturday at 3 on Fox.
Are you looking for more in this world? Then we are looking for you. The big-hearted, the bold, those driven by purpose. We are the Peace Corps, volunteers, partners, communities in more than 60 countries, bringing our experience, joy, and passion to building a better world together. Are you ready to serve boldly, to go the distance to make a difference? Then we have a place where you belong. Join us.
The U.S.-Israel attacks on Iran, with American soldiers and key regime leaders dead. What's next for leadership and the region? Our primetime lineup covers all the developments Monday.
ZipRecruiter. In the furniture business, things move fast. ZipRecruiter helps us hire qualified candidates who can keep up. We needed a project manager yesterday. We posted a job on ZipRecruiter and had our guy on site in 5 days. He was qualified in every way. ZipRecruiter finds the best candidates for all our jobs. They helped us build our dream team, and they did it fast. Is that too fast for you?
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Fox.
The system is outdated and archaic and vulnerable to title fraud, a growing scam the FBI now calls house stealing. Scammers can now easily download and forge one document, apply one fake notary stamp, and then file it with the recorder. Just like that, the property has been taken out of your name. Then they borrow against your home using your equity.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash, a Nintendo Switch 2.
Look what I just won. I love Deal Dash.
With millions of auctions, you too can start winning, like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new users get a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings.
And free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
I thought that I'm gonna die, never see this thing. So very emotional. It's you have to understand, we were in a big jail for 47 years and no hope of freedom.
Yeah, Iranians in the U.S., Europe, even inside Iran, celebrating the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. We are back with the panel. I'd like to begin with the rabbi. Rabbi, it's important because you look at people's emotions. It is very emotional. The question is, what do they do with those emotions?
What they have to do is, first and foremost, keep on showing it. Keep on being present. Keep on screaming, I need more, until they are totally free. Just remember, we Jewish people were in concentration camps. Mm-hmm. There were a lot of people around the world that have suffered. And then the day of freedom is unbelievable. We got to bring that to the people of Iran.
Sure.
You know, we are the Iranians in the diaspora. In 1979, our families were forced to flee. They hung my uncle, for being an Iranian Jew, and they mass murdered dozens of Iranians in the streets. This is the social revolution of the Iranian people. And all they need now is the political help to change things. And God bless Donald J. Trump for having the courage to do what's right. And the people are in the streets and pleading for help, and they got what they needed. And Trace, this is it. Yep. We're seeing it. Look at them dancing in the streets. Right. Anyone who is opposed to this, anybody who's saying that we should not be going in and help create freedom for the people of Iran has been sleeping under a rock. I'm not quite sure where they are.
It's incredible to watch what the Iranian people have endured for 47 years, so much so that they were begging for foreign intervention, for a foreign military to strike them on their soil and watch them in Jubilee. So I do hope that they have the ending that they want.
Aaron.
To the IRGC, I want to speak to you. The pressure will not stop. You must put down your weapons. We will protect you. Defect. Put down the weapons and allow yourselves to live freely. The Ayatollah is over.
I escaped Iran on the back of a pickup truck in 1985, and I have not been able to go back since. And there's, for the first time, hope that we'll be able to visit again.
Another hour of Fox News at Night at the top of the hour with breaking news coverage. See you back in 5 minutes.
Asthma. Does it have you missing out on what you love? Get back to better breathing with Fasenra, an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems. Serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, may occur. Get help right away for swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop asthma treatments, including oral steroids, without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens or you have a parasitic infection. Headache and sore throat may occur. Ask your doctor if Fasenra is right for you.
Zepbound? Watch this.
Watch this.
When I'm not feeling stuck losing the pounds, only to gain them back again, Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound, the #1 most prescribed weight loss medicine. Zepbound? Watch this.
Watch this.
I feel when I went to work, I wasn't sick, Keith. I was just Keith.
Nobody's purpose in life
is to be a cancer patient. Many of those patients want to continue to work to maintain that sense of normalcy and empowerment.
It's something that every individual has to decide for themselves.
Work was a way that I could still feel like myself.
Getting out of bed, given a fighting chance, is all we got.
We can make work a better place for healing.
The first time I experienced vertigo, the room was spinning, like I was in a clothes dryer. Then I started taking LipoBalance support. Its ingredients are clinically shown to help reduce dizziness and spinning. Take back control with lipoflavonoid. What you do today changes what you need tonight. Maybe you're getting into something, or getting over something, growing, making a comeback, or making it up as you go. Changing days call for changing nights. That's why the new Comfort Mode mattress from Sleep Number adapts to your changing life. Softer or firmer for personalized comfort night after night. Only at Sleep Number.
Make a move. I dare you.
With Ring, you can protect your home from anywhere.
At Consumer Cellular, we only hire real humans right here in America.
That's why we're ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
I wish I was human.
It's pretty great. Ranked #1 in customer satisfaction. Call Consumer Cellular.
1 in 4 taxpayers was a victim of identity theft.
Like me.
That's 1 in 4 hardworking, honest Americans who lost billions in refunds. During tax season, everyone is vulnerable.
We're not just tax-paying Americans.
We're fraud-paying Americans.
And we're not paying anymore.
With up to $3 million in coverage, LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back.
Progressive makes it easy to see if you can save money with a commercial auto quote online, so you can get back to your monster to-do list.
Super helpful.
See if you can save money at progressivecommercial.com.
Thank you.
Who'd you make this for? I wouldn't have lived this long if I discussed my clients. You may not live long if you don't.
We do the job, we don't ask questions.
Hi, Dad.
I'm gonna cook and then I have to go.
What?
My mind, it hasn't been right. I'm confusing time. No one can know my secret.
Memory of a Killer. Watch anytime on Hulu.
What if protecting penguins could help us save pumas? I'm National Geographic explorer Pablo Garcia Borboroglu, and that's exactly what I do. Penguins are a keystone species. When we protect them, we save so many other animals in the sea and on land. National Geographic Society celebrates all of its global explorers who are inspiring us to protect marine species like penguins.
Good evening, I'm Trace Gallagher. It's midnight on the East Coast, 9 o'clock here in Los Angeles, 8:30 Monday morning in Iran. This is a special breaking news edition of America's Late News, Fox News at Night. And breaking tonight, a new front in the U.S.-Israeli offensive against Iran as Israel counterattacks the terror group Hezbollah in Lebanon. Strikes against Iran still ongoing and expected to continue for days as President Trump looks to build on the surprise attack that took out the Ayatollah.
Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
And the panel is here with expert analysis, but we begin with Nate Foy tracking the conflict from just northwest of Israel on the island of Cyprus. Nate.
Hey, Trace, a third day of war is about to begin here in the Middle East, but a busy night with Israel and Hezbollah exchanging fire across the border in northern Israel, in southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump says that what we've seen over the past few days is one of the greatest military offensives in world history. Despite that, he did acknowledge the losses, of course, with 3 U.S. service members killed and 5 more seriously injured. But he also touted the wins with 1,000 targets hit, at least at this point, Iranian targets hit in the first 2 days. Take a look at this video as U.S. Central Command posted this on X. The U.S. is striking Iranian fighter jets and drone launching sites, but that's only part of a much larger pressure campaign. The U.S. has also sunk 9 Iranian ships and partially destroyed Iran's naval headquarters. President Trump said obliterating Iran's navy is a key priority of this operation. So is decimating Iran's ballistic missile capability. The U.S. used B-2 bombers to drop dozens of 2,000-pound bombs on Iran's underground facilities. The bombers flew to Iran and back from the Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. Meanwhile, we saw explosions in Tehran all day and night. Israel continues targeting Iranian leadership, while we have new video of Iran targeting U.S. bases. This is the Navy base in Bahrain. Iran is targeting military and civilian sites across the region, including Israel. Take a look at this. Today, an Iranian ballistic missile strike killed at least 9 people outside of Jerusalem. It hit a synagogue with a bomb shelter underneath. It is the deadliest day of this war so far for Israel. Also, an Iranian drone hit a British airbase here in Cyprus. Thankfully, nobody was injured. It happened after British Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced that he would allow U.S. fighter jets to take off from British bases on operations to destroy Iran's ballistic missile stockpile. We'll send it back to you, Trace.
Nate Voigt live for us in Cyprus. Nate, thank you. Let's bring in founder of LA Mom magazine, Shirin Yadigar, Israeli Special Ops veteran Aaron Cohen, board-certified plastic surgeon Dr. Sheila Nazarian, editor-in-chief of the Foreign Desk, Lisa Daftari, Chabad of Bel Air Rabbi Chaim Mentz, former Navy SEAL Cameron Hamilton, and former Deputy National Security Advisor Steve Yates. Thank you all for coming on. I want to play this sound. It's from a congressman here in California who says some silly things, but this is about as preposterous as it gets. He kind of went out of his way. It's call for number 5, Katie. Watch this.
Again, I don't sense that they had any idea what they were doing, and they showed nothing to the American people as to any threat posed to the United States or any imminent threat posed to our allies who are in the region. I see a president who is quite distracted.
I mean, Cameron Hamilton, to you first to kind of get this conversation going, how much do you have to hate Trump to literally sit there with a straight face and say that Iran posed no threat to virtually anyone?
Well, TDS is a real thing, and hopefully Dr. Shazarian has someone that she can refer to, Congressman Swalwell, because I think he suffers from it greatly. Having said that, clearly he doesn't have a good understanding, nor is he in the necessary need to know as it pertains to this military operation. Preemptive strikes are real. Iran has significant infrastructure that was capable of harming a lot of Americans. We use much in the Middle East, such as the UAE and other areas, to launch significant drone and aviation oversight in the region. Iran has continually threatened that preemptively multiple times. Plus, their Navy has been a continuate belligerent force there in the region. So I think the president acted accordingly. I would hope that the congressman would find himself to be better informed.
Yeah, he handed the baton to Dr. Nazarian, so I think that's where we should go.
You know, I think that this needs to be addressed, this sort of verbiage. I'm hearing it a lot online. And what the American people need to understand is growing up in Iran, we were made to chant death to America since preschool. And it's not just a chant, it is their stated goal. It's their life's mission to get to heaven. So if Swalwell doesn't think that our children or our grandchildren would be greatly harmed by a strong nuclear, fully stockpiled Iran, he is completely delusional, because they will not stop trying to take down America and our citizens unless they are stopped by us.
Yeah, but it's kind of amazing when you hear that kind of rhetoric, Rabbi, from somebody who is basically in Congress. And I know the hatred is deep for Trump. We all get that. But when you look at the facts, and if you study Iran at all, you know it's preposterous.
You know, I'm going to say something outside the box. How come the kids of Gaza can't see the beauty of what a Jewish person is, let alone Israel? Why is it that all of a sudden all these people that grow up in the Muslim Brotherhood only have hate for people that don't believe like them? You are in an American public school system. You're brought up to hate conservative values and anything that is not wacky. Go out the street, that you don't believe is you're wacky, but if you don't believe like me, we're going out the street and we're going to protest and break you down. This is a product. He doesn't see clearly what's going on in the world, and he can still say something like that. I have mercy on his soul. He's no different than a kid growing up in Gaza, brainwashed and doesn't know how to get out of his own way.
Yeah, and we're going to play some sound in a minute talking about, you know, the far left congresswomen who are literally, Sharon, I mean, Nancy Mace will make this point, saying, you know, we don't care if the women of Iran get their rights back. We don't care what happens to the women of Iran.
Well, these are the same women who have all of these freedoms in America. They were quiet when women were brutally raped in Israel during the war, and they are staying quiet now as well because they don't know what it's like to not have rights. So I'm not quite sure what's going on and what Kool-Aid they're drinking, but the truth is that we're not fighting just for the freedom of Iranian women. We are fighting for freedom here in America for our children and our grandchildren so that we won't lose these freedoms because we are just one step away from that. And Donald Trump is doing everything he can to make sure that he keeps America safe and he keeps our freedoms here stable and safe.
Yeah, I want to go back to the military campaign if I can for a little bit and bring Steve Yates back into the conversation here. Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, he said just a couple of days ago, or 4 days ago, that he was not going to let the United States use military bases, right? And so changed his point on that, and is also the UK is kind of involved in this, not involved in firing weapons, but involved in protection. He said the following here.
Our partners in the Gulf have asked us to do more to defend them, and it is my duty to protect British lives. We have British jets in the air as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes.
I mean, you talk about back on board to a certain extent. It's important here. You talk about the UK and Germany and France. It really is kind of a backbone here for this mission, Steve.
Yes, it is. But really, Trace, I think this is just like our domestic politics. The people who have been gratuitous critics of Donald Trump just keep proving themselves to be small, irrelevant, and wrong. And I think that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom fits all three of those categories to a T. He has completely marginalized what was a once great and influential country. And it's great that he's committed now to this mission of protecting UK citizens. So what has he done to free Jimmy Lai from an unjust prison in Hong Kong? What material does he bring to bear? These great leaders of the old Europe, they don't have militaries anymore to come and make a difference. They're not have financial skin in the game the way they used to, and they've basically been passive observers. I hope this is a wake-up call and they'll be great again. I think that's what Secretary Rubio and Vice President Vance were trying to get them to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point, Lisa.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think the sooner the entire global community comes together to recognize the threat that the Iran regime poses, the quicker we'll be able to collapse them and allow the Iranian people to manifest their own destiny. You're watching the moderate Gulf Arab states that have been drawn into this war, for example. They have very quickly understood that they can't play both sides, and they will very soon pivot to being part of the Abraham Accords if they're not already, to being more Western, to helping the United States more so than they have to defeat this challenge. The bottom line is this. If our national security imperative here is that this regime cannot have a nuclear weapon, its existence is equal to having a nuclear weapon, meaning as much as we can diminish them, as much as we can take them back, as much as we can set them back, whatever happened in the 12-day war, they will continue the next day to build a nuclear weapon. So we can just stop at that. It doesn't have to be for human rights, even though it is. It doesn't have to be for the women of Iran, even though it is. It doesn't have to be to manifest what the people of Iran have done and want to do for their future, for democracy. It has to do with our national security. And I wish that people on both sides, including our allies, would understand that big threat.
Aaron.
I think I need to pull this back a little bit. The goal of this operation, Trace, was to dismantle the nuclear capability of the IRGC. Anything following that is the cherry on top. You cannot have a nuclear Iran. You cannot have leaders with their finger on the button of a nuclear weapon. So let's go ahead and neutralize them as well. Anything that happens moving forward after what we see with the next several thousand sorties over the next week, 2 weeks, probably tops, is icing on the cake. However, this next 72-hour window, look, This is a highly coordinated operation, Trace. This wasn't planned in 3 days. This has been planned in the works for months, if not a decade, to take out the Ayatollah. So the next 72 hours is going to determine what pushes forward next. But ultimately, the Iranian leadership in the middle of the besiege is going to have to be brought over, and I'm hoping that there's a plan in place for that.
Sheila.
One thing that we didn't mention about Europe, and by the way, where were they the last 2 days? Why did they wait to join their allies in going against the Islamic regime? I'll tell you why. They let so many Muslims into their country. We saw how they reacted when October 7th happened. They were pro-Hamas. They're at the whim of these Islamists that they've let into their countries, and we need to mention that.
Yeah. Rabbi.
Real quick. The world is not understanding why they can't have nuclear weapons. Why can't they? This is going on for almost 1,500 years, East religion versus West. And these people, and you have two sides. You have the Shia and you have the Sunni. You have nut jobs that will do anything to destroy the West. And that's what Iran is. It's a religion. I need to destroy you, so my God is the winner. And they want the nuke to destroy you. And the world just doesn't get it.
We talk about goals here. The president said this to NBC News. Put this on the screen. It's call for number 2. Number 1 is decapitating them, getting rid of their whole group of killers and thugs, says President Trump. And there are many, many outcomes. We could do the short version or the long version. Trump also said Iranian officials are interested in continuing talks with the U.S., but declined to say whether the U.S. will pause strikes during diplomatic efforts. I don't know, he said. If they can satisfy us, they haven't been able to. And, of course, we told you the breaking news where Iran said tonight, we don't want to negotiate with the United States. Cameron Hamilton, I mean, we kind of talked about this earlier, but holy cow, the Iran people do not appear, as you look at the pictures on the right-hand side of the screen, to be in any position to dictate who negotiates when and where.
I think that's fair. They have no more leverage in negotiating chips for us. I think also the president has been so specific with his language. The U.S. Army Green Berets, the Special Forces, have a phrase called Dio presso liber, to liberate the oppressed. That is the exacting language that the president has used with a lot of his talking points in ensuring that the civilian populace rise up and reclaim their government. I think what he's hoping for is that whatever remnant of military leadership, which has been utterly decimated, will capitulate and see the writing on the wall that it's either surrender or death. My hope is that they'll do the former and not the latter. But nonetheless, we'll be prepared.
Steve Yates, your thoughts on this? Because I'm kind of curious when a country, it's almost like Baghdad Bob, where he kept coming out saying that, you know, no, the tanks haven't arrived yet. It's almost like, oh, no, we're not ready to negotiate. I mean, it's so silly that it's laughable.
It is, but let's see what the message is in another couple more days. And I think that we're going to have fact patterns that change over time. I agree with some other comments that this period of the next couple of days is very, very critical. We don't know yet whether there's going to be follow-on things that happen in a far-off geography that could change the way we think about this whole situation. So there's still a lot of unknowns out there, but for now, this is steamrolling in the right direction, and I think we'll get a better fact pattern as it plays out.
You had Congressman Mike McCall, House Homeland Security Committee. He was talking about Iran, next steps, kind of the talking points all day. And he was saying that he believes, for all intents and purposes, that Iran now is on its own. He said the following here. Watch.
I would argue Iran now is on its own. It is alone in the Middle East. And now, for the first time, we have a chance to take out this regime and have a normalization process between the Arab nations and Israel and have this moment that the president wants to finally have peace in the Middle East. This is an extraordinary opportunity, and Iran now is as isolated as I've ever seen them.
Can't get more isolated when you go after the Arab countries in your neck of the woods, Lisa.
Well, that was a calculation that I believe backfired very, very poorly. The goal of the regime was, well, first of all, the goal is to use anything at this point because they know they're spiraling very quickly. The goal was to actually try to turn this into a huge conflict, to turn this into what the left here warned us. It was going to be a World War III, and that's exactly what Donald Trump wanted to prevent. They're hoping that the neighboring nations, the UN, all the advocacy groups will try to rein Donald Trump's administration back in to stop this war, to get a ceasefire, because he's getting this war expanding it to a place where they did not want it. At the same time, the fact that China, Russia, even Hezbollah did not come to their aid in the 12-day war, that's all part of the White House's calculation in all of this. When we said that they are at their weakest point ever, it's the economy. It's the fact that their proxies have been diminished. It's the fact that no one will come to their aid, and that's why we're here.
And speaking of calculations, the former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy talked about this. Watch.
Remember, we have not seen a world like this since the 1930s, where you had an axis of evil. It is called the crinks today. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. China has now tried to influence our hemisphere. President Trump has reversed that. Think of the embarrassment that America had after Joe Biden in Afghanistan. He has now made America stronger.
Yeah, I mean, Rabbi, you look at this thing and you say, okay, 1930s. Whenever somebody says 1930s, we know exactly what they're pinpointing here.
100%. Evil is a cancer, and the world is watching right now how we are surgically going after a cancer. There's a lot of people that don't want us to do this because, like we've been saying, they hate Trump. But the best thing is happening to the world. The beauty is that we're taking out the Iranians. They're gone. Once they're gone, Israel is, and it's not just about Israel, but Israel is loved by many of the surrounding countries. They want to do business with Israel. The West is normal. The Sunnis are not out to destroy the world. Yeah. It is these people that are just, it's a religion. I know it's hard for everybody to understand. It's a religion mindset. You can't negotiate because they're looking for the 72 virgins. They believe God sent them for this.
Yeah, it's amazing. We have, since October 7th, Sharon, we have, kind of on a nightly basis, we keep saying, a lot of it is just not to repeat 1930, right? We say it again and again. Here we go. And we have Elizabeth Pipko on, who runs an online Holocaust museum, and we say this again and again, where we always revert back to a single, year's decade in time.
Well, and that's why the United States of America is the greatest nation on earth, because we stand for liberty and freedom, and we will not allow for the greatest sponsor of terrorism to rain their terror around the world. And that is exactly why we have gone in and we are doing what we're doing. We're making sure that they cannot do what happened in the 1930s, that they can not oppress people around the world. This is not just about Iran. We've seen the proxies. We've seen the sleeper cells. We've seen what happened on college campuses. And if we don't stop it, yes, history will repeat itself. Never again now means we must stop. We must all thank President Trump for his leadership.
Yeah, we got to go, Aaron, but I look at what's happening, and I look at the way this thing came down, and you look at the Ayatollah being killed, you look at Yahya Sinwar, you look at, a few other names in there. Mossad, the Israeli military, has become very efficient.
Also, the U.S. military, with Donald Trump's leadership. Look at what happened with Maduro.
Right.
President Trump isn't playing
around.
around.
Look at what happened with Operation Midnight Hammer.
Look at what happened with Khomeini. Look at what happened with now the Ayatollah, and then before that, Hassan Nasrallah. And we can go on and on. Mohammed Daif. The list goes on and on, plus 40 more of these leaders. President Trump is not afraid to flex the capability of the greatness and the greatest military in the world, and partnered with Israel with the intel. We have now restructured the entire face of the Middle East. The ideological radicals with their finger on the button are now neutralized. Let's see where we move with this thing next. We need to be careful, but let's just keep firing shots. We don't put any boots on the ground, and let the IRGC run out of air, and let's see where this thing turns up.
Nobody's raising hands. It looks like that's the final word, Aaron Cohen.
Alexander the Great took over the world and brought a lot of goodness to the world in his own way. Donald Trump is going to go down in history. We're going to see it 20, 25 years from now. What he did today and doing now is bringing a whole new world, that the world is looking for what's good about us instead of what's evil.
Also, I just want to say, Donald Trump has a plan. Today he actually said we're ahead of schedule, I quote. So he has a plan. There is a schedule. This whole leftist talking point of, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's so unplanned. Totally false. Donald Trump does not like to lose. He definitely went in with a plan.
Speaking of leftist talking points, that is coming up next on the agenda. Meantime, Operation Epic Fury crippling Iran's Revolutionary Guard.
One of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen.
Our military experts will join the panel next.
I'm on Row. I lost 75 pounds on Row. I cried when I could finally run a mile, and now I'm running marathons. FDA-approved GLP-1s for the cost of my monthly copay, thanks to Row's free insurance check. Losing the weight is just the start. I'm Hannah Nylander Asplin, and this is me on Row.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try, Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for moderate to severe Crohn's and UC. Gut-focused Entyvio works right where you need it to block inflammation in your gut. With a legacy of more than 10 years, Entyvio offers the experience you need, lasting relief and steroid-free remission. And some people experience rapid symptom relief. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. With Entyvio, you may be able to pay as little as $0 per dose. Ask your doctor if Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen, is right for you.
Gut-focused Entyvio.
Why are so many people buying a toothpaste that is so expensive?
Because Dr. Wolf's Bionic is the only toothpaste with 20% hydroxyapatite that brushes on the enamel's surface. Poor oral health is way more expensive. Dr. Wolf's Bionic, available at Amazon.
You're told to optimize, to hack. There's always a promise of a better you. But what if you were never meant to be fixed? Your biology knows how to thrive. It just needs a reminder. Armor Colostrum reawakens that brilliance. 400 nutrients, 4 seconds, 1 daily revival. This time, remember what you're made of.
Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a single plate of steak and shrimp.
What?
Add a lobster tail and you're pushing $50.
Really?
But here, it's only $7.99.
In here, we're balling.
It's actually fire.
What is?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fireballing.
Did you know taking Xyzal at night relieves allergies while you sleep? So you wake refreshed for a more productive day. Get 24-hour continuous relief that does not fade. Be wise all, take Xyzal at night.
As a neurologist, my patients are often concerned with age-related memory decline. I recommend Cunol Brain Health with 2 powerful, high-absorption ingredients clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Cunol, the brand I trust.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
The joint strikes on Iran.
It's just the beginning, we're told.
As the crossfire continues and questions mount about the country's future, Brett breaks down the latest Monday on Special Report.
Hey, parents and grandparents, there's nothing more important than your children's health. Help your children be the best they can be by giving them the Kids Guide to a Healthy Mind and Body. For a limited time, get this guide as part of our free Healthy Mind and Body gift bundle by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to healthykidsgift.com. The Kids Guide to a Healthy Mind and Body is part of the Kids Guide, a popular series that ensures your kids are learning what really matters. Your free gift bundle will also include instant access to the Kids Guide online, as well as the Kids Guide to Overcoming Anxiety, all for free. Help your children chase away the clouds of negativity and lead happy, healthy lives with this exclusive free gift bundle. Make sure your kids are happy and healthy every single day. Use the QR code to get your free Healthy Mind and Body gift bundle or go to healthykidsgift.com.
It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
Yeah, a little bit of breaking news coming in here very quickly off the wires. Israeli military says it is launching new wave of strikes on Lebanon. Of course, Lebanon is the base for Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran. Hezbollah was very much kneecapped this late last summer, but it appears there was some fire coming from Lebanon into Israel today, which I believe killed some people in Israel, and now Israel is responding, going in after Hezbollah in Lebanon. We'll have more on that as it comes in. Tonight, U.S. authorities say Operation Epic Fury will go on for several more days, if not weeks, as the U.S. and Israel work to dismantle what's left of the Iranian regime. Mark Meredith live in D.C. with the new developments on this. Mark, good evening.
Trace, good evening once again. The president is warning the American people Iran is likely to keep attacking U.S. military facilities and personnel scattered throughout the Middle East. And this warning came only hours after U.S. Central Command confirmed the death of 3 U.S. service members. Another 5 Americans were also seriously hurt. Officials have not publicly disclosed where the attack occurred, but for almost 3 days now, Trace, the Iranians have been targeting multiple U.S. bases, including in Iraq, Syria, and Bahrain.
We grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, and sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is.
Pentagon officials say they have no shortage of targets throughout Iran, including command and control centers, ballistic missile sites, and Iranian naval ships. Hours ago, the president posted the U.S. had sunk multiple of these naval vessels, also destroying the Iranian naval headquarters. The U.S. has dispatched plenty of its own naval personnel, 13,000 people to the region, the largest we've seen in decades.
The goal of this operation is to change the threat, not the regime. When this operation is over, no matter who takes over in Iran, they will not have ballistic missiles to hurt us, Israel, or the region.
Also new tonight, video released by the military shows how the U.S. is carrying out its attacks with a number of Iranian aircraft and storage facilities simply obliterated. This is a new video from Central Command. The Pentagon's top brass has been putting out statements on social media, but there hasn't been any formal TV briefings that may change by the morning, and lawmakers are expected to hear from top intelligence and military officials throughout the week. Trace.
Mark Meredith live for us in D.C. Mark, thank you. Joining the panel is retired Air Force Brigadier General John Teichert. Thank you very much. General, I wanted to play you before we bring the rest of the panel back in. I wanted to play this for you. This is General Keith Kellogg kind of giving us some different perspective on the scope of the war. Watch this.
First of all, you got to back off a second and realize how big Iran is. You know, Iran is bigger than any state except Alaska. It's 2.5 times the size of Texas. So for this operation to unfold the way it is, with the strikes occurring and with the assets we're using, is really quite amazing to me. People have to kind of realize this is big. Size. This is really hard to do.
Yeah, really hard to do. I'm wondering, as you look at this, we hear days, sometimes we hear weeks. I mean, we know the strikes are still ongoing, General, but what do you think about the scope and the length of these attacks?
Trace, I think these first 2 days have been important for 3 primary reasons. Number one, the early morning attack during daylight hours that was a surprise on Saturday that took out not just the Ayatollah, but the entire leadership regime of Iran has made them fight deaf, dumb, and blind because they have no command and control. And that's number one. Number two is that piggybacking on what Israel did during the 12-day war, we have now completely taken out their air defenses, which means that now a larger range of U.S. aircraft can find targets throughout that very large region about the size of Alaska that makes up Iran. And then number three, we continue to be very diligent in going after those areas where Iran can project power, primarily their ballistic missile fleet, not just the individual missiles, but the launchers, the warehouses, and the production facilities as well.
Yeah, Cameron Hamilton, to kind of bring you into this conversation very quickly. I mean, at number 3, I think, was the most fascinating to me because it's this whole idea of being able to knock down when Iran has the ability or the possibility of projecting power.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was such an excellent analysis. Iran has had a fairly active, aviation system, and they're still sitting on thousands of ballistic missiles and other resources, but we've significantly crippled their ability to target properly. Plus, to be honest, they've brokered and procured new equipment that they haven't been properly trained in from the Soviets. So really, this was a perfect calamity of time and occurrence where we've really effectively cut off their ability to foresee, and we can bring in other assets and resources. It's such a large region, but to that effect, we also have to consider Hezbollah's impact, because they're sitting on an arsenal of 150 to nearly 200,000 missiles and rockets that they can also use to effectively engage and come to Iran's defense.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that's the whole thing. You wonder the effect that maybe Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis will have, Aaron Cohen.
Well, the goal here, here's the question, Trace. How long is it going to take? How long will this campaign need to continue to unfold in order to sufficiently degrade the operational capabilities of the IRGC to get them to either come to the table or surrender completely or decapitate them enough for some type of coup to happen somewhere in the middle there? But the actual operations at this point, thousands of sorties are rolling out here. So I really think it's a question of just letting this thing continue to breathe and play out. And then once you have enough momentum that's slowed down and stopped, then you can start asking the next questions is, where do we want to pivot now? How do we want to insert Pahlavi? How do we want to keep moving this thing forward? But it's overwhelming what's happening right now.
Former political prisoner in Iran says the only way to overthrow the regime is an armed struggle. She was on the Will Cain show. It's call for number 7, and she said the following.
The Iranian resistance in 1981, after they realized that you cannot cooperate with this regime, you cannot go with the political to change the regime, to reform the regime, they formed the National Council of Resistance of Iran, and they announced that the only way to overthrow this regime is an armed struggle.
Sheila Nazarian, do you disagree with that?
No, but I disagree with this woman and that organization that she mentioned, which is associated with the Mujahideen, which was started by college students, leftist students, to oppose the Shah. They helped Khomeini overthrow the Shah, had a falling out, were exiled. They are Shia Islamist Marxists. They were deemed a terrorist organization by the United States of America until 2012. They allied with Saddam Hussein during the Iran-Iraq War, and Israel and America are not going all out, losing service members, losing civilians to have another Islamist organization take over in Iran.
Well, they were also on the foreign terror list for a very long time, so it would be interesting to see, certain lawmakers playing footsie with them when they were on our actual terror list. But the point is this. On the ground in Iran, they're irrelevant. And we have to look at what the people of Iran want, not what any of us want, not what she wants, not what whoever wants, but the people of Iran are calling for Prince Reza Pahlavi. You see them carrying his picture, calling for his name on the streets of Iran. And when he asked them to go out and risk their lives on January 8th and January 9th, that's when you saw tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people across all the provinces of Iran go out onto the streets and risk their lives with military-grade weapons that were pointed at them. General
Teichert, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Do you foresee this revolution, this rise up of the people in Iran, or how do you see this playing out? Do they wait? Do they put a temporary leader in that is more amenable to the United States? What happens here, in your estimation?
Trace, U.S. Central Command is starting to shift their targeting to more Iranian internal security sites. And the benefit now of doing so is that it provides the top cover for the Iranian people to rise up from the bottom. That's the promise that President Trump made when we're locked and loaded. Help is on the way, but also the challenge that he gave to those people that now it is up to them to do what they need to do to replace the regime. And we're providing the top cover now more and more by target sets against internal security sites.
Yeah, panel stand by. Coming up, Democrat lawmakers lashing out against the president's decision to target Tehran. We'll have a live report in D.C. next.
Another lost summer scrolling and swiping? Another lost spring break? Turns out the fix is right here. Create new lifetime memories from the comfort of your backyard. No passports, no reservations. Latham's premium handcrafted pools are ultra durable for any climate. Can be installed in weeks, not months. And have hundreds of designs, sizes, and colors to choose from. For 70 years, Latham Pool has remained the gold standard in bringing backyard dreams to life. Our pools are easy to care for, won't stain or crack, and never require costly resurfacing. And with flexible financing options, your dream is within reach. Inquire now to receive a free crystal finish upgrade valued at up to $3,000 and bring your favorite exotic watercolor and shimmer right to your own backyard. Don't let another year slip away. It's never too early to start planning for a lifetime of memories. Visit lathampool.com now.
Look at this. Endless big butterfly shrimp for us, endless steak for them.
Oh, did you know that buffet is French for happy wallet? I take German. Well, amigo, you just got schooled in buffetonomics. Yodelay.
When it comes to my daily heart health supplement, I've got 3 rules. It's got to be plant-based, it's got to be doctor recommended, and it's got to be Super Beets from Human.
Super Beets is the #1 cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support with clinically studied grapeseed extract for nearly 2 times more effective blood pressure support than diet and exercise alone.
Super Beets works. I swear by it, and I know you're going to love it too.
Try Super Beets today at human.com.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. Royal Match.
Is that Royal Match? It looks different.
Yeah. Heard they have a whole bunch of mini games, so there's always something fresh to play.
We've been standing here forever, and I still haven't seen an ad pop up. I really miss not watching ads.
What level were you on when we stopped playing?
1500. You?
1501. Always one step ahead of you.
Well, I let you win those last couple of ones. So.
Okay.
All right, that's it. I'm re-downloading it.
Okay, me too.
Royal Match. Download now.
For the last 8 years, I've been in bed, basically. After taking Relief Factor, after 2 weeks, when I woke up in the morning, I could open and close my hands, stand on my feet without them killing me. The pain just subsided.
If pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help you fight back. 100% drug-free, Relief Factor doesn't mask pain, it helps eliminate it. Call or go online. Get your 3-week quick start today, only $19.95.
I'm Jamie, founder of Ring. Our latest invention, Retinal Vision. AI tuning delivers ultimate clarity for unmatched security. Protect your home like I do with Retinal Vision on new 4K cameras and doorbells from Ring. Shop now at ring.com.
For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Senecot. It works differently than other laxatives because it's made from the senna plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable, Senecot. Also available in great-tasting gummies and soft chews.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
So, Jessica, is there anyone you like?
Like anyone here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, let's do Home Code Explorer. Yeah.
Всеми берцов! Ответ нет. Воу, пацан готов.
Sorry for shooting you. I thought you were a scav. Do you need anything specific? How many scavs are over there? I heard all the shooting. Literally. 6, 7. Sweet man. They probably don't have anything good on them.
земляк, мы стрелять не хотим, мы так наблюдаем.
Sponsor of terror, and there's a real concern that Iran may have been able to smuggle terrorists in over the last 5 years.
So when you go back to the Obama years, when the JCPOA was in place, and then President Obama was saying that the Iranians have agreed not to enrich uranium, not to pursue a nuclear weapon. give us your thoughts on the veracity of that. How much could we believe the Iranians of that day and today?
Well, the nuclear deal that was negotiated by Obama really was the worst deal ever. It allowed Iran to enrich uranium supposedly to peaceful levels, and it tried to treat Iran as a partner and a nation of peace in the Middle East. The problem is uranium enrichment can be so easily used to make weapons no matter what level you enrich to, because the jump from peaceful uranium to weapons grade is very easy to make. Most of the work to enrich uranium is from the unenriched to the reactor grade level, which is 3 to 5%. But John Kerry conceded this right to Iran on behalf of the administration in 2011. And once the Iranians got this, they cheated on the agreement. They developed advanced uranium centrifuges. And during the Biden administration, they began enriched to near weapons grade, 60% enriched. So, I mean, this was always a joke, and President Trump was always right to withdraw from this terrible deal.
The Iranians supposedly rejected an offer from President Trump. He said, "Okay, if you want peaceful nuclear energy, we will provide it to you. We'll give it to you free. We'll give you the uranium you need for peaceful electrical generating reactors." The Iranians said no. Doesn't that say something about what their intentions were with that material?
It does. Frankly, Iran had a golden opportunity. If it wanted nuclear power, which it doesn't need because of its huge energy resources, we offered to give them uranium fuel rods. And what's sort of ironic is that Iran enriches right now and does not have the capability of making fuel rods. Russia provides this to them. The only reason Iran enriches is to make weapons-grade fuel, but it never would give this up because it wanted to have this capability and develop it for the day that it needed to make weapons fuel.
So what do you say to those members of Congress who have been loudly proclaiming that these attacks are an illegal war and that Iran wasn't doing anything to deserve the kind of bombardment we've rained down upon them?
Look, the best reason to be concerned about Iran was that in 2021, it began to enrich to uranium-235 to 60%. There's no peaceful reason to do that. It had never done that in history until Joe Biden was president. When we attacked Iran last June, it had 9 to 10 weapons worth of uranium at 60% enriched. We actually buried 9 to 10 weapons worth of weapons-grade uranium, near weapons-grade uranium. And after last June, Iran started to reconstitute this nuclear program and to dig out this near weapons-grade uranium. So I think the fact that Iran was a threat really can't be debated.
And it appears that there has been another response from Iran.
Go to war with Iran, but it's not clear why.
Seen over a neighborhood in Kuwait is home to the U.S. Embassy. Americans are being urged to stay away there. So it appears that there's been another retaliatory attack from the Iranians. We'll get more information on that and bring it to our viewers as soon as we can. Fred Fleitz, formerly with the CIA. Fred, thank you.
Good to be here.
So Iran's response appears to be increasing. Smoke reported over a neighborhood near the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. We'll have more information on the other side of a break. Stay with us.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Unlike my friend here popping antacids all day. Give me those. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn. All good.
When you're a small business owner, your to-do list can be a lot.
Super helpful.
Good. Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn. All good.
You're told to optimize, to hack. There's always a promise of a better way. But what if you were never meant to be fixed? Your biology knows how to thrive. It just needs a reminder. Armor colostrum reawakens that purpose. 400 nutrients, 4 seconds, 1 daily revival. This time, remember what you're made of.
For muscle cramps and spasms, what's your move? The Hercules? The elephant? The pogo? Make the move to TheraWorks. It absorbs quickly for relief of muscle cramps and spasms. A safe, gentle, non-opioid formula you can use every day to keep moving without the mess or strong odor. For fast relief of muscle cramps and spasms, TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Pollen in your way?
Allergies on a hike. Plus, a risk of brain fog. But we've got Allegra.
Allegra delivers fast, powerful allergy relief with no brain fog due to drowsiness. Try now Allegra. It's a no-brainer.
The U.S.-Israel attacks on Iran, with American soldiers and key regime leaders dead. What's next for leadership and the region? Our primetime lineup covers all the developments Monday.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just
is this like Iraq, or is this World War III? War with Iran, just one more in the Middle East. Open your eyes, look up through the skies and see. Just ponder and put a missile in the sky. Now that bunker is bye-bye. My term had just begun. Now I'm going through it all
Niles Gardner, the Heritage Foundation Director and former senior advisor to Margaret Thatcher. Is Iran in a position to be able to make demands, would you say, Niles?
Well, thanks for having me on the show today, John. And I have to say that Iran is not in any position to be negotiating terms with the United States. The military operation so far launched by the US and Israel has been a spectacular success, and the Iranian dictatorship has been brought to its knees. And so any demands coming from Tehran, frankly, are extremely delusional, and the Iranian regime is in no position to be making any kinds of demands of the United States or Israel at this time.
Michael Sherrod, the Atlantic magazine, says that the president told him that he has agreed to talk, that the Iranian leadership...
What's your move? The Hercules? The elephant? The pogo? Make the move to TheraWorks. It absorbs quickly for relief of muscle cramps and spasms. A safe, gentle, non-opioid formula you can use every day to keep moving without the mess or strong odor. For fast relief of muscle cramps and spasms, TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Pollen in your way?
Allergies on a hike. Great. Plus, a risk of brain fog. But we've got Allegra.
Allegra delivers fast, powerful allergy relief with no brain fog due to drowsiness. Try now Allegra. It's a no-brainer.
Attacks on Iran, with American soldiers and key regime leaders dead. What's next for leadership and the region? Our primetime lineup covers all the developments Monday.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effect will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
It's gone. I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 814-603-6118.
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Yeah. The right fit awaits. Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Behold, the new Harry's Plus. 5 German-engineered steel blades, premium metal handle, our most advanced pivot mechanism, at a price that makes Big Razor big mad, and guys everywhere very happy. Harry's Plus.
President Trump says he's willing to speak with Iran's interim leadership, but it's not clear whether Iran is willing to talk. In a post on X, Iran's top national security official, Ali Larijani, said with the U.S. Now, Niles Gardner, the Heritage Foundation director and former senior advisor to Margaret Thatcher. Is Iran in a position to be able to make demands, would you say, Niles?
Well, thanks for having me on the show today, John. And I have to say that Iran is not in any position to be negotiating terms with the United States. The military operation so far launched by the US and Israel has been a spectacular success. And the Iranian dictatorship has been brought to its knees. And so any demands coming from Tehran, frankly, are extremely delusional. And the Iranian regime is in no position to be making any kinds of demands of the United States or Israel at this time.
The Michael Shern, the Atlantic magazine, says that the president.
So how are you feeling about your current money manager? Well, I feel like we got one.
She's right. Our lives have changed, and we need more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
I understand. At Fisher Investments, we get to know you, your goals, lifestyle, and needs, and then tailor a portfolio just for you.
That's good to hear. Can you help with estate planning?
Yes, and we can also help you with Social Security, investment income, tax-efficient strategies, and more.
Wow.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia.
Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches, only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
Hey, get away!
Your guys' garage is on fire.
10 years ago, I invented the Ring video doorbell for moments like that, and Ring security cameras for moments like this. And Ring alarm with professional monitoring.
Would you like us to request emergency services?
Yes. 10 years of reinventing home security and tens of millions of safer homes. Protect your home the way I do. Learn more at ring.com.
Dry eyes still gritty, scratchy, and tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel. MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that targets too much tear evaporation by forming a protective layer. Use a allergic to MyBo. Remove contacts before using. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor about MyBo.
For the last 8 years, I've been in bed, basically. After taking Relief Factor, and for 2 weeks, when I woke up in the morning, I could open and close my hands, stand on my feet without them killing me. The pain just subsided.
If pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help you fight back. 100% drug-free, Relief Factor doesn't mask pain, it helps eliminate it. Call or go online. Get your 3-week quick start today, only $19.95.
Think you can't afford weight loss meds? Get the lowest cost FDA-approved GLP-1s on Road. Insurance or cash pay doesn't matter. Covered or not, you still get the lowest cost possible on Road. Dave pays $50 with insurance. Lisa qualified for a $199 starting price without. No matter how you pay, you can count on the lowest cost possible for GLP-1s on Road. See if you're covered for GLP-1s at row.co/lowest.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Unlike my friend here popping an ass. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn, all good.
My mom is the most caring, helpful person. But when she got diabetes, it was hard for her to put health first. With Dexon B7, she's learned how to control her diabetes, so she can be her amazing self.
If you're over 50, Consumer Cellular has special deals for you. Need unlimited talk, text, and high-speed data? That'll be $35 per month, or way more with big wireless. Why haven't you switched? See how we can cut your bills. Call Consumer Cellular.
Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and more. All backed by our 100% guarantee. Right now, you'll get 12 Omaha Steaks burgers free with your order. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today.
For the latest on what's going on in Iran, we turn to Fox News correspondent Stephanie.
Hey, John. Yeah, we're hearing more of these back-and-forth attacks continuing this evening. Now, we did hear from a 6-minute video update, President Donald Trump. He said that the U.S. is grieving the deaths of those 3 service members who lost their lives during the conflict. He said they made the ultimate sacrifice and that America will avenge their deaths.
As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
U.S. Central Command posted on X a few hours ago saying U.S. forces are taking bold action to eliminate imminent threats posed by the Iranian regime. Strikes continue. President Trump said hundreds of targets in Iran have already been hit. 9 of the country's ships have been destroyed, and the entire military command has gone, he says, and that the mission will continue until all U.S. objectives have been completed, including preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon and containing their missile program. Massive plumes of smoke could be seen over Tehran. Iranian officials say more than 200 Iranians have been killed since the start of these strikes. And succession planning is underway after Iran's supreme leader was killed after more than 4 decades in power. Also, dozens of senior Iranian officials were also killed, including the defense minister. In retaliation, Iran has targeted neighboring Gulf states. Explosions have been heard in Israel, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. We're also hearing within the last hour loud blasts in Doha and Dubai this morning. And we're also monitoring reports of smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy in the vicinity of Kuwait. Of course, embassies are critical for citizens abroad. A UK base in Cyprus has also been hit by a suspected drone strike, but no one has been reported injured there, so we're keeping an eye on that one. It comes, of course, after the British Prime Minister said that the U.S. can use some of their bases in Cyprus to strike back. Iran's security chief says, though, the country is unwilling to negotiate with the U.S. John?
I know that it's early and we don't know exactly what's going on in Kuwait, but the fact that the U.S. compound there, the embassy says do not come to the embassy, would suggest that there has been a strike at or near the U.S. embassy in Kuwait.
Yeah, that is exactly right. We're hearing multiple reports of people seeing smoke in the neighborhood there, and we're hoping to get more information. But we did receive a statement, if I can read that out real quick, from the U.S. Department of State Consular Affairs. They said, quote, "Do not come to the embassy, take cover in your residence on the lowest available floor, and stay away from windows. Do not go outside." And of course, we have the potential threat of further strikes throughout the day. As President Trump said, this military operation will continue for some time until all of their goals are achieved. So, yeah, definitely an evolving situation by the minute. And of course, when some of these strikes are launched, you have the missile interceptors and the debris that can fall, and the people below have to be on edge for that as well. John?
There's been something of a turnaround from the British Prime Minister, if I'm describing it accurately. At first, he made the point that British forces were not involved in the attacks on Iran, but now he's inviting U.S. forces to use some of the British military bases that might be advantageous to them. What do we know about that, Stephanie?
Yeah, that's exactly right. When these strikes with Israel and the U.S. strikes on Iran first started, the UK was very quick to say we have no involvement in this. But then they kind of turned around throughout the day on Saturday saying, well, you know, we will act defensively. If we see anything coming towards our people or our allies, we will act. And then last night, we, of course, had that statement from the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, where he said, you know, we will allow the U.S. to use our bases if needed. Cyprus, we also heard from the UK Defence Secretary John Healey yesterday, who said that they were actively yesterday taking down drones, saying, quote, they are menacing either our bases, our people, or our allies, and this is a serious and deteriorating situation. So things are definitely evolving there. We heard that there was limited damage, no injuries reported there at that base in Cyprus, but it kind of sees how some of our allies are now being forced into this, being pulled into this to help, you know, everybody on the ground.
All right, Stephanie Bennett reporting from London. Stephanie, thank you. The attacks will continue until our objectives are met. What are the objectives? We'll get into that ahead.
This isn't just a motorcycle. It's an engineering miracle. A time machine.
It's a good friend. It's all your friends.
It's your inner child.
Build their lives on their own terms. But we have so much more to do. Because 1 in 3 people on Earth still don't have a safe, affordable home. We believe everyone deserves a place to call home. Will it be easy? No. But we're not afraid of getting our hands dirty and doing
صدنا يا الربع تو نازل من البرشوت صدنا هذا برشوت يا الربع حقطين صدنا يا الربع تو نازل من البرشوت
Police, yes, 1 minute. لا شبه الدبة 1 minute. 1 minute. Police, yes, 1 minute. لا شبه الدبة 1 minute. 1 minute.
I'm a backyard football player. You can count on me to make plays.
It's time to get serious, and this is where it all begins.
Well, is the answer.
The game of survival is in your hands. Good luck.
They came out here to win $250,000.
Let's go! You're playing a totally different game than we're playing in the wilderness. You all want to hate me? That's fine.
Start scheming, boys. I need some goodies. Please hit that button.
should have applied for the floor. Rob Lowe wouldn't do this to people.
Extracted. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
I was in search of freedom. Sarah was in search of faith. Our lives were to become one. I want you to have a child on my behalf. She was the first of the great matriarchs.
The Faith begins March 22nd on Fox.
At Shriners Children's, a new superpower is discovered every day. Around each corner, you'll find extraordinary children who are super courageous, super determined, super adventurous. Shriners Children's helps them unlock these superpowers to become superheroes. Shriners Children's is helping children become super unstoppable. I can play basketball. I can play the violin. And I can mop.
We've been at Shriners for 2 years, but it's been the best decision we could have ever made as a family.
Shriners Children's provides long-term specialized care to children who need it most, regardless of a family's ability to pay.
Our lives have been forever changed because of Shriners Children's.
To learn more, please visit loveshriners.org.
Iran has built a network of allied militant groups across the Middle East over several decades. Those help Tehran project power over its adversaries, maintain a degree of plausible deniability for regional attacks. Major partners include Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in Gaza, and various Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria. The question now, how will the war in Iraq affect those groups and the axis of resistance overall? To try to answer that question, let's bring in Dr. Jacob Oladort. He is the Chief Research Officer at the America First Policy Institute and Director of its American Security Program, also a former White House advisor and Middle East advisor at the Department of Defense. Jacob, thanks very much for spending some time with us this morning. Thus far, the allied groups that we've been talking about have remained fairly quiet, or so it seems. We're hearing that Hezbollah has been launching attacks on Israel, and Israel is answering back. What would you say are the big concerns from some of these Iranian satellite groups?
Yeah, and further to that, you've even seen the Prime Minister of Lebanon condemn attacks on Israel, saying Lebanon does not want to get involved. I think what we've seen from these groups right now is what we've learned about them over the last couple of years, is that they may take direction from Tehran, but they also have their own local calculus for survival and their own dynamics in their immediate neighborhood. And so Hezbollah in particular is key on maintaining its hold of power in Lebanon, whatever power it has left, and I think that more so potentially than a declining Tehran is its key incentive for how it chooses to engage, if at all.
So are those groups looking at what is happening in Tehran and around Iran and thinking that their very existence may be threatened because essentially the sugar daddy is getting whacked?
I think that's part of it, and the other part as well is for the groups that have, let's say, a higher risk tolerance, that have little to gain by surviving, thinking of Houthis, potentially or some militias. This is their opportunity to shine and kind of wave a banner that they are the heroes of the resistance, Palestinian cause, whatever that slogan might be. And you've seen that with the Houthis certainly the last 3 years. So you might see some engagements with drones and so forth. But nothing, in my mind, aggressive deployment of force to come to Tehran's aid.
Talk about the fact that, Iran has attacked its neighbors. You can run down the list. Virtually every Arab country in the Middle East has been attacked as a result of these attacks on Iran. They've been launching missiles at Abu Dhabi, at Saudi Arabia, just about everybody. What's the result of that? What's the wisdom in that, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is Iran, the regime doing what it does is indiscriminate firing of missiles, barrages at civilian population centers. I saw one count 14 countries that Iran has so far attacked with its missiles and drones. And so I think the important part for me is how these actions may drive a bold posture by our allies some of Iranian capabilities in defense of their partners in the region. I think that's quite a remarkable new step that we're seeing here.
One view is that Iran attacked some of these other nations to try to suggest to the world that it's going to be a conflagration really about throughout the Middle East and to try to get Israel and the United States back off because so many other countries would be in flames. Is that possible?
That's exactly right. And particularly where I'm looking is the oil tanker that the regime struck yesterday. That was an attempt to get global adversaries involved, China and Russia. And of course, international markets. At the moment, we've noticed so far the energy infrastructure has remained directly in line with fire. But when that comes about, I mean, that would be the dream of this regime is to have a global conflagration with other non-regional players involved.
Jacob Aldergort, who served as a White House advisor. Jacob, we thank you for your insights tonight.
Thank you.
So mixed messages coming out of Iran. They say they are willing to talk. They also say they'll never talk. What believe? We'll get into that.
Jardiance plays a role in my story too. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage
基地去伊朗读
once daily pill that helps lower my A1C. It works 24/7 in the body. Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death.
Both may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract, or genital yeast infections in men and women, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing, or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness, or swelling between the anus and genitals. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have loosening or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your system.
Jardiance is a little pill with a big story to tell. If you ask me, it's pretty swag.
Who would you say is your BFF? You're one of my BFFs for sure. Sorry, buddy. I already got a BFF. Experian, my big financial friend. They can help you lower your monthly bills, save you time and money, cancel unwanted subscriptions. Get the app from your big financial friend, Experian.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55+ plan saved us so much money. Home internet's been perfect. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like,
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up. Right now, get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Unlike my friend here popping antacids all day. Give me those. Prilosec OTC. 1 pill, zero heartburn. All good.
The U.S.-Israel attacks on Iran, with American soldiers and key regime leaders dead. What's next for leadership and the region? Our primetime lineup covers all the developments Monday.
The system is outdated and archaic and vulnerable to title fraud, a growing scam the FBI now calls house stealing. Scammers can now easily download and forge one document, apply one fake notary stamp, and then file it with the recorder. Just like that, the property has been taken out of your name. Then they borrow against your home using your equity.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash.
Look what I just won!
DealDash. With millions of auctions, you too can start winning. Like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings.
And free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
Behold, the new Harry's Plus. 5 German-engineered steel blades. Premium metal handle. Our most advanced pivot mechanism. At a price that makes Big Razor big mad. And guys everywhere very happy. Harry's Plus.
When people search for you online, what do they find? Reputation Defender helps get rid of or bury negative search results so you can make the best first impression. Search your name today and let Reputation Defender help you rise to the top.
A Fox News alert and the Associated Press is confirming now that fire and smoke are rising from inside the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait, apparently the result of an Iranian counterattack on that facility. Americans are being told not to come to the embassy in Kuwait. It has been apparently attacked by the Iranians. We'll get you more information as soon as it becomes available. Meanwhile, some Democrats and a few Republicans are pushing for a vote to limit President Trump's war powers in Iran. They're slamming the U.S. and Israel's joint strikes on that nation. Take a listen.
This is an illegal war. I have a war powers resolution queued up for vote this week, and I'm encouraging my colleagues to assert the constitutional power vested in the legislative branch. More importantly, though, haven't we learned something from 25 years of war in the Middle East? Have we learned nothing?
Many GOP lawmakers are praising President Trump's actions. Watch.
The goal of this operation is to change the threat, not the regime. When this operation is over, no matter who takes over in Iran, they will not have ballistic missiles to hurt us, Israel, or the region.
For more, we're back with retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gaub. He's also co-founder and executive director of Restore Liberty. Also joining us, national security and military analyst Dr. Rebecca Grant. She's also vice president of the Lexington Institute. Dr. Grant, take up what Senator Lindsey Graham was saying there, that no matter how this ends, the Iranians are going to be stripped of the ability to reach out and attack not only their neighbors, but the United States as well. They're not going to have the military firepower that they've been developing over these last 5 decades.
So Operation Epic Fury is literally going to save our kids and grandkids from worrying about an attack here with Iranian longer-range missiles and nuclear weapons. And Secretary Rubio has told us over and over again that Iran is working on intercontinental missiles, on space launch, and of course on nuclear weapons. That is the big goal and why we have to complete the destruction. And it's not just us at this point. We have word that that Britain's RAF has bagged an Iranian drone heading towards the base at Al Udeid at Doha and Qatar. We have American forces there. This is now a campaign with drone zone defense across this region by the UK, by the United States, Air Force, Navy, and I can't believe that the UAE and their fantastic F-16s aren't up there defending their country as well. So this is now a bigger defense of many countries and many nations to take out the threat of Iran.
Lieutenant Colonel Gaub, it's one thing to knock out the leadership of that country, but it's quite another to effectively remove the government. I mean, the president has said it's time for the Iranians to take back their government. But that's a tall order, isn't it? I mean, with the Revolutionary Guard so entrenched, so well armed, and so vicious.
It's an extremely tall order, John, but it doesn't mean it can't be done. There are 90 million Iranians, and what we're doing is setting the conditions by eliminating as much of the threat as possible from their ability to respond against their own people. The Iranian military is not designed or even purposed for foreign invasions. Their military is basically an arm of their policing force. They focus internally, they look at their own people. The solution to Iran is the Iranian people, and they're more than capable of doing so. But we do, I guess you could say we are helping by getting rid of all those things that threaten not only the greater region, but then as we continue to bomb and continue to reduce targets, we're going to go after those things that will be threats to the Iranian people as they get ready to try to establish their own government again in the future. And hopefully they can do so successfully without great conflict internally and become a prosperous and free nation again and be a partner to those people throughout the Middle East.
Dr. Grant, during the Obama administration, the Iranian people did rise up. They took to the streets. They thought they were going to throw off the yoke of the mullahs, but they essentially got no help from the United States. This is a very different time.
This is a very different time, and although what we have to measure is our military objectives in Operation Epic Fury, there is no question that this is historic. It's going to take time for Iran to refresh and rejuvenate its political system. It's going to take time for Iran's economy to recover. But if the IRGC and the Ayatollahs and the mullahs can be out of power, there is a chance for the region to go in and help as well. You know, we've seen such a change in Syria with the new leadership there and given them every chance to do better. We'd like to see something like that for Iran as well. And don't forget, you know, this is a regime that's repressed and killed its people, really restricted their information flow as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to get some information flowing to them via Starlink and some other methods. They're going to have the best chance possible for a new beginning.
Yeah, they have to be, Lieutenant Colonel Gobb, they have to be shell-shocked right now at what's going on, and they get very little information from the outside.
They do, and I think that Starlink is helping some, but that's one of the biggest messages that we need to keep out there is the fact that momentum is critical to people who are trying to overthrow our government and remove them, and information getting out of that country to the nations around the world to show the truth of what's happening is equally important. And I can tell you, based on what I got from a friend of mine here in the United States, her name is Yvette Chambers, and she lives in California. She escaped Iran with her parents right in '79 when it happened. She sent me a note saying she's ecstatic as well as many of the people who are in America who were in Iran before.
It's a new day. Darren Gobb, Dr. Rebecca Grant, thank you both.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Back with more coverage in a moment.
I need you to open the door, man. Let's go. Hey, supervillains. Punch her? You're joking me. Looking for a fight? Well, look no further. Cops is back with all new episodes. Oh, that's a lot of crap, Randy. These heroes mean business. Ugly-ass crackhead. Cops, all new episodes, streaming now on Fox Nation.
You did not announce yourself before you touched me physically.
This is the true story of Alex. Recently promoted, he was earning more, but investing for the future,
I definitely needed a plan.
With his advisor Dennis, Alex invested his savings into 3 accounts.
One for now, one for later, and of course, his retirement.
A plan in motion put the future in focus. The wedding, the barndominium, kids.
Maybe kids.
The point here, Alex has more than big goals for his future. He's got a plan to get there.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
Make a move. I dare you.
Next.
Howdy.
With Ring, you can protect your home from anywhere. Learn more at ring.com.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Unlike my friend here popping antacids all day. Give me those. Prilosec OTC. 1 pill, zero heartburn. All good.
Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a single plate of steak and shrimp. What?
Teeny tiny shrimp. But don't worry, here we have big butterfly shrimp.
In here, we're balling. It's actually fire. What is?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fireballing.
Life with Norman is fun and full of adventure. He just started to slow down a little bit on walks and seemed like he had some discomfort. His doctor diagnosed him with osteoarthritis pain and recommended that we try Librela.
Adverse events may include ataxia, anorexia, and lethargy. Do not use in breeding, pregnant, or lactating dogs. Take extreme care to avoid self-injection.
Librela has helped Norman get back to his old self.
I'm on Roe, 34 pounds down on GLP-1s. Healthier on Roe. Supported on Roe. FDA approved GLP-1 options. Now even in a pill. Weight loss expertise I trust. I'm moving better on Roe. I'm feeling better on Roe. I'm Serena Williams. This is me on Roe.
Reignite your passion with custom anniversary bands from the Jewelry Exchange. 14K half-carat natural bands, $6.99. 1 carat, $11.90. 2 carat fancy bands, $15.90. Endless choices guaranteed to appraise for double. The Jewelry Exchange Direct.
Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons.
President Trump there continuing to make the case as to why the U.S. and Israel are attacking Iran. He goes on to say the military assault could last for days or for 4 to 5 weeks if necessary. This is we're learning 3 U.S. service members have been killed in the first hours of combat in an Iranian counterattack. 5 others are hurt, and the president warns more American casualties are possible. Thanks for staying with us. I'm John Scott. It's 2 a.m. here in New York City, 10:30 a.m. in Iran. President Trump insists it won't be difficult for Israel and the U.S. to maintain the intensity of the battle. Aside from Iran, Israel is also targeting Iranian proxy groups in that region, including Hezbollah in Lebanon, which has launched missiles into Israel. Meantime, Tehran is trying to fire back, targeting U.S. bases, Israel, as well as Arab countries in the region. And we're just learning smoke is coming out of the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. The embassy is urging Americans to stay away and shelter in place amid missile and drone threats there. For more on the war in Iran, we bring in Fox News correspondent Stephanie Bennett. Stephanie.
Hey, John. Yeah, a lot to dive into this morning and a lot of new developments that are coming out as well, as you mentioned, starting with the video from President Donald Trump. It was about 6 minutes long, and he said America is grieving the deaths of those 3 service members who were killed. He said they made the ultimate sacrifice and America will avenge their deaths. Now, U.S. Central Command, they posted on X a few hours ago saying that the U.S. forces are taking bold action to eliminate imminent threats posed by the Iranian regime. Strikes continue. President Trump said hundreds of targets in Iran have already been hit. 9 of the country's ships have been destroyed, and the entire military command has gone. And that mission will continue until all U.S. objectives have been completed.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons that would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen.
Officials say more than 200 Iranians have been killed since the start of these strikes. Secession planning is underway after Iran's supreme leader was killed after more than 4 decades in power. 40 others, roughly, a part of his team also killed. In retaliation, Tehran has targeted neighboring Gulf states, with Iran's security chief saying the country is unwilling to negotiate with the U.S. Explosions have also been heard in Israel, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. And according to some of our sources on the ground, ground just now. Loud blasts were also heard, of course, this morning in Doha and Dubai again. We're also monitoring reports of smoke rising from the vicinity of the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. The U.S. Department of State Consular Affairs said, quote, "Do not come to the embassy, take cover in your residence, and do not go outside." A UK base in Cyprus has been hit in a suspected drone strike, but no one has been reported injured, and it caused limited damage, they say. It comes after Prime Minister Keir Starmer said yesterday that the UK will allow the U.S. to strike Iranian missile sites from selected British bases, including Cyprus and Diego Garcia.
We were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But Iran is pursuing a scorched earth strategy, so we are supporting the collective self-defense of our allies and our people in the region.
And the conflict continues to widen. We're hearing today that Israel is trading strikes with the Iranian-backed Hezbollah. In a statement on Telegram, Israel Defense Forces chief, they said the military must prepare for many prolonged days of combat ahead. John?
All right, Stephanie Bennett reporting. Stephanie, thank you. Joining us once again, national security and military analyst Dr. Rebecca Grant, Vice President of the Lexington Institute. Interesting, Dr. Grant. President Trump told Michael Scherer of the Atlantic magazine that they, the Iranians, want to talk. And he says, if they want to talk, I will talk to them. But at the same time, a guy named Ali Larijani, who is apparently a top security official in Iran, is saying, we will never talk to the United States. We will never negotiate with the United States. Mixed messages coming out of that country, and you have to believe there's already a power struggle going on in the absence of the Ayatollah and so many others.
Oh, power struggle, absolutely. You know, Larijani has maybe been in power for about 24 hours. So this is messaging that's going everywhere to others in the leadership, to Iran, to the world in general. You know, to me, I think it's great President Trump has maintained all along he is willing to talk. But what I want to see is the Iranians to stop shooting at the Gulf states and at our bases. That would seem a much more legitimate basis for talks. There does seem to be possibly, if it follows the pattern, Iran will now have trouble intensifying these strikes. We're going to see quite a bit of shooting right now. It's going to still be a combat zone, never completely safe. But if we see a drop off in their ridiculous lashing out, then would be the time to talk.
Interesting, some of the comments from Iranian allies, Russia and China. Russia has decried this attack as an illegal invasion. You know, the country that invaded the country that invaded Ukraine is calling this an illegal operation. China's foreign ministry is urging all parties to stop military operations. You know, the Chinese who have imprisoned the Uyghurs, who are participating in forced organ harvesting, they're calling this a war crime. And I guess they're going to get people to believe them, Dr. Grant, too. That's the sad part of this.
Well, don't forget Iran is their ally. Russia buys the Shahed drones that Iran makes. They make more of them in Russia. They use them against Ukraine. They've used thousands of them. And China, purchaser of 90% of Iran's oil. China has sent them shiploads full of chemicals for making ballistic missile fuel. They may even have supplied targeting intelligence at some point as well. So China has been the reason that Iran has been able to function and stay in power. And I am so glad that Xi Jinping has to watch the United States and Israel take apart Iran's military capabilities. This should really set the Chinese back as well. Everything we're doing, from drone defense to missile defense from our destroyers to the offensive strikes, you know what? We can do that in the Pacific as well.
Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb joins us once again. Lieutenant Colonel Gobb, when you look at the chess game that's underway here, Dr. Grant was just talking about how this is bad news for the Russians as well as the Chinese. This really is going to reset a lot of things in the world that well, we're not even anticipating right at this moment.
Yeah. John, you hit the nail on the head. And I'll tell you that I just published a Substack today with what I call 12 global strategic impacts of success in Iran for the United States and many other nations. A couple quick examples are between Venezuela and Iran, we've now taken out the two primary suppliers of oil to China. That's significant. By taking out Iran, we've taken out the supplier of drones, as Dr. Grant has mentioned, and other weapons that go to Russia in order to fight in Ukraine and keep going. I laid out a whole bunch more in there when you start talking about places like Afghanistan, about potential hegemony or much greater power gains for Saudi Arabia, amongst a few. Can't go into all of it, but the thread that you snap in Iran and you watch its effect, it goes around the globe. This is a lot bigger than the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, it seems like for a long time the United States has been, I don't know if afraid is the right word, but has been reluctant to take on the mullahs. That clearly has ended, Lieutenant Colonel Gobb.
Absolutely. And when Congress is out there with some of their people complaining about this and talking about the War Powers Act, I'm going to look them straight in the eye and tell them that Congress has abdicated that authority for a very long time. And they've also failed to realize that Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. I've got 7 combat tours overseas, and I can tell you when we were in Iraq at the end, and frankly, for a good number of years, we were fighting Iran. Western Afghanistan, we were fighting Iran. So this is a thorn in the side of the world and not just the United States. And to have this thorn pulled, this is an incredible day in history. And I'll tell you who's celebrating the most is the Iranians, who maybe someday they'll call their country Persia again. And I think that would be wonderful.
Yeah, it appears that there are big changes on the horizon. We'll have to wait until the dust settles. We appreciate your thoughts, Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb, Dr. Rebecca Grant. We appreciate it. Britain, France, and Germany say they are ready to work with the U.S. to stop Iran's retaliatory attacks. They also want negotiations, they say, to start up again. Let's bring in Micah Halpern, weekly columnist at the Jerusalem Post and host of Thinking Out Loud. Micah, just give us your assessment. I mean, we're only 2 days into this thing, but give us your assessment of how it's going.
Well, I think it's going very well, actually, faster and better and more efficiently than ever expected. It's the most efficient that I've ever seen in these kinds of operations, period. And the spectacular activities and the coordination between Israel and the United States has been unparalleled in terms of their effect, both in terms of what they targeted and who they targeted. And that was truly exceptional.
So, that first strike decapitated the Iranian government, took out the Ayatollah and so much of the top leadership. Where do we go from here? I mean, is the IRGC, the Guard Corps, is that the major target? Are you trying to eliminate all of the ballistic missiles and other weaponry? What's the goal?
Well, let me correct you first. The first goal of the operation was to knock out the potential of Iran hitting back at Israel and the United States operations. So that was the very first element. The second element was to hit the other targets, and that they were very successful at. The reality of Iran, and this is where people don't really understand, the infrastructure of Iran is based on the Revolutionary Guard. They own everything. They own the supermarkets. They own the gas stations. They own the petroleum system. They own everything. And that's why they have to be destroyed. They have to be ripped out. And so ask them to put down their weapons is a good idea. That's why you only have these octogenarian generals. You don't have any young generals. You only have generals in their 70s and 80s because they'll never let go of their positions because it's their multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar positions that they're in. So what you need to do is we need to get them out of their positions. You can promise them immunity if they want, but what you really need to do is get them out of the positions totally. And as soon as that happens, the weight and the movement, the momentum of the people will shift. There are two major powers that need to shift towards the people, the religious community and the military community. And it's not a small community. They're huge, and they won't give up because of the money issues.
Yeah, with the Revolutionary Guard that entrenched, though, I mean, how do you rip up that system in the Iranian society?
Well, what the United States and Israel has begun to do is they've begun to decapitate the head of the snake. So, but the problem is not just the heads. The problem is also the element that's below that and below that and below that. And so what they need to do is they need to influence them to not just put down their weapons, but to say that we are not going to fight. We're not going to wreak havoc, and we're not going, and this includes the Basij, which is this paramilitary police agency that runs around on motorcycles and shoots the masses on the streets, etc. You need to actually influence them to stop that activity. Now, they're going to be afraid that they're going to be executed by the new regime. Yes, I understand that. But they need to stop what they're doing. And the way that happens is by influence and by intimidation. And that's what these strikes are. They're influence and intimidation. They want to force them out of their current situation. They need to move the Guard away from their weapons. And at that point, we have a whole series of questions. There are about 5 potential answers as to what's going to happen in the future. One of them is that the regime stays on. That would be terrible, but that's a possible scenario also. Another is that the revolution takes over and actually wipes out and executes the Guard, which is also terrible. Somewhere in the middle has to be a resolution.
We mentioned at the start of this segment that Britain, France, and Germany have said they are willing to step in and help prevent Iranian retaliatory attacks. Does that surprise you, first of all? And what do you think will be the effect?
I find it almost hilarious to take moral and ethical teachings from the United Kingdom or France or Germany on these issues. I remember that great picture, that iconic picture of Chamberlain coming off the plane with the umbrella on his arm and in his hand, asserting we've achieved peace in our time. They are masters of accommodation. They are spineless. And so to say they can help, they've been trying to help for 30 or 40 years. They are irrelevant in this message. The people who are acting are the United States and Israel, because they really have skin in the game. The Brits, the French, the Germans, they're nice. I wouldn't expect anything from them but nice words.
Micah Halpern, interesting. Thank you.
A pleasure. Anytime.
So we are continuing to look into reports that the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait has been hit by some kind of a retaliatory attack, either from the Houthis or perhaps from Iran itself. More coverage after a short break.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
Dog Grooming Genius here. No, over here. And I live for operational excellence. Cute makeovers? I see a shop in sync. Thanks to Genius. Scheduling personalized. Checkouts flawless. Real-time reviews for the win. From game day crowds worldwide to running this shop. Perfectly executed. Big league reliability for any business. That's Genius.
I'm a stickler for good dental care.
Me too. Ooh, looking sharp today.
But even if we take care of our teeth, we can still get,
don't say it,
a big dental bill. That's why dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company is important. It helps pay for over 400 procedures, all with no deductibles and no annual maximums. Call or visit physiciansmutualdental.com for your free info kit with all the details. Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
This is Fresh Pet. Here, there are no fillers, no spray-on flavors, no compromises. Just vet-developed recipes packed with fresh meat and healthy veggies. Because real fresh food belongs in everybody's bowl.
You don't need a shot.
Thanks, Doc.
It's Dr. Best. Tuesday, the breakout hit is all new.
These are your parents?
We wanted to find out what you gave it all up for.
All new Best Medicine, Tuesday on Fox.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like man over 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear.
That's right, Nugenix Total T2.
From the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Nugenix Total T2, packed with even more man-boosting power. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting LEARN to 231231.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free. Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? That's why new Nugenix Total T2 lets you try before you buy. Just text to claim your complimentary sample. Nugenix Total T2. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Prove it to yourself. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free.
A game changer for Iran. That's how exiled Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is describing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's death. Here's more of what he had to say to Maria Bartiromo on Sunday Morning Futures.
There's no question that this is the game changer we've been waiting for all this time. The jubilation of Iranians at home and abroad shows how much people were hoping for this moment. And I join millions of Iranians thanking President Trump for taking this into action and delivering on his promise. We are so elated of the fact that now we have the beginning of the very end of the regime.
He went on to say that he will lead transition to democracy with coalition of forces inside Iran. For more on the likelihood of all this coming to pass, let's bring in Joan Leslie McGill. She's a Middle East policy analyst, also an Israeli rocket scientist with 30 years experience on defense technology, including the Iron Dome system. And what an accomplishment that is. Thanks for joining us this evening, or this morning, I should say.
Thank you for having me. To be clear, I do not have the 30 years of rocket science experience, but I am a foreign policy analyst.
All right, terrific. So the Reza Pahlavi, the President Trump has been coy about whether Pahlavi is going to be the guy. What do you think? I mean, what is the likelihood that the son of the exiled Shah, the exiled son of the Shah, comes in and sort of stands up a democratic government in Iran?
It's an amazing concept. It feels like we're coming full circle on so many events between the United States and Iran. But I have to say, it's such a unique situation that we're looking at. These protests coming out of Iran for the past few months were not organized by any single leader or single opposition force. And so now that we're looking towards regime change, I think there are multiple possibilities that could take place. The Crown Prince is one of those, but he's not the only one. I think any future leader of Iran will have to accomplish two things. Number one, successfully unite the disparate factions on the ground. There are multiple ethnic and religious minorities that will have to be brought together. A true coalition will have to be built. The Crown Prince says he's doing that, but I imagine that's difficult to do from a distance, not being in Iran. The second thing a future leader will have to do is to get buy-in from the international community around this future government. This is where he has succeeded better than anyone in articulating a future vision to Western media and Western governments. So it'll be interesting to see. I think there's credibility behind him, but he's not the shoe-in right now.
Yeah, when the people don't have water, I mean, the problems that have been forced upon the Iranian people for these last years, decades even, most of the rest of the civilized world just can't comprehend. But they don't have water. They don't have electricity half the time. It's a life of deprivation under the mullahs there.
That's right. And so it's very interesting when you have Americans saying that we should not be bombing Iran. This is not how you help the people. But the Iranians will tell you that when you have nothing to lose and everything to gain, this is the right track to go down. And so they are willing to see this out to the very end. I think that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu understand that. They're ready to see this out to the very end because the conditions for the Iranian people have been dire and unsustainable for a very long time.
So are you making predictions about where this goes from here?
As I am watching all of it, I think that we are far from any single prediction, single outcome that seems obvious right now. We are looking at a strike campaign that will likely last a little bit longer than the president and prime minister initially thought, but I have to believe that was in their calculus from the beginning. I have to believe that this will end in regime change. This will end in a very decisive, successful victory for the United States. And I believe we will see a democratic transition stand up inside of Iran.
But when the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps still has tens of thousands of members who are, enriching themselves from every aspect of business in that country, how do you uproot that?
It's going to be a difficult process. And again, I think that's what's going to take a little bit longer than what was previously hoped for or discussed. You're going to have to make sure that you're breaking down all of the military strongholds. And the IRGC is not just the military. They are infiltrated in many different parts of Iranian society, from business to all different sectors. And so it's going to be a full dismantling. And that's where the U.S. and Israel can lead the air and the ground strikes, the air and the sea strikes for a long time. But you're going to have some kind of ground support swelling up inside of Iran from the people that help accomplish that.
Yeah, given what happened to them over the last several weeks or months, when so many thousands of them were murdered in the streets, it's going to be difficult, I would think, to get them to take on the leadership there. We'll see.
Yes, I do think it's difficult, but I do think that they have the will, and that is the most important aspect here.
Joan Leslie McGill, Mideast Policy Analyst. Thanks very much.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. So the situation in Iran continues to unfold. The attacks continue as well. We'll have more after a short break.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel and let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend relaxing sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer. And you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly? It works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You have nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
When you put that jersey on, something comes over you.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Here in charge,
Bryce Harper on second.
Absolute madness.
The best against the best.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
The NFL Scouting Combine is on the air.
My style of play is very aggressive. I get after that quarterback.
I'm a downhill runner. I'm able to see the defense and take it to the house.
Taylor explodes. Taylor's into the open field.
I'm a backyard football player.
It's JSN.
You can count on me to make plays.
Are you kidding me?
It's time to get serious, and this is where it all begins.
Now is the answer. I ain't no joke.
The latest on the situation in Iran. The U.S. military says B-2 stealth bombers have been dropping 2,000-pound bombs on Iranian ballistic missile facilities. 9 naval ships have been sunk from the Iranian Navy as well. For the latest, we bring in Fox News correspondent Stephanie Bennett. Stephanie.
John, it's still a very active situation as these back-and-forth strikes continue now for a third day. President Donald Trump said in a 6-minute video posted on Sunday that the U.S. is grieving the deaths of those 3 service members who were killed in the Middle East during this operation. They said they made the ultimate sacrifice and America will avenge their deaths.
As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
President Trump said hundreds of targets in Iran have already been hit. 9 of the country's ships have been destroyed, and the entire military command has gone. And that mission will continue until all of our objectives are achieved, he said, including, of course, preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon and containing their missile program. Tehran officials say more than 200 Iranians have been killed since the start of the strikes. Succession planning is underway after Iran's supreme leader was killed, and after more than 4 decades in power, of course. Dozens of senior Iranian officials were also killed, including the defense minister. In retaliation, Iran has targeted neighboring Gulf states. Explosions, they've been heard in Israel, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Loud blasts in Dubai this morning, according to our sources on the ground. We're also monitoring reports of smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy in the vicinity in Kuwait. And of course, we did get a statement. The U.S. Department of State Consular Affairs said, do not come to the embassy, take cover in your residence on the lowest available floor and away from your windows. Do not go outside, saying if an incoming missile or drone is intercepted, falling debris represents a significant risk. And John, we kind of saw that significant risk on Saturday when falling debris hit a hotel in Dubai, catching the outside parking lot on fire. Very dangerous situation across the Middle East right now.
All right, Stephanie Bennett reporting live from London. Stephanie, thank you. And we're getting our first images of the situation at the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. There it is. Smoke is seen pouring from the compound after some kind of a retaliatory strike. It's not clear whether that drone, which is what we expect was employed here, was launched from Iran or perhaps from one of its surrogates in the Middle East. But the U.S. Embassy has been struck in Kuwait. No reports yet of any injuries. Meantime, cities nationwide are boosting security measures after the ongoing U.S. military actions against Iran, and the FBI is investigating an Austin, Texas bar shooting as a possible case of terrorism.
Obviously, it's still way too early in the process to determine an exact motivation, but there were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism. In terms of specifically what type of terrorism, we're just at this point prepared to say that it was potentially an act of terrorism.
Joining us now, Bernard Zaper, former ATF Special Agent and Faculty Associate of Terrorism and Justice Studies at Arizona State University. That spokesman there was, I don't know, using an abundance of caution. It seems to me, Bernard, the guy was wearing a T-shirt, a hoodie that said "Property of Allah," and had another shirt on underneath that with the Iranian flag on it. That seems like when you carry a weapon and shoot up a bar wearing that kind of clothing, seems like terrorism to me. Am I wrong?
You know, we have experienced this before. It goes back to the Et al. Airlines attack in 2002 at Los Angeles International Airport, where an Egyptian national who was here in the United States lawfully through a series of visa opportunities had attacked the counter and was ultimately shot and killed by a security officer that worked for the airline. And his family had no idea that he had self-radicalized and had gone about doing this attack. And so there seems to be these types of similarities with this person who is also a lawful resident of the United States but has a Islamic country source of origin and may be in the same manner.
Yeah, thankfully he was killed before he could kill more people, but it's the kind of thing that Department of Homeland Security operations are worried about. Some blowback in this country, possibly from sleeper cells, possibly from self-radicalized individuals like this guy appears to have been.
Well, you know, when we look at attacks, when we look at mass casualty events like this, and, you know, if you strip away the potential ideology or whatever the seeming motive or intent is, you might have somebody who is, in fact, has the same mental, emotional issues that another, say a school shooter has in terms of sociopathy or something else that triggers them in their life to go about doing this. You know, as humans throughout history, we've done the most atrocious things to each other in the name of God. And so people are called, in this case, when they act with some kind of false justification for doing something horrific like this. And so it just makes law enforcement and people's involvement in noticing things that much more important, that we're at a sensitive time right now with what is going on in the war theater and in Iran specifically.
We're at a sensitive time. We're also at a time where the Department of Homeland Security is facing funding issues. Some of its members are working without pay because of the battles going on in Congress over ICE and how ICE is conducting its operations. How do you see that? I mean, what's the point of this political battle at a time like this?
Well, it makes no practical sense whatsoever. It puts our country and our communities down to something like a restaurant or a bar in Austin, Texas, potentially at risk for a really unnecessary and ridiculous motive, I would say, political, in that our public safety has to be paramount above all. National security and public safety are the paramounts of our democracy, and it's something we have to treat with ultimate care, and that nothing like politics interferes with the ability to protect our citizens.
Yeah, it's really the first responsibility of government take care of its citizens, keep them protected. Bernard Zaper, it's good to talk to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so Iran and its militia forces have been firing back not only at Israel but other Gulf states. They're trying apparently to create a wider war in the Middle East. More coverage after this.
If your child is sick over and over again, it could be PI, a defect of the immune system that affects millions. Early testing can give children a chance to dream.
It takes a lot of caring teachers to it takes It took a lot of caring people to keep my dream alive.
Now my dreams are coming true.
Because of them, I can be head of the class.
And when I'm a director, I get to say, lights, camera, action.
For more information, visit the Jeffrey Modell Foundation at info4pi.org.
That's a wrap.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back to back on one track. IndyCar Saturday, NASCAR Sunday. It is on pure perfection. Your one and only chance to see the biggest names in racing in one place. From Phoenix Raceway, the Desert Double starts Saturday at 3 on Fox.
Our names were whispered through time, from generation to generation. Don't you feel that there are things that cannot be explained?
God has a destiny.
The game of survival is in your hands. Good luck.
They came out here to win $250,000.
Let's go! You're playing a totally different game than we're playing in the wilderness. You all want to hate me? That's fine.
I should have applied for the floor. Rob Lowe wouldn't do this.
Extracted. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
I have doubts about who I am. What can I do? What other symptoms should I be aware of? You think he uses his mind? Memory loss. Suspicion. Anxiety. It's family. I'm afraid I'm a killer. Every Monday on Fox.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
News alert and blowback continues in the Middle East. The U.S. Embassy in Kuwait has been attacked. It's not clear if the attack came from Iran or from one of its proxies like the Houthis. But there you see smoke billowing from inside the U.S. Embassy compound. So far, there are no reports of any injuries. On top of that, Kuwait is saying that a number of U.S. fighters have fallen from the sky. The pilots were told. It makes me wonder if there wasn't perhaps some kind of a midair. We don't know that yet, but two fighters falling in the same area of Kuwait would suggest something catastrophic happened. The good news is the pilots are reported safe. And finally, is telling Americans the terrorist groups and those inspired by them want to attack U.S. citizens abroad. So stay safe if you are in that part of the world and you carry a U.S. passport. Let's bring back our panel for some final thoughts this hour. Joining us once again, national security and military analyst Dr. Rebecca Grant. He's also Vice President of the Lexington Institute. Also with us, retired Lieutenant Colonel Darren Dobb. He's also the co-founder and executive director of Restore Liberty. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise what we just heard from the U.S. Embassy in Bahrain, that Dr. Grant, that Americans need to be
our sailors, everybody, those 40,000 service members across the Middle East. We've got to finish this job so that we don't have these threats to our embassies, to Americans, to the Gulf states. It's got to end. We'll do it now.
Darren, we've been talking about the Revolutionary Guard Corps and how they are the real power in Iran. There are so many of them. How do you get rid of them? I mean, the Ayatollah's gone, some of the leadership is gone. But isn't it just going to be a power struggle, a power vacuum among the Revolutionary Guard Corps?
I would expect that at some point. I think it's inevitable that there's going to be some level of power struggle due to that power vacuum. And the hope is, of course, that it can be settled fairly quickly inside the country. But the majority of Iranians obviously outnumber the IRGC. They're just clearly not outgunned by them. The question will be who in the IRGC does what they do purely for the sake of the fact that it's a way to make a living, but aren't necessarily doing what they're doing no matter what. Went into Iraq, disbanding the entire Iraqi army, not necessarily realizing the fact that they're going to cause us to be the target of the power struggle between many factions there. And so this could happen in Iran. And so who's best at it will be the Iranian people to sort it out. We know it's going to be hills and valleys. It's going to be some rough going at times. But as long as we keep moving forward alongside them the best we can and let them sort it out for themselves, we can reduce the threat the best we can. And not only as we move forward, getting rid of the air defense system designed to give us air dominance in order to be able to go after additional targets that help us reduce the effectiveness of the IRGC so that people can do what they have to do to take their government back and reduce the threat of the IRGC in general. But there's a lot of motivations for those IRGC people to stay in place and keep their power. So I would not expect this to be bloodless.
Dr. Grant, the President Trump has said, it's time for the Iranian people to rise up. We're going to be with you, but you have to do this yourself. That's a tall order for a citizenry that's not equipped with weapons.
So that's why the Central Command has said that among their top targets are this IRGC leadership. We've got about 190,000 IRGC, but a smaller number, more like 10,000 in the Quds Force. They're the ones that spread the terrorism, the handiwork of the attacks with Bahrain and all that. That's the Quds Force. And so this campaign is directly going after those individuals and their equipment. If you can take out a lot of that Quds Force and a lot of the leadership targets that have already been struck were Quds Force members, that is really going to defang the IRGC and give Iran's people that chance. Yes, it is going to take time for the people of Iran to accomplish that.
And then there is a question of, who takes over, who runs the country, who leads this country after the smoke clears. Any thoughts on that, Lieutenant Colonel Dobb?
Yeah, I think as you look around what's in the United successful, he could be a transitional answer to where that government can stand up its basic functions and maybe even get to the point of a legitimate election. But I would suspect that the Department of State, working with other agencies, has got a plan that they're going to try to implement in some way the best they can. It may not be a perfect answer, but there may be a good enough answer in order to prevent that power grab and unnecessary expanded violence among the people they are trying to actually live in peace after what we're going to do.
Darren God, the director of Restore Liberty, Dr. Rebecca Grant. We're getting word that U.S. warplanes have crashed in Kuwait. The good news is that the crews are reported safe. More after this.
Those are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. And doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
I'm not Morgan. Our steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died, and many more injured because their air tens of millions of cars have been recalled. Vision loss or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
Who'd you need this for?
I didn't live this long if I discuss my clients.
You may not live long if you don't.
We do the job, we don't ask questions.
I better cook and I have to go.
What? My mind, it hasn't been right. I'm confusing time. No one can know. My secret.
Memory of the box and watch anything on.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride. There's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take notice of the what they mention because there's a farm without a farm.
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity. Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
The truth starts in Iran. Just again, we're told, as the crossfire continues, and questions mount about the country's future. Brett breaks down the latest Monday on Special.
I have no choice. I need to phone her.
When I speak to him, he answers.
Men can't have babies. I don't care what they say. I feel something. Take some Metamucil. This problem's gonna work its way out.
Wow! Rob Schneider woke up in America. Streaming now on Fox Nation. All new cops car chases. Stop running. You have nowhere to go. It's going to be one wild ride.
You get down, on your belly, you crawl out.
To another.
Why are you guys chasing me? Because it's a stolen car.
And another.
Why you doing this to me, baby? No.
And another.
Vehicle smoking. He's out with 3 tires right now.
One on the win. Car chases. All new on Fox Nation. So buckle up. You don't want to get a ticket. It's just
and unjustified. Is Iran standing alone against the West as well as its neighbors? Here to consider that question, Dr. J. Jacob Oladort. He is the Chief Research Officer at the America First Policy Institute and the Director of its American Security Program, also a former White House advisor and Middle East advisor at the Department of Defense. It's interesting to me, Jacob, you know, for a long time, Iran sort of kept its hands, used its proxy organizations in the Middle East to do its dirty work. That all changed with what became known as the 12-Day War, when Israel really went after Iran. The U.S. has joined in, not only in this time, but also in the attacks on its nuclear facilities. I think the Iranians have to be back on their heels right now and kind of wondering what's hitting them.
I think that's right. Frankly, I agree with you, John. The other thing that we learned about was that open, unprecedented direct attack on Israel is the sense of unity among Israel and its neighbors in terms of that air defense, coordination, first of all, and then the common consensus about the threats they face from Iran. And I think what you're seeing now is a greater confidence among our partners in the region to even take more direct action should Iran try to escalate with casualties on their territory.
They have gone after virtually all of their Gulf neighbors, the Iranians. It seems like a stupid move, but perhaps they think that, you know, they're going to project the entire Middle East will be inflamed, and that'll get the U.S. back off. What do you think is the prospect here?
Well, I think it's really hard to know what wild animal President Corner will do, and I think we know quite a bit about their capabilities, and what we don't know. But the big variable to me is their intent, their calculus now being so far and considerably mistaken and really unburdened potentially by the kind of responsibilities that they had previously in terms of governance and coordination with proxies. So I worry about those attacks on soft targets. I even worry about potential escalation against European allies, especially with the threats against the European navies and air forces just a couple of weeks ago. So it's kind of a new global landscape here.
Jacob Oladort from the America First Policy Institute, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
And thanks to you for staying with us for our coverage on this early Monday morning. I'm John Scott in New York. Our coverage continues after a short break.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. I know, it's scary unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I ever used.
I wake up feeling alert and like I've had the best sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Take Relaxium Sleep. It'll work. I promise you it'll work.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-801-1737.
Schedule now.
800-588-2300
Today, you complete me. Together we're one. I never want to be without you. Together's more fun. Together we're one.
I was at a
accident and lost my memories of the last 8 years of my life.
Fox's critically acclaimed hit Doc has returned.
I need to be the doctor that I was. I will do whatever it takes.
And you can watch it anytime.
This is a formal investigation with regard to Dr. Amy Larson.
My job. I want it back.
Doc, watch anytime on Hulu.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back to back on one track. From Phoenix Raceway, the Desert Double starts Saturday at 3 on Fox.
And just like that, she starts to grin. The spark of something new begins. There's something in the water. On her own, she's in the zone. Resilience building in her bones. There's something in the water. On and off the boat, she flies. A force of nature on the rise. There's something in the water.
Even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives, we pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more before it ends.
President Trump reacting to the first U.S. casualties in the war with Iran. 3 service members were killed, 5 others seriously wounded. They were the victims of retaliatory strikes by Iran following the killing in a joint U.S.-Israeli operation of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. And Iran continues to hit back. Just in the last few hours, targeting Dubai and Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, Doha in Qatar, as well as Cyprus and Kuwait, where smoke and flames are now being reported within the U.S. Embassy compound after an apparent strike. Hello, everyone. I'm Jonathan Hunt. It's midnight here in Los Angeles, 11:30 a.m. Monday in Iran. And as President Trump encourages Iranians to take back their country, thousands of Iranian Americans here at home are also taking to the streets, celebrating the possibility of a new dawn for Iran.
Kind people, receiving people, happy people. We love everybody. We are peaceful people. So the day that we're going to be finally free, the whole world going to see who we are.
But there are also worries about attacks here in the U.S. being carried out by Iranian regime sympathizers. A mass shooting at a bar in Austin, Texas last night is now being investigated as a possible case of terrorism. And as we mentioned just now, the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait is on fire this morning, or at least there is a fire within the compound. This, as Kuwait's defense ministry says, several U.S. warplanes have crashed in the country, but all the crew of those planes have apparently survived. For more on all these breaking developments in the war with Iran, Fox News correspondent Stephanie Bennett joins us live from London. Good morning to you, Stephanie.
Good morning, Jonathan. Well, things are changing by the minute and a lot of new developments to dive into as well. Of course, this is now day 3 of these back and forth strikes. President Donald Trump, in that 6-minute video released, he said that America is grieving the loss of those 3 brave military members who made the ultimate sacrifice and that America will avenge their deaths. President Trump said hundreds of targets in Iran have already been hit, 9 of the country's ships have been destroyed, and the entire military command has gone, and that the mission will continue until all of our objectives are achieved, including preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon and containing their missile program.
I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you.
Tehran officials say more than 200 Iranians have been killed since the start of these strikes. Secession planning is underway after Iran's supreme leader was killed. Dozens of senior Iranian officials were also killed, including the defense minister. In retaliation, Iran has targeted neighboring Gulf states. Explosions have been heard in Israel, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, to name a few. Iran's security chief is saying the country is unwilling to negotiate with the U.S. And according to our sources on the ground, loud blasts were heard in Dubai this morning. Of course, on Saturday, a major hotel there was seen on fire after debris fell. And that hotel, they told me in a statement that 4 individuals present in the parking area sustained injuries and were transferred to medical facilities. We are also monitoring smoke, as you mentioned at the top, rising from the vicinity of the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. The U.S. Department of State Consular Affairs says in a statement, do not come to the embassy. Take cover in your residence on the lowest available floor. Do not come outside. It's not clear, as you said, if the attack came from Iran or one of its proxies. So far, no reports of injuries, and also in Kuwait, reports of a number of U.S. fighters have fallen from the sky. Pilots, we're told, are safe. A UK base in Cyprus has also been hit overnight in suspected drone strike, but no one has been reported injured. It caused limited damage, and it comes after Prime Minister Keir Starmer said Sunday that the UK will allow the US to strike Iranian missile sites from select British bases.
We were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But Iran is pursuing a scorched earth strategy. So we are supporting the collective self-defense of our allies and our people in the region.
And the conflict has widened with strike, but no one has been reported injured. It caused limited damage, and it comes after Prime Minister Keir Starmer said Sunday that the UK will allow the US to strike Iranian missile sites from select British bases.
We were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But Iran is pursuing a scorched earth strategy. So we are supporting the collective self-defense of our allies and our people in the region.
And the conflict has widened with
weeks. Rabbi, let me come to you first, as you did not grace us with your presence last night. We're delighted to have you here now. President Trump warning that there will be more casualties. 3 service members very sadly killed so far. Now we see a fire somewhere in the compound of the U.S. Embassy. In Kuwait, we see U.S. planes coming down. Apparently the crew has survived. I feel as the American people look at this, start thinking, oh, this is not perhaps going to be as easy as we might have believed. They might also want to look to the people of Israel for the strength that is shown in these kind of situations. This is a war.
It is war, and it's not a movie. You know, in the movie, you can control everything. This is reality. We right now have Iran that they lost the top head, the top people that run the country or run the military. So who's running it? Amateurs. And they're shooting anywhere. They're going anywhere. And they're shooting at Bahrain. Why? They're shooting at anything. And American soldiers sometimes have to be thinking outside the box when usually they're trained to be thinking inside the box, because this is the way normal war goes. There will be tragedies. It's the price that both sides have to pay to be able to get rid of a cancer. And that is what all Americans have to recognize. This is not just some regime that is just messing up with people in the Middle East. No, they're out to you. We are the big Satan. They want to come after us. They always with it saying, we want to get missiles that can reach America. They were coming after us. This is not just for the United States and the Middle East. This is a chance to change the world for good by getting rid of these sponsors of cancer.
And Karen, we just heard the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, describe what Iran is doing now as a scorched earth policy, the way that they are, as the rabbi mentioned, they're hitting Qatar, they're hitting the United Arab Emirates, they're hitting Cyprus, they're hitting Kuwait. It doesn't seem like the smartest policy. Would you go along with what the rabbi said about they are just flailing, hitting out anywhere, or is this a very deliberate strategy on the part of whomever is controlling Iran's military right
I think
now?
it's a bit of both. This is consistent with what they've always done. They've always widened the conflict. We called it a shadow war or a twilight war for the nearly past 50 years, but it was never really in the dark. And at every opportunity, they menaced their neighbors, not just the U.S., not just Israel, but they made the Middle East a place of flames. So this is not surprising. And it's not surprising that there may be sleeper cells that are now activated in individuals around the world, because the other part of their strategy has been to make their mission and their objectives global, to find partners in every part of the globe. So this is the final chapter of that nearly 50-year approach, and it's not a surprise. I do think our military is well prepared for it. I've worked with the Pentagon for more than 2 decades, and we understand terrorism, global terrorism, especially after 9/11. We're fully prepared for what the final chapter of this regime will do.
And Lisa, talking of the final chapter and their proxies, Iran's proxies, Hezbollah has always been one of their most deadly and most horribly efficient proxies. Now we see Israel again going after Hezbollah targets in Lebanon and going all the way to southern Beirut, which is, as we know, is a Hezbollah stronghold they targeted in 2006. Is this something we should look at and think, this is scary, this is a widening of the war, or is this something we should look at, as Karen said, this is closing that final chapter?
Absolutely, and it's a bit of both. We have to compartmentalize here, and the first thing is Hezbollah is the golden child proxy of the regime. It has been since 1980. They have 200,000 missiles, and they did not come to the Iran regime's aid in the 12-day war, which was very interesting. And now they started lobbing missiles into Israel. It just goes to show us the regime is at its end. The fact that they are doing everything that they possibly can, they will fire every missile that they have, and that's why we're worried about sleeper cells here. They're not going to go down without a fight. Now, with regards to widening the conflict, this is exactly what they want to do. Now, remember, Donald Trump was advised by Bibi Netanyahu in January not to go after or have targeted strikes then, because he thought it was premature. And that speaks to what Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump are trying to achieve right now. That means, look, they understand a slam-dunk foreign policy move, the way Venezuela was, for example. This is not something that has a pretty bow on top of it, where they can come in and out and have their goals achieved. What the Iran regime is aiming to do is to do exactly what is the fear of the Trump administration, which is to make this a longer war, to make this a forever war that Donald Trump can't. So this is exactly what they're trying to do. I do think it will backfire. I do think that the moderate Arab states will rally around Israel in the West, even though some of them have been playing for Iran's regime in the past few months. I do think that it will backfire in the end. But to Kyron's point, I only think this will extend, but it will bring us.
Rabbi, would you agree with that? That this, in some ways, might bring Israel, for instance, and some of its Arab neighbors closer together?
You know, there are moderate Arabs, Muslims, and there are radical ones. The moderate ones are starting to looking at this. What are we killing each other for? Why don't we make peace with Israel? Because making peace with Israel, you have their technology, and they create a better life for everybody around them. Yes, this is coming to in the corner. They take out the claws and they go after everything because they realize, you know, this is coming to the end. Hezbollah, sooner or later, is not going to have any funding. How much more are they going to be able to continue doing this? At one time, certain Arab nations said, we don't want America flying in our airspace. Now, all of a sudden, they're getting bombs. They're saying, not only could you fly in my airspace, we want to start getting in on this too.
Right.
So what Iran is doing is trying to get the Sunnis, the Shias, anybody. Let's make a big stew out of this, and maybe somehow or another we'll survive. What they don't realize is that there is clarity and sanity in these nations, and they're looking, we played with you.
Yeah.
We never got a better life out of it.
Right.
And now we're starting to realize, you know, working with the West isn't so bad.
Yeah. All right, back to you guys throughout the next 2 hours. I'm very glad you're all here. Kyron, I particularly want to talk to you as we go through the show about this partnership with Netanyahu and Trump. We touched on it last night. I know you've got some interesting thoughts on historical parallels, so we'll get to all of that. In the meantime, the CIA gathered intelligence that led to the strike that killed Iran's supreme leader. That information was, of course, passed to Israel, whose forces then acted on it in what was, of course, a daring taking advantage of a rare meeting of many of Iran's top leadership gathered in one place at one time. With me now, Professor Kobi Michael of Israel's Institute for National Security Studies. Professor, it is great to have you with us this morning. Thank you very much for your time. I wonder your thoughts on the historical nature of this cooperation between Israel and the U.S., how unprecedented it is, and clearly how effective it has been so far, at least.
Good morning from Israel. I hope that we will not be disrupted by a siren here. We have many of them in the last 48 hours. I think that it is much more than a precedent. Actually, this is what we are witnessing now is not less than a biblical event in my understanding. I think that everybody understands now that Israel is the strongest carrier that the United States has here in the Middle East, and generally speaking. And the idea that Israel and the U.S. are able to cooperate in such an intimacy in all levels, be it in the political level between leaders and be it in the intelligence level or the operational military level, and to fight a wing to wing, shoulder to shoulder, and to do things in such an impressive manner, it's something that projects two things to the entire region, and I think that even beyond to the region. First of all, the strength of the bond between two countries and the strength of Israel and its strategic position here as a regional power. Actually, the leading and the real regional power here in the region. And secondly, the United States of America and its determination to take a step forward and to intervene in any place that diplomacy fails. Yeah. And I think that this is something that signals to other arenas and to other adversaries of the United States and the free world as well.
Professor, where do you see us going in the next few days? Because Iran is obviously fighting back right now, firing missiles, launching drones. Some of them have been effective. Some of them have hit their targets. Many, of course, haven't. But do you think this is literally, we are in the last throes of this regime? Are they running out of missiles and drones that they can launch in the direction of Israel and its Arab neighbors? Is this going to be overseen in terms, at least, of Iran striking back?
I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
I wake up feeling alert and like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Take Relaxium Sleep. It'll work. I promise you it'll work.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-801-1737.
Dog grooming genius here. No, over here.
leftovers, I see a shop in sync. Thanks to Genius. Scheduling personalized. Checkouts flawless. Real-time reviews for the win. From game day crowds worldwide to running this shop. Perfectly executed. Big league reliability for any business. That's Genius.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire. Today, you complete me. Together we're one. I never want to be without you. Together's more fun. Together we're one.
Dog grooming genius here, and I live.
I was in a car accident and lost my memories of the last 8 years of my life.
Fox's critically acclaimed hit Doc has returned.
I need to be the doctor that I was. I will do whatever it takes.
And you can watch it anytime.
This is a formal investigation with regard to Dr. Amy Larson.
My job. I want it back.
Doc, watch anytime on Hulu.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back to back on one track. From Phoenix Raceway, the Desert Double starts Saturday at 3 on Fox.
And just like that, she starts to grin. The spark of something new begins. There's something in the water. On her own, she's in the zone. Resilience building in her bones. There's something in the water. On and off the boat, she flies. A force of nature on the rise. There's something in the water.
Even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives, we pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more before it ends.
President Trump reacting to the first U.S. casualties in the war with Iran. 3 service members were killed, 5 others seriously wounded. They were the victims of retaliatory strikes by Iran, following the killing in a joint U.S.-Israeli operation of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. And Iran continues to hit back. Just in the last few hours, tied in Dubai and Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, Doha in Qatar, as well as Cyprus and Kuwait, where smoke and flames are now being reported within the U.S. Embassy compound after an apparent strike. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Hunt. It's midnight here in Los Angeles, 11:30 a.m. Monday in Iran. And as President Trump encourages Iranians to take back their country, thousands of Iranian Americans here at home are also taking to the streets, celebrating the possibility of a new dawn for Iran. But there are also worries about attacks here in the U.S. being carried out by Iranian regime sympathizers. A mass shooting at a bar in Austin, Texas last night is now being investigated as a possible case of terrorism. And as we mentioned just now, the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait is on fire this morning, or at least there is a fire within the compound. This, as Kuwait's defense ministry says, several U.S. warplanes have crashed in the country, but all the crew of those planes have apparently survived. For more on all these breaking developments in the war with Iran, Fox News correspondent Stephanie Bennett joins us live from London. Good morning to you, Stephanie.
Good morning, Jonathan. Well, things are changing by the minute and a lot of new developments to dive into as well. Of course, this is now day 3 of these back-and-forth strikes. President Donald Trump, in that 6-minute video release, he said that America is grieving the loss of those 3 brave military members who made the ultimate sacrifice, and that America will eventually military command has gone. And the mission will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you.
Tehran officials say more than 200 Iranians have been killed since the start of these strikes. Secession planning is underway after Iran's supreme leader was killed. Dozens of senior Iranian officials were also killed, including the defense minister. In retaliation, Iran has targeted neighboring Gulf states. Explosions have been heard in Israel, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, to name a few. Iran's security chief is saying the country is unwilling to negotiate with the U.S. And according to our sources on the ground, loud blasts were heard in Dubai this morning. Of course, on Saturday, a major hotel there was seen on fire after debris fell. And that hotel, they told me, the was present in the parking area, sustained injuries and was transferred to medical facilities. We are also monitoring smoke, as you mentioned at the start, rising from the vicinity of the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. The U.S. Department of State Consular Affairs says in a statement, do not come to the embassy. Take cover in your residence on the lowest available floor. Do not come outside. It's not...
Country will not negotiate. For more, let's bring in Andrew Harding, Senior Associate at the Heritage Foundation. He's also a national security and foreign policy expert. Good to have you with us. So do you think they will or will not negotiate? It's hard to read these mixed signals right now.
Well, good morning, Jonathan, from Washington. I'm very pessimistic to see any type of diplomatic resolution at this time. As you just mentioned, the Secretary of Iran's National Security Council has openly said that Iran will not negotiate with the United States. This could be posturing potentially for some type of desired ceasefire or some type of diplomatic resolution. But I think it's fair to say Iran does not have a good track record of engaging substantially into diplomatic proposals. President Trump offered diplomacy to Iran and they have consistently rejected it. They refuse to say, as the president has said, the magic words of not acquiring a nuclear weapon. And I don't see how this current regime is any indication that they're changing from that position. Of course, President Trump's top priority is protecting American interests, so diplomacy may be better than but we have to really support American positions and support America's national security. And Iran must immediately come to the table. If it doesn't do so, then I don't think diplomacy has a real shot in the coming weeks.
Right, and Andrew, it's hard to think who would actually come to that table right now. You've got Larijani, you've got various others on the judiciary side who have a lot of power. You've got the Revolutionary Guard leadership, what's left of it, that has a lot of power. So if President Trump does want to talk to somebody, I mean, it's hard to know whom he's going to talk to.
I think you're right. I think in the coming days or weeks we'll have a better idea of who really is calling the shots within Iran. We do know that there's councils come together, this temporary council following the death of the Ayatollah that are attempting to run the country, but we also know that it's easy to have a bunch of secession plans. We know that Iran has game planned out these types of scenarios, but when you get hit in the face, things change. And it's very easy to put things on paper, but now that the operation is occurring, Operation Epic Fury, it remains to be seen how Iran will be able to standardize and centralize its military, the IRGC when it comes to responding to the United States, Israel, and Gulf partners. So until that comes, I think Operation Epic Fury will
Republic emerges from this, or is the Islamic Republic of Iran condemned to history at this point? Can you move forward, in other words, with a more moderate version of what we have seen for the last 47 years?
I certainly think it's possible, but this is where President Trump has made clear that this will be up to the Iranian people. As he said yesterday, President Trump is providing support from the United States, certainly from an aerial campaign and naval campaign in support of missile strikes and missile defense. But ultimately, the Iranian people will have to take advantage of this opportunity and take control of their own destiny. President Trump has been very clear that this is his intention, that removing the Ayatollah and ensures a path for freedom for the Iranian people to make that decision. And the president wants to see freedom in the region. I'm sure Israel and Gulf states increasingly are wanting to see changes to this regime, but ultimately it's up to the Iranian people to make this type of decision.
Yeah. Andrew Harding, thank you so much. Great pleasure to talk to you this morning. Thank you for staying up with us, sir.
Thank you.
And we will be right back with a lot more of our coverage of the ongoing war with Iran as Iran hits back against U.S. interests in the Middle East. We'll be back.
I'm a stickler for good dental care. Me too. Ooh, looking sharp. But even if we take care of our teeth, we can still get, don't say it, a big dental bill. That's why dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company is important. It helps pay for over 400 procedures, all with no deductibles and no annual maximums. Call or visit physiciansmutualdental.com for your free info kit with all the details. Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly? It works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. There's nothing to lose except another sleep problem. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's try.
Right now, firing missiles, launching drones. Some of them have been effective. Some of them have hit their targets. Many, of course, haven't. But do you think this is literally, we are in the last throes of this regime? Are they running out of missiles and drones that they can launch in the direction of Israel and its Arab neighbors? Is this going to be over soon in terms, at least, of Iran striking back?
I know, it's scary.
You need a bulldog. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid. Pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-891-0996.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back to back on one IndyCar Saturday, NASCAR Sunday.
It is a pure perfection.
Your one and only chance to see the biggest names in wrestling in one place. From Phoenix Raceway, the Desert Double starts Saturday at 3 on Fox.
Iran continues to vow revenge and continues to fire missiles at Israel and several Arab states in a counter-offensive that has now killed three U.S. service members, the first known American deaths in this ongoing conflict. Back on set with us now, Fox News contributor Kyron Skinner, Lisa Daftari, foreign policy analyst and editor-in-chief of the Foreign Desk, and Rabbi Chaim Mentz of the Chabad of Bel Air. Welcome back. Kyron, let me start with you. We were talking last night, and I wanted to get a little more in depth about it. This extraordinary partnership that we've seen who have been heavily criticized in both their countries over many different things. Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Trump. But it is a partnership that is going to go down in history, isn't it?
It is, and really steadily since the 12-day war, we've seen the commitment by both leaders to changing the landscape of the Middle East. And it's made me reflect in the last few days on the partnerships in the 20th century that led to greater peace and prosperity around the world. In particular, the one in World War II between FDR and Churchill. It wasn't perfect, and there are often differences, but they were bound together by shared values and interest. And their mutual commitment to increasing to defeating totalitarianism and fascism channeled the energy of their bureaucracies, of their militaries, and if you don't have it at the top, it's hard to do the kind of work that's being done right now.
And you mentioned Thatcher and Reagan.
And Reagan and Thatcher, and you know, often they're talked about as the team that ended the Cold War.
Right, brought down the Berlin Wall.
But they also had differences along the way, but their values and interest really dominated the things that divided them, for example. But in the end, they were able to bring their nations together for the long fight of ending the Cold War.
Lisa, you wanted to weigh in on it?
I want to piggyback because she said Cold War. I think it's so important. If we realize if we treated this the way that America and the Allies viewed the Cold War, meaning a war of ideology, and be Islamic ideology since 1979, not just being a murderous regime at home and in the region, but exporting their brand of Shiite militant Islam around the world into every continent, including just south of our border, where we worry about sleeper cells because of that threat. They're in our universities, they're in our media, they're in our social media. We have to worry about them all the time. So when you look at isolationists or the people who have Trump derangement syndrome calling this an illegal war, we have to remember that that war was actually launched in 1979. So we have to view this as the same dangerous ideology with which we viewed the Cold War.
Interesting. And Rabbi, you were talking years to separate Israel from the rest of the world, in particular from the U.S. Not working out too well.
That's working out too well. We must understand is that whenever we saw free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, this is all funded by people that wanted to carry out one ideology. Israel is not legitimate. Israel should not exist. The Jew is a third-class citizen, etc. What you're watching right now is America flying toe-to-toe everywhere with Israel. This is mind-boggling. You would think there was one army going on. The intelligence that Israel has given America, because Israel was in Iran with intelligence that nobody could buy. And all of a sudden, America came in and blew things up. All of a sudden, Israel was able to blow things up. Things are going so smoothly between two countries. It's like a ballet between two people. I'd love to say one last thing.
Sure.
We're talking about, do you know how many people were against America going into World War II? Do you know how much? Go read the newspapers of the 1938, 39s, and 40s. The New York Times, how they were proponents should not go. Nazism.
Yeah.
Imagine if they listened to these black guys.
And here we are. Fascinating discussion to take a quick break, but there is a lot more to come as this situation continues to unfold in the Middle East. Strikes continuing against Iran, and Iran continuing to hit back at countries all across the Middle East right now. We'll bring you the latest when we come back.
Look at this. Endless big butterfly shrimp for us, endless steak for them.
Oh, did you know that buffet is French for happy wallet? I take German. Well, amigo, you just got schooled in buffetonomics. You're late.
For pain in multiple spots like here, here, or here, Salon Pass patches stick firmly and remove comfortably once your pain is gone. Salon Pass. It's good medicine.
I think when I went to work, I wasn't sick, Keith. I was just Keith.
Nobody's purpose in life is to be a cancer patient. Many of those patients want to continue to work to maintain that sense of normalcy and empowerment.
It's something that every individual has to decide for themselves. Work in a way that I can still feel like myself.
Getting out of bed, even if fighting chance, is God.
We can make work a better place for you.
COPD isn't pretty. From the struggle to breathe, to getting stopped in your tracks. But with Trelegy, I can finally move forward. With 3 medicines in one inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trelegy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely, all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
When it fits you. When it thrills you. When it connects and protects. This is 140 years of Mercedes-Benz innovation. It's more than a feeling. It's a bond. Experience everything a Mercedes-Benz SUV has to offer today.
Have a great trip.
Do you think they'll be okay?
Nothing's gonna happen. And if it did, your parents will take care of the kids.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Something you can sign and make official. Get started at trustandwill.com and make it count.
Trust and Will. When you put that jersey on, something comes over you.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper. 1 second.
The NFL Scouting Combine is on the air.
My style of play is very aggressive. I get after that quarterback.
Hutchinson got him.
I'm a downhill runner. I'm able to see the defense and take it to the house.
Taylor explodes. Taylor's into the open field.
I'm a backyard football player.
It's JSN.
You can count on me to make plays.
Are you kidding me?
It's time to get serious, and this is where it all begins.
Well is the answer.
Cities nationwide are boosting security measures following the ongoing U.S. military actions against Iran. And the FBI is now investigating an Austin, Texas bar shooting as a possible case of terrorism.
Obviously, it's still way too early in the process to determine an exact motivation, but there were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism. In terms of specifically what type of terrorism, we're just at this point prepared to say that it was potentially an act of terrorism.
Joining us now.
Life. So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You have nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's
Right now, firing missiles, launching drones. Some of them have been effective. Some of them have hit their targets. Many, of course, haven't. But do you think this is literally, we are in the last throes of this regime? Are they running out of
Hamas or even the Revolutionary Guard itself here in the U.S., and this would be the time that you would expect to strike out.
And so, yeah, and two different things I guess we have to be on the watch for, or the FBI in particular has to be on the watch for, Bill, which are coordinated events carried out, as you say, by sleeper cells groups, and then this act in Austin, which appears, at least on the face of it, in the early going, to be somebody who may have been simply angered by what